Every hour, you are either creating heaven or repeating yesterday's struggle through the words you speak. This is not poetry. This is not mere philosophy. It is divine law in motion. Your tongue is the brush, your words are the strokes, and the canvas is your life. Most people never notice the words that flow from their mouths. They repeat complaints like background noise. They rehearse fear as if it is a prayer. They speak lack as if it is a prophecy. And then they wonder why life does not move, why circumstances circle back like shadows that never fade. Few stop long enough to realize that words are not echoes, they are seeds. Every statement you make falls into the soil of your subconscious, and the subconscious does not argue, it obeys, it receives, it builds your world with precision. Whether you spoke carelessly or with command. Florence Scovel Shinn revealed that words are more than sounds. They are commands spoken into divine intelligence, instructions, sent into the great unseen architect that governs all things. What you declare is what you authorize, and what you authorize is what appears. So let me ask you, what have your words been authorizing? Fear or faith? Delay or divine timing? Lack or limitless supply? If you want daily divine reminders to awaken your wealth and spiritual power, subscribe now so you never miss your hour of breakthrough, because your awakening does not wait for tomorrow. It begins the moment your words shift. Think of a clock. Every 60 minutes, a hand sweeps around, marking time. Most people see a clock as neutral, a tool that measures hours, but spiritually, every hour is not neutral. Every hour is a doorway, a chance to declare, a chance to reframe, a chance to send out a fresh command into the field of divine intelligence. When the hour strikes, most let it pass with idle chatter, complaints, or silence. But you are not most. You are here because your soul is ready to awaken to the hidden law. Imagine a sunrise breaking over a city, cars move, people rush, the world wakes. Yet while bodies move, most souls remain asleep. They speak as if words are casual, they live as if life is random, but the awakened one knows, the awakened one declares, the awakened one speaks as if heaven is listening, because heaven is, your hour is holy. Every hour, not just mornings, not just prayers before bed. Every hour is a fresh altar upon which you place the sacrifice of your words. Will you offer complaints or commands? Hear this truth. Unconscious speech keeps people stuck in cycles. They repeat the same stories of failure. They explain why things never work. They narrate their pain like it is a script that must be performed daily. And so, the law obeys. Their words become their prison, but your words can also become your wings. When you declare life, when you declare wealth, when you declare alignment with divine timing, the universe bends. Invisible doors swing open, paths unfold, and your reality rearranges to match your decree. This is why Florence Scovel Shinn wrote, "Your word is your wand. A wand directs energy. A wand channels unseen forces. When you speak, you are not just filling air, you are casting lines into eternity, and eternity responds right now." Pause, feel your own words, whisper to yourself, "My words align me with divine power every hour." Say it with authority, say it as if your future is listening, because it is. Your words are not only shaping outcomes, they are shaping you. Each declaration you speak reprograms your subconscious. It chisels away fear. It builds new grooves of faith. It anchors new expectations. When you affirm wealth, your inner world adjusts to believe it. When you declare peace, your nervous system recalibrates. When you proclaim health, your body listens. Think of this like a divine orchestra. Every word you speak is a note. If you keep repeating dissonant tones of fear, the music of your life sounds chaotic. But if you choose harmony, if you speak truth, faith, and abundance, the orchestra shifts. The music of your life becomes a symphony that draws opportunities, people, and miracles in rhythm with your command. This is not about forcing. This is the law of non-resistance in action. Instead of fighting circumstances, you rise above them by declaring truth that transcends them. You let your words flow like a river of command, not resisting what is, but authorizing what shall be. So let the first practice be this. When the clock strikes a new hour, speak a declaration. Do not let another hour pass with unconscious chatter. Say it quietly if you must, but say it. Anchor your mind to the divine through the sacred rhythm of speech. Your life is not bound by yesterday's language. Every new hour is a reset, a holy invitation to rescript your destiny. Close your eyes for a moment and see it, a golden clock, its hands moving with divine precision, each hour glowing like a doorway, each strike of the hand an opening, and from your lips, words flowing like keys unlocking gates you did not know existed. The world may call it coincidence, you will know it as divine law. So remember this affirmation. My words align me with divine power every hour. Write it, speak it, carry it like a flame, because the flame of your words will light the path to the life you were destined to live. Now, let us uncover why hourly declarations bend reality in your favor. Every hour is not just a measurement of time, it is a doorway, a pulse, a silent invitation from the universe itself. The ancients understood that creation moves in rhythm. The ocean does not crash once and remain still. It ebbs and flows. The heart does not beat once and then cease. It repeats, steady and faithful. The sun does not rise only on one morning and then abandon us. It appears again and again and again. This is divine rhythm, the eternal pulse of God woven into hours, seasons, and tides. And when you begin to speak your word every single hour, you are no longer a wandering soul tossing random affirmations into the wind. You become aligned with the sacred drumbeat that has guided creation since the first dawn. Think of your words as notes played on an instrument. If you strike one note once, it fades quickly, it is heard, but then silence swallows it. But if you strike that note again and again, tuning it each time, the instrument begins to vibrate in harmony. It grows stronger, clearer, undeniable. This is why an hourly declaration matters. Each hour is another strike of the sacred string, another beat of the divine drum. It keeps your life tuned to the rhythm of God's order. When your affirmations are sporadic, spoken here, forgotten there, the energy they create is scattered. It is like rain falling only in droplets across dry ground. The soil remains parched, but when rain comes consistently, hour after hour, the land softens, the seeds open, and life bursts forth. Your subconscious mind is this soil. It is carved and reshaped not by one rare word but by consistent streams of the same truth. Hour by hour, you are engraving divine law into the deepest part of your being. Imagine a pendulum swinging. With each hourly declaration, you push it in the same direction. At first the movement is small, barely noticeable, but as you continue, the momentum builds, the swing widens, the energy multiplies. Soon, what began as a whisper becomes a force that no resistance can hold back. This is the power of rhythm. Consider the heartbeat. If it skipped hours, life would collapse. Its power is not in one beat but in the holy pattern of many. So too with your words, when they are spoken in rhythm with divine law, they generate a heartbeat of creation, a steady pulse that rewrites your destiny. Florence Scovel Shinn often spoke of the power of consistent declaration. She knew that words carry the seeds of life, but without rhythm, they scatter like dust. Rhythm is what plants them. Rhythm is what waters them. Rhythm is what makes them bloom. Your hourly word is not wasted breath. It is alignment with the eternal metronome of God. Visualize the ocean's tide as you speak. Each declaration a wave rolling in, washing away fear, carrying fresh provision onto your shore. See the pendulum swing wider as your subconscious accepts this new truth as reality. Hear the divine drumbeat echo with your own words, your voice rising to match the rhythm of creation itself. Say within yourself, I speak in rhythm with divine order. I declare in harmony with the universe's pulse. My words do not drift away. They return with multiplied power. They create, they align, they fulfill. Feel the shift as your voice becomes part of the eternal cycle. Not forcing, not straining, simply joining the divine orchestra already in motion. And understand this, every hour is mercy, every hour is grace. The universe hands you a fresh chance, again and again, to realign, to remember, to re-speak what is true. The question is not whether the rhythm exists. The question is, will you step into it? This is the law of the hour. Consistency creates momentum. Rhythm turns scattered words into unstoppable power. But before transformation begins, we must face the hidden struggle most people ignore, the silent resistance that keeps them from stepping fully into this law. There is a struggle most souls never see. It is not fought in public places or in the open light. It is waged in whispers, in casual phrases, in careless thoughts that slip through the lips unnoticed. It is the battle of unconscious words, the silent sabotage that builds a reality no one ever intended. Think of the way people speak each day without pause. I can't afford it. This always happens to me. Nothing ever works out. These are not simple statements. They are commands written into the fabric of the subconscious. Each word plants a seed, and the soil of the inner world does not discriminate. It does not question whether the seed is good or bad. It simply grows what it receives. Imagine your mind as a sacred garden. Every word you utter is a seed cast into its soil. A careless complaint is a weed that spreads quickly, choking the roots of future harvests. A moment of gossip is a thorn that pierces the tender shoots of opportunity. A habit of self is a shadow that blocks the sun from your own becoming. And because these seeds are planted in repetition, day after day, they grow into forests of limitation. Many live inside these forests without realizing they themselves planted the trees. They wonder why doors never open, why money feels scarce, why peace seems far away. But listen closely. Life is only echoing back the words once spoken into its chambers. The tongue is the brush that paints tomorrow's canvas. And whether you know it or not, you have been painting every hour. There is a story I once heard of a woman who longed for abundance. Every day she dreamed of freedom, of travel, of generosity flowing through her hands. Yet each time she reached for something she desired, she muttered under her breath, "I can't afford it." At first, it seemed harmless, even practical. But over the years, those words carved grooves in her subconscious, like a river cutting stone. And so her life followed the path her speech demanded. No matter how hard she worked, the invisible decree stood firm. She could not afford it. Her words were the gatekeepers, and they denied her entry to the very blessings she prayed for. Now, contrast this with the power of conscious planting. Imagine she had chosen instead to say, "I am open to divine provision. I trust that supply meets me where I stand. I choose to see doors where others see walls." These words would not be empty affirmations. They would be seeds of light, watering her garden with possibility, bending her subconscious toward expansion. Over time, new grooves would be carved, new rhythms established, until her life began to reflect the harmony of her declarations. Here lies the heart of the hidden struggle. People believe words are casual, when in truth they are architectural. Every phrase constructs either a prison or a temple. Every sentence lays down a path toward despair or destiny. The unconscious phrases spoken in the heat of frustration become invisible chains that bind the future. The gossip shared in jest becomes a silent thief of trust and blessing. The self-condemning inner dialogue becomes the hammer that dismantles confidence before it even has a chance to stand. Florence Scovel Shinn called words the instruments of destiny, and she was right. They are not echoes of reality, they are the architects of it. The divine law responds not to what you wish in silence, but to what you declare with your tongue. And because most people do not guard their speech, their lives become gardens of weeds, overgrowing the flowers of desire. But here is the turning point. Once you awaken to the hidden sabotage, you are no longer its victim. You can stand at the gate of your temple and guard its sanctity. You can decide that your words will no longer pollute the altar of your life. You can speak not from fear, but from alignment with divine order. Say with me now, I choose words that water miracles, not weeds. Let it ring in your heart as a vow. Let it become the compass that guides every conversation, every self-reflection, every whisper in the silence of your mind. And when the old habits rise, as they surely will, do not resist them with anger. Simply notice, catch the phrase on your lips and replace it with a higher truth. Transform "I can't" into "I am learning." Transform "I don't deserve" into "I am worthy of divine favor." Transform "nothing ever changes" into "I now live in the rhythm of unfolding good." This is the law of substitution in motion, the divine power to replace darkness with light, despair with faith, lack with supply. Visualize yourself walking into your inner garden. See the weeds of old complaints shrivel and dissolve in the sunlight of awareness. See the soil tilled, ready for new seeds. Now plant them. Speak them aloud. I am divinely guided. My words call forth abundance. My tongue is the brush of creation, and I paint with beauty and order. Feel the garden bloom, not in some far-off future, but here and now within your soul. The hidden struggle has always been this. We become ensnared by words we never meant to worship, but the moment you choose consciously, the struggle begins to dissolve. You reclaim the authority you unknowingly gave away, and your speech becomes not sabotage but sanctuary, because words are not casual, they are sacred architecture. They are the pillars of your destiny, the heartbeat of your reality, the silent contract between you and the infinite. Choose them well, and they will choose for you a life of order, freedom, and divine supply. Now the veil has been lifted. You can see the weeds for what they are. You can see the flowers waiting to bloom. The power is in your tongue. The choice is in your hands. But before we can step into the fullness of this truth, we must ask a deeper question. Why do words carry such undeniable force? Why does the universe bend to the sound of a single declaration? To understand this, we must now step into the sacred truth of why words carry divine power. Every hour is a silent gate, a moment that arrives, stays for a breath, and then passes into eternity. And within that passing hour, you hold a choice, to let it slip away as ordinary time, or to use it as sacred soil for planting a divine seed that reshapes your destiny. Your subconscious is that soil. It does not argue, it does not resist, it only receives. It listens not to the noise of the world, but to the vibration of your inner word, and like the earth itself, it multiplies whatever is planted within it. Plant thorns, and thorns appear. Plant roses, and roses bloom. Plant despair, and despair expands. Plant faith, and faith blossoms into form. This is why every hour matters, because each hour is a fresh piece of ground, a blank field waiting for your intention. What you say at 12 o'clock does not only live in 12 o'clock, it takes root, it grows unseen beneath the surface, and when combined with the seed of 1 o'clock, and 2 o'clock, and 3, you begin to see a harvest so great that nothing can wither it. Florence Scovel Shinn taught the power of the tongue, that words are not mere sounds, but living forces. Imagine then the difference between speaking once a day and speaking once every hour. One is like dropping a single seed in a desert. The other is like filling an entire garden with life, row upon row, hour upon hour, until no patch of barrenness remains. Many souls try sporadic effort. They declare abundance on a Sunday morning, but by Monday evening they are back to complaints, doubts, and silent sabotage. They water the soil once, then let it dry in the sun, and when no fruit appears, they call the law a lie. But the law is never broken. It is always exact. The harvest simply reflects the inconsistency of the sower. Hourly declarations build unstoppable momentum. They are like drops of water steadily falling upon a stone. At first, the stone seems unmoved, but drop after drop, hour after hour, the stone begins to change. The surface softens, the shape alters, the impossible yields. So it is with your subconscious. Each hourly seed shapes it, molds it, bends it, toward the vision you carry. Picture a clock face before you, at every hour mark. Instead of numbers, imagine seeds. At 1, a seed of peace. At 2, a seed of prosperity. At 3, a seed of health. By the time you reach 12 again, the face of time itself has become a garden. Flowers bloom where once only numbers lived. The ordinary measurement of minutes has been transfigured into a living testimony of your devotion. Think of your words as drops of living water poured into this garden. A declaration once a day is like watering a plant every week. It survives, but barely. Hourly declarations, however, are like steady streams nourishing roots before they thirst. The plant not only survives, it thrives, it stretches, it blossoms, it bears fruit. This is not discipline for discipline's sake, it is rhythm, like the rhythm of a divine orchestra. Just as a symphony carries its beauty through repeated notes, so does your life carry power through repeated words of truth. Every hour, you strike a chord. Every hour, you place another note in the melody of your destiny. And soon the scattered notes merge into harmony so radiant that the very air around you vibrates with transformation. Now consider the law of substitution. The mind cannot hold two opposing thoughts with equal power at the same time. By choosing to plant hourly seeds, you crowd out the weeds. You give the soil no space to entertain doubt, fear, or complaint. Where weeds once grew wild, rows of blessings now stand. This is how you shift from unconscious sabotage to conscious creation. And so, in practice, it becomes simple. Every hour, pause for a breath. Place your hand on your heart if you choose. Speak aloud or within. Each hour I plant divine seeds of abundance. Let the words not be mechanical, but living. Feel them as golden seeds leaving your lips, sinking into soil, sprouting roots the very moment they are spoken. If you forget 1 hour, do not sink into guilt. The soil does not condemn, it waits. Begin again at the next hour, for the law responds to rhythm, not perfection. What matters is the steady turning of the wheel, the conscious planting, the hourly gift of intention. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine your life 6 months from now. If you were to do this, see the field of your days, no longer barren but overflowing, prosperity standing tall like golden wheat, joy blooming like wildflowers in the wind, peace flowing like rivers that never run dry. That harvest belongs to you. It is written into the law, and it begins with the seed of this very hour. Each hour is an altar, each declaration, a prayer. Each word, a seed of the future you are daring to create, and the law, exact and unchanging, will not fail to bring forth fruit in its appointed time. So let us plant one together now. Speak this with me. Each hour I plant divine seeds of abundance. Carry it into the next hour, and the next, until the garden of your life is so filled with blossoms that even strangers passing by are nourished by the fragrance of your words. Now, to use this method fully, we must understand the anatomy of a powerful declaration. The words you speak are not random vibrations, they are instruments of power. Coded formulas that either open or close the gates of your destiny. Just as a master alchemist selects each element with precision to create gold, so must you choose your words with reverence to create life. The anatomy of a declaration is not casual speech, it is a sacred formula, a recipe that awakens divine law. The first element is identity. Every declaration begins with I am. These 2 words are the key to the silent gate of destiny. When you speak I am, you are invoking the eternal self, the soul that never dies, the essence that was before time began. To say I am is to align your mortal voice with the eternal name of God. Whatever follows these words becomes the seed that drops into the fertile soil of the subconscious. This is why careless speech binds people to cycles of lack and limitation. The universe does not argue with your I am, it simply multiplies it. The second element is presence. A declaration must be spoken in the now, not I will be, not someday, not after things improve. The law responds only to immediacy. I am healed now. I walk in abundance now. I am guided now. Time bends to the present word. Future tense leaves the harvest, always out of reach, like a horizon that retreats as you walk toward it. The power lies in claiming your inheritance now. The third element is harmony language. Struggle-filled words carry jagged edges. They slice into the soil of the subconscious and leave wounds instead of roots. But words of flow, grace, and alignment invite the divine orchestra to play in your favor. When you say, I move with ease, the soul breathes. When you affirm, my steps are ordered in grace, the law arranges pathways smoother than stone polished by a river. Harmony language is the oil that turns declarations from friction into flow. The fourth element is comprehensiveness. A declaration must be whole, covering the span of your being, mind, body, spirit, relationships, purpose, and provision. If you affirm abundance for money but carry sickness in your body, the soul feels divided. If you claim love but believe in struggle, the harmony collapses. A powerful declaration embraces the fullness of life because divine law does not separate one area from another. True prosperity is complete. The fifth element is grace. Struggle has no place in the language of power. A declaration anchored in strain blocks its own harvest. Grace is the golden thread that weaves struggle into strength without effort. When you affirm, I receive with ease, you dismantle the belief that life must be hard. Grace turns heavy burdens into light pathways. Grace transforms resistance into flow. Grace allows the harvest to ripen without force. Now imagine these elements as luminous ingredients in the hands of a spiritual alchemist. Identity, presence, harmony, wholeness, and grace, each glowing, each vibrating with divine frequency. When they are combined, the words you speak become more than sound, they become command. They activate divine law with the authority of truth. Let us take this sacred formula and give it voice. Breathe gently, and with reverence, declare, I am in perfect harmony with divine abundance now. Let it echo within you. See it as light entering the soil of your subconscious, glowing seeds planted in every corner of your being. Feel the words not only in your mouth but in your bones, in your heartbeat, in the rhythm of your breath. This is how law is activated, not by volume, not by repetition alone, but by words crafted in the sacred anatomy of power. Pause, and notice how your body responds. The mind quiets, the heart steadies, the soul remembers its original song. This is no longer an affirmation to wish for change. It is a declaration that commands change. The subconscious, ever obedient, takes it as instruction. Divine law, ever faithful, sets it in motion. You now understand the sacred architecture of speech. Identity to anchor you, presence to root you in now, harmony to carry you, comprehensiveness to complete you, grace to lighten you. Together, they form the divine recipe that no circumstance can resist. And with this foundation, we are ready to step deeper. For the next revelation is not just about understanding the elements of power. It is about experiencing the declaration itself, the living word that transforms lives. Now, let's experience the sacred declaration that transforms lives. There comes a moment when the words on your lips are no longer casual sound. They become keys, keys that unlock gates of unseen abundance, keys that call forth currents of divine order into your life. This is that moment. The sacred declaration is not just a phrase, it is a living current of power that reshapes the very architecture of your reality. The declaration is this: I am aligned with divine abundance. Every hour, miracles flow to me now in perfect grace and order. Let us enter its depth together. The first words, I am aligned. Anchor your identity into divine truth. Alignment is not effort. It is not strain. Alignment is the tuning of your soul to the frequency that already exists. Just as a violin string vibrates when it matches the pitch of another, your being vibrates in harmony with the source of all wealth when you say, I am aligned. These words remind you that you do not need to create abundance from scratch. You only need to allow yourself to rest in the position where it can reach you. Next comes with divine abundance. This is no ordinary prosperity. It is not confined to money, possessions, or fleeting status. Divine abundance is the overflowing river of good that streams from the infinite into every channel of life. It is health, joy, ideas, relationships, opportunities. When you speak this, you are not begging for scraps. You are declaring union with an infinite fountain that cannot run dry. You are reminding yourself that you were never meant to struggle, for supply has already been assigned to you. Then we move to the living rhythm. Every hour, miracles flow to me now. Why every hour? Because truth is not meant to be locked in morning prayer and forgotten by noon. The law of the Spirit is hourly, moment by moment, pulse by pulse. By affirming every hour, you weave miracle consciousness into the fabric of your daily life. Each hour becomes a doorway, each tick of the clock a reminder that the divine is still pouring into you, still arranging, still unfolding. The word miracles here does not point only to extraordinary spectacles. It points to the invisible shifts, the subtle alignments, the unexpected blessings that gather when you live in spiritual rhythm. Notice the present tense. Flow to me now, not tomorrow, not one day, not after long delay. The law answers to the present. The subconscious responds to the present. Spirit is ever present when you speak now. You claim your seat at the banquet table already prepared. You stop postponing your good. You allow the current to touch you here, in this breath, in this moment. Finally, hear the closing phrase. In perfect grace and order, these words remove the thorn of struggle. They keep you from chasing, forcing, or bending life into unnatural shapes. Grace means ease, beauty, gentleness. Order means timing, sequence, divine arrangement. When you add this seal to your declaration, you are saying, let it come without chaos. Let it come without resistance. Let it arrive by pathways of peace. You are trusting that the infinite knows the choreography better than you do. This declaration is not a line of poetry. It is a spiritual formula. Each phrase is an ingredient in a sacred recipe. Identity, alignment, abundance, miracles, now, grace, order. Together they form a vibration so complete that it leaves no gap for fear, no space for lack. It is the alchemy of speech, a golden mixture that summons divine law into action. I invite you now to do more than hear it. Speak it aloud with your whole being. Whisper it softly as if telling a secret to your soul. Write it on paper, and let your hand etch it into the memory of your body. Feel how the atmosphere shifts when these words leave your lips. Notice how peace steadies your chest, how hope stirs like a rising dawn, how your heart begins to believe what your spirit already knows. Let this be your hourly practice. When the clock moves, let the declaration move with it. When the sun climbs, speak it. When the afternoon feels heavy, whisper it. When the night falls, silent, write it once more. In this way, you do not merely say words, you create a rhythm. You turn your day into a divine orchestra. Each hour, another note in the melody of abundance. And remember this, the law of the tongue is not about volume, it is about vibration. You can shout and still have no power if your heart resists. You can whisper and move mountains if your soul agrees. The strength of this declaration lies in your inner consent. Your willingness to believe that abundance is not a future promise, it is a present reality. So let this be your sacred companion. I am aligned with divine abundance. Every hour, miracles flow to me now in perfect grace and order. Take it in as breath, release it as prayer. Carry it as a torch in every hour of the day. Now let us move into the next step, how to weave this declaration seamlessly into your daily life, until every moment becomes a living testimony of the law fulfilled. Every great transformation begins not in one grand gesture, but in small, faithful steps, repeated with devotion. What we are speaking of now is not just a practice, but a consecration of time itself. Each hour becomes an altar. Each moment becomes a doorway back to God's perfect order. The declaration you received is alive, but it becomes powerful when woven into the fabric of your days. If you speak it once and forget, it lingers like an unsung note. But when you return to it each hour, it gathers force, like a river fed by endless streams, until it overflows and reshapes the landscape of your life. So how do we make every hour holy? Begin simply. Set gentle reminders on your phone. Not as commands, but as invitations. When the chime rings, let it be the temple bell calling you back to spirit. Do not rush, do not force. Whisper softly, every hour, I return to divine order. Feel the words sink past your mind and into your soul. In the morning, as sunlight pierces the horizon, let the first declaration rise with it. Before you check the world's noise, let your spirit speak first. Place your hand over your heart and say, I am aligned with divine abundance. Every hour, miracles flow to me now in perfect grace and order. Breathe slowly. Imagine golden light filling your chest, spilling into your bloodstream, moving through every cell. The morning hour sets the compass for your entire day. By afternoon, when the demands of life press heavy and your energy feels scattered, pause again. This is the moment when the law of non-resistance becomes your ally. Instead of pushing harder, instead of letting tension rule, step into surrender. Whisper the affirmation, as though releasing the strain. Every hour, I return to divine order. See yourself stepping back into flow, like a leaf carried effortlessly by a gentle stream. The more you return to this rhythm, the less chaos will have power over you. And in the evening, as the sun falls and the world quiets, speak it once more. Let it be your benediction, a final bow to the day. Write in your journal what shifted, however small. Did a worry dissolve? Did unexpected peace arrive? Did a door open you had not even knocked on? These notes are not just memories, they are evidence of divine order unfolding. In time, your journal will read like a chronicle of miracles, a testimony of your alignment with spirit. Each hour becomes a thread, woven together. They form a fabric of harmony, a sacred rhythm that moves your life from disorder into divine music. Florence Scovel Shinn often taught that words are not empty, they are living seeds. When planted hourly, tended faithfully, they cannot help but bear fruit. See every reminder, every spoken word, every pause as a bell ringing in your soul. The bells do not interrupt life, they sanctify it. They remind you that God is not far, nor delayed. Divine order is not waiting for tomorrow. It breathes here, now, in this very hour. And yes, there will be moments when you forget. Hours that pass without the declaration. Do not condemn yourself. The law of non-resistance whispers release resistance even to your own imperfection. Simply return at the next bell. Grace does not keep score. Grace only welcomes you home. In time, this practice will not feel like effort, but like music, like your own soul humming back to itself. It becomes less about discipline and more about rhythm, less about remembering and more about living. You will not have to force the words. They will rise from within, like a sacred tide that never recedes. So let us seal this moment together. Whisper, now, with your heart lifted. Every hour, I return to divine order. Speak it with reverence, as though the universe bends to listen, because it does. Every utterance is a command to unseen forces. Every repetition tunes you closer to the divine orchestra. And soon, this practice will no longer be something you do, it will be who you are. A being, moving in rhythm with divine timing, guided by the soul's compass, sheltered by the silent gate of destiny. Now let us move deeper. Soon, this practice will feel less like effort and more like sacred rhythm. There comes a moment on every divine journey when what once felt like discipline dissolves into delight. In the beginning, you may set alarms, write reminders, and catch yourself mid-thought, almost forcing the tongue to speak new words of power. At first, it feels like work. You may wonder if you are doing it right. You may even question if anything is happening at all. Yet this stage is holy. It is the soil of planting, the training ground of your soul. But then, without fanfare, without warning, the shift begins. The words that once required effort now rise like breath itself. No longer are you dragging your mind toward truth. Truth begins to carry you. It is the quiet miracle of spiritual law at work. Florence Scovel Shinn called it the natural consequence of divine alignment. Repetition engraves the soul until faith becomes instinct. Think of a child learning to ride a bicycle. At first, there are training wheels, wobbles, and the fear of falling. But with each attempt, balance strengthens. One day, without thinking, the child is riding freely. Wind rushing across their face, laughter spilling from their spirit. That is what happens to you. At first, you lean on reminders, on deliberate effort, on conscious redirection. Then, suddenly, you are gliding in the flow of divine alignment. And it feels like the most natural thing in the world. The inner signs begin to whisper before they roar. You notice peace, replacing panic in moments that once triggered fear. You sense a quiet trust guiding you through decisions where before there was only confusion. You begin to see synchronicities, small confirmations that heaven is arranging the details for you. Someone calls at the exact time you were thinking of them. An opportunity arrives the moment you surrender worry. A door opens without your struggle to push. These are not accidents. They are the harmonies of the divine orchestra. Proof that you have entered the rhythm of flow. This is the law of substitution alive in you. What once was worry is substituted with peace. What once was effort is substituted with grace. What once was the struggle of the old self is replaced by the effortless ease of the new. The subconscious, once filled with weeds of doubt, is now fertile ground where only faith can bloom. Psychologists would say repetition rewires the brain. Metaphysicians would say repetition rewires the soul. Both are true, for the mind and spirit are not separate. Each time you chose new words, you inscribed a new identity. Each time you rejected the old dialogue, you broke another chain. Slowly, invisibly, your inner compass shifted, and now, the path of least resistance is no longer despair, it is faith. Can you feel it? That subtle yet undeniable current carrying you. You are no longer trying to believe. You are belief itself. You are no longer reaching for peace. You are peace embodied. It is the law of non-resistance taking form within you. You do not have to fight. You do not have to wrestle. You are carried by a river that knows where to flow. And so, the practice that began as discipline matures into sacred rhythm. Every word of truth is now as natural as breath. Every declaration is less a command, and more, a remembrance of who you already are. You do not force your mind to return to divine order. Divine order is the atmosphere you breathe here. The affirmation becomes your reality. Divine alignment flows through me without effort. Say it softly, say it boldly, say it until the saying becomes unnecessary, for the very air around you repeats it on your behalf. When you reach this stage, even your silence becomes prayer. Your presence itself becomes a declaration. People will feel something different when they are near you. They will not know why, but they will sense the current of peace you carry. The flow that once served only you now begins to serve others. This is the miracle of spiritual transformation. It does not end in the private chambers of your heart. It radiates outward, touching every life you meet, every room you enter, every word you speak. It becomes a silent ministry of alignment, a ripple of heaven moving through the world. And this transformation does not end with you alone. It radiates outward. There comes a moment on this journey when your practice can no longer remain only about you. You begin to realize that the words you speak are not confined within the walls of your own life. They travel, they move, they extend like light breaking through the horizon. What once felt like a private discipline becomes a radiant ministry. And suddenly, you see that every word you release has the power to shift not only your inner world, but the atmosphere around you. Imagine your words as a lighthouse standing tall against the storm. Ships you may never see are guided by its steady beam. Sailors lost in the night are rescued not because they called for you, but because you stood, anchored, shining, unwavering. That is what happens when your speech becomes aligned with divine law. You radiate stability in a world filled with waves of fear. You offer clarity to those still wandering in the fog of confusion. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that the tongue holds life and death. And when you choose life, when you choose blessing, you are not just altering your own script, you are rewriting the atmosphere of every room you enter. Notice how a kind word spoken in tension can dissolve conflict, how a gentle phrase of encouragement can lift a weary heart, how a declaration of peace can calm the air in a house heavy with unspoken resentments. This is the spiritual law of overflow. What you cultivate in the silence of your soul pours outward, whether you intend it or not. At first, you may only notice the change in yourself. A calmer breath, a lighter heart, a stronger faith. But soon, you see how those closest to you begin to shift. A child who once mirrored your worry begins to mirror your calm. A partner who once echoed your frustration begins to echo your peace. Even the walls of your home begin to hold a different vibration. And what was once simply your private devotion becomes a gift carried by invisible ripples into the lives of others. The law of non-resistance shows its beauty here. You do not force anyone to change. You do not try to control outcomes. Instead, you allow divine harmony to stream through you like water flowing into a thirsty garden, and in that flow, transformation blossoms naturally. People around you may not even know why they feel safer, stronger, or lighter in your presence, but it is because your words have become a healing current, and your life has become a silent sermon. This is why the practice of elevated speech is never selfish. Yes, it transforms your finances, your health, your opportunities, but beyond all of that, it transforms the collective field you live in. It contributes to the healing of humanity. Each declaration of truth you speak becomes a thread in the fabric of the world's renewal. Each affirmation of light becomes an unseen torch passed into another's darkness. Pause for a moment and see yourself as that lighthouse. You do not shout across the waters. You do not strain to be heard. You simply shine. Your words carry light because they are born of light, and anyone within reach, whether a loved one in your home, a colleague at your workplace, or even a stranger passing you in silence, receives a measure of your radiance. There is a sacred responsibility here, for when you understand the magnitude of your words, you realize you are never speaking only for yourself. Every sentence you form is a seed cast into the garden of humanity. Will you plant seeds of despair or seeds of destiny? Will you echo the world's fear, or will you declare heaven's order? This is the crossroads of power, and the moment you choose to align your speech with love, peace, and truth, you become an instrument in the divine orchestra of collective healing. Let us weave this into a living affirmation. My words radiate light and heal the world. Speak it gently, speak it boldly, speak it with the knowing that you are not asking for this to be true. You are declaring what is already written into the laws of spirit. My words radiate light and heal the world. Say it until it becomes your identity. Say it until silence itself bends to the harmony of your voice. When challenges rise around you, you will see how powerful this practice has become. Where others argue, you will answer with calm. Where others curse the darkness, you will light a candle. Where others are swept into panic, you will hold steady as the lighthouse, shining because shining is who you now are. And as your words rise into alignment, you will notice the synchronicities, doors opening where none seemed to exist, hearts softening where walls once stood, opportunities finding you as if carried on divine wind. These are not accidents. They are the natural overflow of a life tuned to the frequency of heaven's order. Your speech is no longer just about creating wealth or manifesting desires. It is about joining in the grand work of restoration, where every word becomes a healing balm, every sentence a note of harmony in the great chorus of life. And when you begin to live this way, you discover a joy deeper than personal success. You touch the joy of service, the joy of knowing that your very presence is medicine to the world. So stand tall, beloved soul, let your words shine across the waters of this world, let them carry light into unseen corners, let them heal wounds you may never witness. For this is the sacred work you were born for, not only to receive blessings, but to become the overflow of blessings for all. And this transformation does not end with you alone, it radiates outward. Every moment of your life is a page in the book of destiny, and with every word you speak, you are writing lines that echo across eternity. Florence Scovel Shinn declared that the tongue is the rudder of the ship. Wherever you turn it, there your life will sail. Today, you have seen how words are not mere sounds, but living seeds of creation. Now we arrive at the sacred close of this journey, where teaching becomes covenant, and covenant becomes life. Hear this truth. Every hour is holy ground. Every breath is an altar. Every word is a decree that heaven hears and responds to. Your speech is not casual. It is the instrument of divine law, tuning your reality like a great orchestra. If you speak of lack, you conduct a symphony of scarcity. If you speak of love, abundance, and wholeness, you summon the music of miracles. From this moment, you cannot afford to treat your words lightly. They are treasures, commands, and keys to the invisible vault of heaven. The law of substitution tells us that no two thoughts can occupy the mind at once. You cannot hold fear and faith together. You cannot carry despair and blessing in the same breath. So when darkness tempts you, substitute it at once. Let your lips declare, I am aligned with divine abundance. Every hour, miracles flow to me now, in perfect grace and order. In that instant, you move from bondage to freedom, from the valley to the mountaintop. Beloved soul, this is your covenant. Say it aloud with conviction. From this hour forward, I speak only blessing. I command only life. I decree only abundance, not because my will is strong, but because my spirit is surrendered to divine law. Every hour I choose again. Every hour I set the compass of my destiny by the words that pass my lips. And every hour, heaven responds. Think of your day as a golden clock. At each strike of the hour, you are given the chance to realign. The world may distract you. Challenges may arise. Shadows may whisper doubt, but the hour bell rings like a sacred call, and you return to your covenant. You return to your vow. You return to your power. Say it then, clearly, calmly, unshakably. I am aligned with divine abundance. Every hour, miracles flow to me now, in perfect grace and order. Let us make this practical. Set a reminder on your phone, not as a burden, but as a sacred chime. When it rings, stop, breathe, speak your covenant. Visualize golden light pouring through your words, spilling across your body, your home, your work, your relationships. See that light extending outward like a sunrise, touching every horizon. Your children feel it. Your family feels it. The atmosphere in your home shifts. Even strangers who cross your path sense the peace that surrounds you. This is no small ritual. It is the hourly renewal of your partnership with Spirit. The law of non-resistance assures us that what we bless blesses us back. When you resist, you bind yourself. When you bless, you release heaven's river. That is why your covenant is not only for yourself but for the world. As you speak blessing, you become a lighthouse in the storm. You heal the unseen wounds of others simply by carrying the vibration of divine speech. Here is your sacred challenge. For 7 days, walk this covenant, from morning until night. At the turn of every hour, affirm it with your whole being. Say it while standing, say it while working, say it while resting. Say it until it becomes the natural song of your soul. Watch how the universe rearranges itself to honor your decree. Opportunities appear, burdens lift, peace flows, love finds you, and abundance, in forms you never imagined, begins to enter by divine right. Now, I ask you to anchor this covenant publicly. Comment below these words. I choose my words as divine commands. Let the act of writing it be your first outward step into this sacred agreement. And tell me, which part of this journey touched your soul most deeply? Your words will inspire others. Your declaration will ripple like light across this community. As we close, I bless you now. I bless you with peace that cannot be shaken. I bless you with abundance that cannot be denied. I bless you with grace that carries you through every valley into every promised land. From this hour forward, may your tongue be the pen of destiny, writing miracles into your life. From this hour forward, may your lips be fountains of healing, joy, and prosperity. From this hour forward, may you know, in the deepest marrow of your being, that words create worlds, and your world is made new. Repeat it one last time, aloud and unshakable. I am aligned with divine abundance. Every hour, miracles flow to me now in perfect grace and order, and now, the covenant is sealed. The way you begin your morning decides the invisible law that governs your entire day, not just the outer actions, not just the schedule you keep, but the unseen vibrations you release in those first waking moments. The morning is not ordinary. It is the sacred gate of your destiny, a gate that only you can open. And how you open it determines whether the day serves you or resists you. Most people do not know this truth. They stumble into the morning with their minds crowded by yesterday's worries and tomorrow's fears. They reach for their phone before they reach for their soul. And in that distracted moment, they surrender the key of the morning to confusion. But the chosen ones, those who understand divine law, command the morning. They rise with awareness, and the day obeys. They do not wait for fortune to smile on them. They set the tone, they cast the mold, they decide with sacred authority what this day shall become. Florence Scovel Shinn taught, every word you speak in the morning sets the mold of your day. This is no poetic exaggeration, it is law. Words spoken at dawn are like seeds planted in the most fertile soil of your subconscious. They either bloom into wealth, power, and divine favor, or they wither into lack, weakness, and missed opportunities. The morning is not just a time of day. It is the divine orchestra tuning before the great performance of your life. If you enter that orchestra with harmony, your entire day sings in resonance. If you enter with discord, the music of your hours stumbles and breaks. Ask yourself this now. Do you want wealth to follow you? Do you want power to walk beside you? Do you want divine favor to go before you, opening doors no man can shut? If your soul whispers yes, then understand this: your mornings cannot be left to chance. They must be commanded, they must be spoken into existence. They must be treated as the silent gate where destiny waits for your decision. Picture this with me at dawn. There is a gate. It is invisible to the eye but radiant to the spirit. One side leads to fear, the other to faith. One side to confusion, the other to clarity. One side to delay, the other to divine timing. Which side opens depends not on luck, but on the first words that leave your lips. When you wake and declare, this day is divinely guided, my steps are ordered, and prosperity flows toward me, the gate of favor swings wide. When you rise and say nothing, or worse, complain of what is missing, you leave the gate unguarded, and the enemy of your soul, doubt, fear, distraction, walks in freely. Subscribe to this channel for daily teachings that awaken your soul, strengthen your faith, and align your life with divine law. This is why the awakening call is so urgent. It is not just about discipline, it is about spiritual authority. It is about realizing that the morning is the most powerful courtroom of heaven. What you decree there becomes law for your day. If you have been rising carelessly, do not condemn yourself. Condemnation is not the law. Awareness is, and now you are aware. Now you know that your morning is the compass of your soul, the sacred architect of your destiny. The question is not whether this law works, the question is whether you will use it. For the law works in silence whether you acknowledge it or not, but only those who speak with intention can shape it toward favor. So I ask you again, do you want wealth, power, and divine favor to follow you? Then your morning laws must be spoken into existence, not once, not occasionally, but daily, as faithfully as the sun rises. Before we go deeper, I invite you subscribe to this channel. If you are ready for daily teachings that rewire your mornings and awaken your destiny, do not miss the divine contracts waiting to be signed with the first breath of every dawn. Now, let us step into the first law commanding the morning with the power of words in the book of Job. It is written, Thou shalt also decree a thing, and it shall be established unto thee, and the light shall shine upon thy ways. The morning is not just a time of day, it is the silent gate of destiny. It is the moment when heaven listens most closely, when the subconscious mind, like fresh soil, waits for the seed of command. And yet, how many rise from their beds, speaking words of defeat, planting weeds before the sun even lifts its face? Florence Scovel Shinn taught that your words are your wand. What you decree in the freshness of morning is the law your subconscious will obey. The inner self does not argue, it does not question. It simply takes what you say and writes it into the scroll of your day. If your first words are complaints, lack, or dread, then you have handed your kingdom over to shadows before the light has even arrived. Imagine with me for a moment. Picture a king rising in his palace chambers. The sun peers through golden curtains, yet instead of declaring strength, he whispers weakness. Instead of commanding his armies, he says, I am tired, I cannot win, nothing will work for me. Would his kingdom march at his command? Would his guards stand ready? Or would chaos rule in the absence of authority? That is what happens each time you begin your day with careless words. Your world is your kingdom, and it waits for your decree. The law of the spoken word does not slumber. It responds at once. The moment you open your mouth, the universe bends to record your command. This is why Florence insisted that the morning must be guarded, for the first words are the keys that unlock or lock the doors of divine favor. Many live in cycles of struggle because their lips betray them before their feet touch the ground. They say, "This will be another hard day." They sigh, "Nothing ever works out for me." They mutter, "I am so unlucky." And the law answers, "As you decree, so it is." The subconscious does not know sarcasm. It does not understand half-truth. It takes your words as covenant, as binding order. But here lies the beauty. Just as a careless decree can summon defeat, a sacred decree can summon victory. If your words can chain you, your words can also free you. You hold in your mouth the scepter of a king. With it, you command wealth. You summon power. You invite divine favor to walk beside you. So, let us shift the tongue. Let us command the morning with truth. Stand at the threshold of your day, and speak not as a beggar but as a ruler. Declare, "This is the day God has made for my success. Every word I speak builds my wealth, power, and divine favor. The doors of abundance are open before me, and nothing can shut them." Feel those words vibrate within you. Do not recite them like empty phrases. Speak them as law, as if heaven itself must rise to obey, because it does. Close your eyes now and imagine the sunrise. See it breaking across a golden city. Each ray of light is divine law, awakening with your decree. With every word you speak, streets are built, gates are opened, fountains of favor begin to flow. You are not simply speaking to yourself. You are writing into the architecture of your destiny. And when doubt whispers, "What if nothing changes?" remember this: nothing can resist a consistent decree. Even the hardest stone yields to water that never stops flowing. Speak your law daily. Command your morning without hesitation. Over time, the invisible will become visible, for the spoken word always seeks flesh. Here is a practice for you. Each morning, before you rise from bed, place your hand on your heart and say 3 times, "I command this day to serve my highest good. I walk in wealth, in power, and in divine favor." Then rise as though your decree has already gone ahead of you, preparing the way. You may feel resistance. Old habits will tempt you to complain, to sigh, to curse the day before it begins. But remember the law of non-resistance. Do not fight the thought, simply replace it. Speak again, replace the shadow with a decree of light. The law of substitution is always available. If fear says, "You cannot," answer immediately, "I already have." If lack whispers, "There is not enough," declare, "I walk in the overflow of God's supply." This is how you seize the scepter of your morning. This is how you rise, not as a servant to circumstance but as the sovereign of your destiny. Every great transformation begins here, with the tongue. For as Florence said, "Your word is your wand," and so I tell you, do not let another dawn pass in silence or in careless speech. Command your morning with the power of words, and the law will bow to your decree. Once you have mastered the first law, you are ready to receive the second. For it is not enough to command the morning with words, you must also master the law that governs your inner atmosphere. The second law, aligning with divine timing. The morning holds more than light. It holds the rhythm of eternity. There is a scripture that whispers through every sunrise, "To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under heaven." And yet, how many wake in chaos? The alarm shatters their peace. Thoughts scatter, the body rushes, the soul lags behind. They step into the day already feeling late, already chasing, already behind an invisible schedule they cannot see, and in that frenzy, they miss the appointments heaven wrote into their path. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that what belongs to you cannot be withheld, and it will arrive in perfect timing without force, without strain. But timing is not just an outer event, it is an inner alignment. The universe moves like a divine clock, precise and flawless, when you awaken in harmony with its rhythm. You arrive at your blessings with ease, but if you start the morning in disorder, you miss the train that was meant to carry you into destiny. Pause and imagine the universe as a great station. Trains depart not by human rush, but by eternal order. Some run toward opportunities, toward love, toward wealth, toward healing. Each train departs exactly when it should. If you come anxious and frantic, You may step onto the wrong track, or arrive just after your blessing has gone. But if you rise with awareness, breathe with presence, and walk with trust, the exact train of your purpose waits with open doors. This is the law of divine timing. It is not about moving faster. It is about moving when called. It is not about grasping. It is about receiving. Many of you have lived the struggle of forcing open doors. You pushed, you pleaded, you fought against delays, and the more you strained, the heavier the resistance grew. Your spirit knew it was not the moment, but fear told you to run ahead, and in that rushing, energy drained, peace vanished, and opportunities slipped away like water through tightened fists. But listen to the whisper of release. What is yours cannot be stolen, cannot be delayed, cannot be denied. The soul that trusts divine order never fears being left behind. Your good is never late. Your blessing does not miss its address. It arrives on divine schedule, and when it comes, it is effortless. So how do you align with this invisible clock? Begin in stillness. Before the noise of the world enters, sit in silence as if seated before the throne of heaven. Close your eyes and breathe. Inhale deeply, exhale slowly, letting the weight of hurry fall away. With every breath, imagine your heartbeat syncing with the heartbeat of creation itself. Now affirm, I am on divine schedule. Every step I take today is perfectly ordered. I cannot be late, for I move with eternity. I cannot be early, for I walk in holy rhythm. I arrive exactly where I belong, exactly when I am meant to be. Let these words imprint upon your subconscious. The mind listens most deeply in the morning, when it is still soft like clay. What you decree then becomes the structure of your day. When you declare divine alignment, you invite every meeting, every chance, every encounter to unfold in perfect harmony. Consider the story of a woman who once rushed into every opportunity. She chased jobs, relationships, ideas, always afraid that if she did not grab quickly, they would vanish. But she was met again and again with disappointment, closed doors, and exhaustion. One day, she chose to do differently. Instead of leaping into frenzy, she sat quietly each morning, affirming, I am on divine schedule. She let go of panic. She trusted the timing she could not see, and then it happened. A job she thought she had lost came back months later, this time better than before. A friendship she thought had ended returned with deeper love. Opportunities began to appear, not through her chasing, but through her alignment. She learned that doors do not open by force, they swing wide through trust. This is your invitation. Stop measuring your life by the clock on your wall. That is human time, linear and limited. Instead, awaken to divine time, eternal and precise. There, nothing is wasted, nothing is delayed, nothing is lost. When the morning begins with inner order, the day flows like a river returning to the sea. You find yourself in the right place, meeting the right people, hearing the right words, not because you ran, but because you aligned, not because you fought, but because you flowed. Today, I invite you to rise with calm authority. Instead of leaping from bed into noise, step gently into the silence of your spirit. Say aloud, my life unfolds in perfect order. My day is synchronized with divine rhythm. My blessings are never late. They meet me at the exact hour chosen by God. Let this prayer anchor you. Let it dissolve fear of delay. Let it break the chains of hurry, for in divine timing, there is no rush, no scarcity, no missed chance. There is only perfect arrival. And once you are aligned with time, once you have surrendered the frantic chase, the soul is ready for its next law, the law that cleanses the heart, making room for blessings yet unseen. The third law, the cleansing of inner resistance. The morning is not only the rising of the sun, it is the rising of the soul. Yet how many awaken heavy, carrying yesterday's stones into today's dawn. The mind begins to race, rehearsing resentments, replaying regrets, and resisting what is. It is like stepping into the river of life with your arms full of rocks, wondering why you cannot move forward. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that resistance is the great dam that blocks the flow of divine supply. She said, do not fight the situation, bless it and release it, for when you resist, you cling to the very chains you wish to be free from. Resistance is the silent thief of peace. It binds the imagination to the past, it poisons the spirit with what-ifs, and it delays the miracles that are already prepared for you. Picture a river at dawn. The water longs to surge, to carry life forward, to reach the vast ocean of prosperity, waiting beyond. But if the river is clogged with branches and debris, it cannot flow, it stagnates. This is the soul burdened with resistance, clogged with unforgiveness, weighed down by bitterness, tangled in the weeds of fear. Until the river is cleared, no abundance can move through it. This is why the morning is sacred. It is the perfect hour for cleansing. Just as the earth is washed fresh with dew, so must the heart be washed of yesterday's dust. To awaken and immediately enter the day with anger or anxiety is to shut the gate of favor before it even opens. But to release, to surrender, to bless and let go, is to unfasten the locks and invite the current of divine favor to carry you. Take a deep breath now. Feel the weight of yesterday on your shoulders. Notice the memories, the disappointments, the worries about what did not happen. See how they tighten your chest, how they steal your energy before the day has even begun. And now, imagine placing each one into the hands of God. Imagine saying softly but with authority, I release yesterday, I forgive, I am free, I flow in divine favor. This is not just a phrase, it is a key, spoken with faith. It loosens the grip of resistance. It shifts the inner current. It tells the subconscious mind, I will not war with life, I will flow with it. And when you stop fighting, life stops fighting you. There is a sacred paradox in the law of non-resistance. What you release no longer controls you. What you bless loses its power to harm. The moment you stop wrestling with a problem, the problem dissolves into its solution. The universe, like a divine orchestra, does not play in discord. Harmony is its nature. To resist is to insist on your own discord. To release is to rejoin the music. Consider this. A woman once came to Florence filled with resentment. She had been wronged in business and felt justified in her bitterness. Yet her own affairs had come to a standstill. Money was not flowing. Opportunities were blocked. Florence told her, you must bless that situation and release it. Do not resist. At first, the woman protested. Why should she bless what had harmed her? But finally, she surrendered. She spoke words of release each morning, forgiving and blessing even what had wounded her. Within weeks, her business was restored and new prosperity poured in. The very moment she stopped clinging to resentment, life could flow again. Your morning is your chance to do the same. Before you step into the world, step into release. Find a quiet place, close your eyes, and breathe deeply. Picture a river flowing before you. See every worry, every fear, every grudge as stones in that river. One by one, release them. Watch them dissolve into the current. See the water rush free, unblocked, glistening as the sun rises upon it. Whisper within, I released yesterday, I forgive, I am free, I flow in divine favor. Notice how light you feel when you do this. The chest softens, the breath deepens, the mind clears. This is not weakness, it is strength. To forgive is to unchain yourself. To bless is to rise above the weight of the world. To release is to trust that God's law is already working for your good. Do not mistake resistance for power. The world often teaches that to fight is strength, but true strength is surrender. True power is peace. It is the soul aligned with divine law, refusing to be dragged into the mud of resentment. Non-resistance is not passivity, it is mastery. It is standing in the stream of life and saying, I will not block the current, I will flow with it, and it will carry me exactly where I need to be. And so, when you feel the weight of regret in the morning, bless it. When yesterday's arguments echo in your mind, release them. When worry about tomorrow grips you, loosen your hands. You do not need to hold, you only need to flow. This is the third law, the cleansing of inner resistance. It is the dawn river of the soul. It is the whisper that says, let go, for you are already carried. And when you practice this each morning, you will find that what once felt blocked will begin to move. Doors open, solutions appear, peace returns, and prosperity, which had been waiting like the ocean beyond the river, rushes in to meet you. Now, with a free heart and a cleansed spirit, you are ready to unlock the law of gratitude. The fourth law, gratitude as magnetic force. There is a secret most overlooked at dawn. Instead of rising with joy, the heart often greets the day with sighs of complaint. The mind begins to compare, to measure lack against another's abundance. Two-way burdens heavier than blessings. This is how many souls step into the morning carrying a silent poverty of thought before they have even touched their work, their prayer, or their purpose. Florence Scovel Shinn revealed a divine key. She said that gratitude is the law that multiplies. What you bless expands, what you give thanks for increases. To resist life is to shrink it, but to praise it is to command it into bloom. Gratitude is the magnet of heaven, hidden in the tongue of man. It calls to itself all that resonates with thanksgiving. Imagine your soul as a mirror. When it is clouded with resentment or comparison, it reflects only distortion. But gratitude is like polishing that mirror with sacred light until it shines clear enough to catch heaven's reflection. In that polished clarity, you no longer see what is missing, you see the radiant stream of what is already flowing to you, waiting for your recognition. This is not mere positive thinking, it is metaphysical law. What you thank God for, you tie to yourself with cords of gold. Each word of gratitude is a link in a chain pulling blessings from the invisible into the visible. So I invite you now, before this very day unfolds further, to breathe and begin a practice of magnetic power. Whisper these words: I thank God for this breath. I thank God for this day. I thank God for this path already prepared. Speak them aloud 3 times, slowly, with reverence. The number 3 echoes, divine completion, the trinity of faith, word, and manifestation. Each repetition deepens the imprint, carving thankfulness into the walls of your subconscious where all creation begins. Do you feel it? Gratitude is not a mental checklist, it is a vibration. The more you let it fill your chest, the more it rises like incense. It changes the way your body moves, the way your voice carries, the way doors open, the world bends toward a grateful soul, because gratitude makes you magnetic to all that matches its song. Let me tell you a story. A man once came to Florence in despair. His finances were collapsing, his home was threatened, and he could not see a way forward. His tongue was filled with lament. She gave him a simple instruction: begin each morning with thanksgiving. Do not speak of debt, do not rehearse lack. Instead, thank God for every provision already seen and every hidden blessing already moving toward you. Reluctantly, he obeyed. At first, it felt hollow. He thanked God for bread, though he wanted a feast, for a single opportunity, though he desired many, yet he stayed with it, polishing his mirror each day. Within weeks, contracts appeared, debts dissolved, and what once seemed impossible came rushing toward him. His gratitude had altered his magnetic field. He did not pull wealth through force, he drew it through resonance. He did not wrestle life into submission, he blessed it into multiplication. And this is the divine irony. Many strive for power, for wealth, for recognition, yet overlook the key that unlocks them all. Gratitude is not passive, it is the most active force you can engage. Complaints close doors, but gratitude swings them wide. Comparison starves the soul, but gratitude nourishes it until it overflows. So here is your practice. Each morning, before the world distracts you, write a list of 3 living gratitudes. Speak them aloud as declarations. I thank God for this breath that sustains me. I thank God for this day that carries new mercies. I thank God for this path already cleared of obstacles. Let your voice ring with sincerity. Feel your cells align with your words. See in your mind the mirror of your soul shining brighter with each line. And when difficulty comes, and it will, do not meet it with resistance, meet it with gratitude. Thank God that even this challenge carries a gift unseen. Thank God that even what feels heavy is preparing a strength within you. Gratitude does not deny reality, it transforms it. Florence said, bless your enemy, and you rob him of his ammunition. The same is true of circumstances. Bless them, and they lose their power to bind you. A grateful spirit cannot be held captive, because its chains dissolve in praise. Now pause and feel into this moment. You may have begun this section with a heart heavy from comparison or worry, but can you feel how lighter you are now? That is the shift of law. Gratitude lifts the veil of scarcity and reveals the banquet already laid before you. The divine orchestra of your life is tuning its instruments to the key you set with your words. Complaints strike a discord. Gratitude strikes harmony. When your tone is thankful, the universe rushes to play along. Gratitude attracts. Yet attraction without direction is like a river with no banks. It flows, but it has nowhere to lead. And so, once your heart is free and magnetic with thanksgiving, there is another law waiting to guide your current. For gratitude is the magnet, but vision is the compass. Now, with your mirror polished and your soul radiant, let us move to the 5th law. The 5th law, vision casting at dawn. When the first light of morning touches your window, it is not just another day. It is the divine architect unrolling a blank canvas, waiting for you to draw the shapes of your destiny. Yet too often, the moment we awaken, our thoughts scatter like birds startled into flight. Worries crowd in, tasks press forward, the mind becomes a battlefield of fragments, and the soul's compass spins without direction. Florence Scovel Shinn declared that imagination is God's workshop. It is the secret place where blueprints of tomorrow are carved in silence. If gratitude is the magnet, then imagination is the architect's pen, and dawn is the sacred hour when heaven bends low to hear what you dare to design. Picture this: the morning is not a rush into chaos. It is a quiet temple where your spirit lays the first stone of the day. The sun itself seems to whisper, "Create with me. Do not stumble into this day by accident. Shape it with vision. Take 5 minutes at dawn. Nothing more is needed. 5 minutes where you close your eyes and call forth the life you are choosing. See yourself not in the shadows of lack, but walking in abundance. See your steps moving across paths paved with favor. See doors swing open that were once locked. Speak this vision aloud 3 times to engrave it into the chambers of your subconscious. I see myself walking in abundance. I see divine favors surrounding me like light. I see my life expanding in wealth, wisdom, and joy." Let these words rise like incense into the morning air. Feel them taking shape around you, invisible but undeniable, like a divine orchestra tuning before a grand performance. Now, use your inner eye as Florence taught. Imagine golden gates opening before you, not distant gates in some far-off heaven, but gates here and now, in your own life. See treasures being released, contracts, opportunities, unexpected provision, relationships aligned with your highest good. See them flowing toward you, not as fantasy but as reality already written in spirit, awaiting your permission to manifest. Do not rush this. Let the images saturate you until your heart begins to believe what your eyes cannot yet see. This is not daydreaming. It is creation. You are not wishing. You are commanding the unseen to take form in the scene. When your mind tries to argue and it whispers that you are pretending, that bills are too high, that doors are too closed, answer gently but firmly. Tell yourself, this vision is not make-believe. It is God's design, unfolding. I am only stepping into what already exists. And so you rise from that 5-minute sanctuary with more than hope. You rise with a compass. The day may still bring challenges, but you will no longer walk blind. Every action will be magnetized by the picture etched in your soul. Every word will carry the echo of the world you are birthing. One simple practice of vision casting can shift years of wandering. I have seen men and women step from confusion into clarity simply because they dared to draw their tomorrow at dawn. Their scattered lives gathered into one radiant direction. Their efforts, once wasted on endless detours, began to bear fruit, and doors that had long been sealed broke open at the sound of their faith-born vision. Vision is powerful, but without strength of faith, it crumbles. But before we step into that teaching, linger here for a moment longer. Let your soul breathe the vision it has just seen, for what you have imagined is not a fantasy. It is a seed that heaven itself recognizes, a seed that will grow as surely as the dawn comes each day. When you wake tomorrow, do not let your mind scatter like leaves in the wind. Return to this table of the divine architect. Pick up the brush of imagination. Paint the life you desire with colors of faith. And each morning, add another stroke, another line, until the canvas of your future glows with certainty. Say softly within yourself, I am not a wanderer without direction. My vision is clear. My destiny is written. I see it. I believe it. I walk in it. Let this practice become as natural as breathing. Do not wait for the world to confirm your greatness. Announce it in the silence of dawn. And as the days pass, you will notice life bending, reshaping, answering. For vision, once cast in faith, begins to magnetize the very substance of reality. Pause now, close your eyes once more. Imagine again those golden gates. See them opening wider, brighter, freer. Watch as treasures flow like rivers, not just money, but wisdom, influence, and divine companionship. These rivers are for you. They flowed to you because you dared to see them before they appeared. And when doubt whispers tomorrow, you will answer, I have already seen the promise. My soul knows the way. Now you are ready. Your vision is alive. Your imagination has spoken. The dawn has heard you. And as we step into the 6th law, you will learn how to anchor this vision with the unshakable strength of faith. This is the 5th law, vision casting at dawn. Do not stumble into your mornings. Build them, shape them, speak them, and let imagination become the river through which God's plan finds its way into your hands. Vision is powerful, but without the strength of faith it crumbles. And so we step now into the 6th law. The 6th law, unshakable faith in the morning hour. The morning hour is holy ground. It is here that the first spark of thought rises like a flame, and it is here that the shadow of doubt often dares to whisper its name. Before the world has spoken, your mind has already chosen its allegiance. Will it bow to fear or stand in faith? Doubt is sly. It does not roar. It creeps into the silence of dawn like a thief. One thought of worry, one memory of failure, one anxious glance toward what has not yet come, and before the sun is fully awake, your spirit begins to sink. But Florence Scovel Shinn taught us that fear is nothing more than faith turned upside down. Fear is faith in the wrong direction. It is belief in lack, in danger, in absence, instead of abundance. You cannot serve both fear and faith at once. The morning demands your choice, and the sixth law commands you to choose boldly. This law is unshakable faith in the morning hour. It is the anchor that steadies your ship in morning waters. Without it, every other law drifts away, powerless against the waves. With it, the sea of your life bends to carry you forward. Picture two souls rising at the same dawn. The first opens their eyes heavy with dread. Their lips form a prayer, but it is soaked in desperation. God, please, if only something could change, they plead. Yet their heart secretly expects the worst. Their prayer is a cloak of doubt, and so the universe mirrors back exactly what they have sown: delay, resistance, confusion. The second soul opens their eyes differently. They rise with the same challenges, the same bills, the same uncertainty, but they do not bow to the whisper of fear. They speak with the tongue of command. Their prayer is not begging but declaring, "This is the day of my divine good. My faith is my fortune. I walk today in fearless expectancy of good," and heaven listens. Creation itself bends to those words, because those words are faith alive. Do you see the difference? One asks from emptiness, the other commands from fullness. One places faith in shadows, the other places faith in light. That difference determines the entire shape of their day. You must decide each morning which of these souls you will be. Will you be the beggar of blessings or the commander of destiny? Faith is not a fragile candle trembling in the wind. Faith is the torch that ignites the dawn. It is the foundation beneath your steps, the unseen rope that pulls your destiny closer, the steady hand upon the rudder when the sea of life thrashes. It is not timid. It is not polite. Faith is fierce. Faith is fire. Faith is the law that fuels all other laws. Every declaration you make without faith is an empty vessel. Every vision you hold without faith is only a dream. But with faith, your words become living seeds. With faith, your vision breathes. With faith, your life takes the shape of the divine blueprint hidden within you. Let your mornings become altars of certainty. When you wake, do not allow the voice of fear to speak first. Command your day. Let your very first breath declare victory. Say, aloud with power, "My faith is my fortune. I walk today in fearless expectancy of good." Do not whisper it timidly. Say it until your bones remember. Say it until your heart burns. Say it until every cell in your body vibrates with agreement. And when resistance rises, as it surely will, do not wrestle with it. Stand still. In faith, see yourself as a ship anchored in storm. The waves crash, the winds howl, but you do not drift. You remain unmovable. This is the power of unshakable faith. Some will ask, but what if I don't feel it? What if my heart is heavy with doubt? Then speak anyway, for faith is not a feeling. Faith is a choice. It is the decision to plant your trust in God's abundance, even when your eyes see emptiness. Speak it until it becomes your reality. Command it until it dissolves the fog. Each morning, claim it again. This is the day of my divine good. My faith is my fortune. I walk today in fearless expectancy of good. And as you do, watch how your life begins to shift. The phone call arrives, the opportunity appears, the solution you thought impossible suddenly unfolds. Not because the world suddenly grew generous, but because your faith aligned you with the stream of divine provision already flowing your way. Faith prepares you for miracles before they arrive. Faith keeps your hands open when others close theirs in despair. Faith makes the invisible visible. It is the unseen foundation upon which every other law stands. Do not mistake it for passivity. Faith is not sitting idly, waiting for a rescue. Faith is standing boldly, declaring the outcome before it is visible. Faith is acting as if the promise is already delivered. Faith is waking each morning and saying, "It is done. I receive it now." And as this law takes root in you, your mornings will never again be ordinary. They will be battlegrounds where victory is claimed before the world even begins. They will be altars where heaven and earth meet in agreement. Hold this truth within you. Fear may knock at dawn, but faith answers the door. And once faith has spoken, fear must leave. And finally, faith prepares the way for the seventh and highest law. The seventh law, the law of blessing and multiplication. There is a hidden law that most people overlook. It is the law that turns little into much. The law that transforms lack into overflowing abundance. Florence Scovel Shinn named it the law of blessing and multiplication. You see, many people curse the very soil they stand on. They complain about their jobs, despise their bills, resent their work, and even speak against the small amounts of money that come into their lives. They curse the seed before it has a chance to break the ground. They speak death into what was designed to live. But the law is simple and eternal. Whatever you bless expands, whatever you curse shrinks. Blessing is the language of multiplication. Blessing is the secret rhythm of increase. Think of a seed placed into the earth. If you ignore it, it may grow, but it grows weak and slowly. If you curse it, if you uproot it with words of complaint, you kill its life before it begins. But if you water it with blessing, if you surround it with faith, if you speak words of increase over it, then that seed cannot help but flourish. It must multiply. It must bring forth fruit. This is the spiritual truth many miss. They wait for more before they celebrate, but more never comes. They believe gratitude is owed to the harvest, not the seed, but the wise know the opposite. You bless the seed, and the harvest comes as a law. Every morning is your sacred field. When you rise, you hold the seed of a new day in your hands. If you curse the day before it begins, you bury the seed in darkness. If you bless the day, if you bless your money, your work, your path, your health, the law of multiplication awakens, and everything placed in your hands begins to grow. So the invitation is clear. Bless what you have now. Bless the smallest coin. Bless the work before you. Bless the health you already carry. Bless the people who cross your path. Bless the opportunities that are still unfolding. Every blessing is a watering of the seed. Every blessing is a command to multiply. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that even if your purse holds only a few coins, you must speak over them. You must declare life into them. You must say, "You are blessed." You multiply under divine law. You bring forth increase that cannot be stopped. Those words are not empty. They are commands to the invisible law that governs all multiplication. So pause with me here. Lift your hands in your imagination as though the morning sun itself is pouring light into your palms. See that light spreading into your money, your body, your work, your relationships. Watch it ripple outward, multiplying, expanding, filling every corner of your life. And let these words become your inner song. Everything I touch is blessed and multiplies under divine law. Say it once as a whisper, then again as a declaration, then once more as a command. Whisper, declare, command. That rhythm awakens the law. That rhythm makes multiplication inevitable. You may ask, how can blessing change my circumstances? The answer is simple. Blessing shifts the atmosphere of your spirit. Blessing dissolves resistance. Blessing calls forth the hidden potential in everything around you. When you bless your money, you stop insulting it. When you bless your body, you stop fighting against it. When you bless your work, you stop treating it like a burden. And as you bless, you align with divine law, and increase flows where it could not flow before. Think of blessing as opening a window in a closed room. When you bless, you allow divine favor to rush in like fresh air. And once that air enters, stagnation ends, growth begins. Make this your morning practice. Before you step into the day, speak blessing. Bless your wallet. No matter how light it feels, bless your job. No matter how heavy it seems, bless your health. No matter what the doctor has said, bless your path. No matter how uncertain it looks, blessing is not denial, it is command. It is the language of divine multiplication. And here is your journaling practice for this law. Each morning, write down 3 things you bless. Write them with conviction, as though your words water them like rain. Write, I bless my money, and it multiplies. I bless my work, and it multiplies. I bless my opportunities, and they multiply. Each word you write carves new grooves into your subconscious, making blessing your default pattern of thought. The law is unwavering. Blessing multiplies. Cursing withers. Neutrality stagnates, but blessing ignites the divine spark of increase. So let today be the day you choose to water your life with blessing. Let your words become rain on the seed of your destiny. Let your hands rise like sunlight, radiating multiplication. And let your heart speak the eternal command. Everything I touch is blessed and multiplies under divine law. Say it once as a whisper, then again as a declaration, then once more as a command. Whisper, declare, command. That rhythm awakens the law. That rhythm makes multiplication inevitable. You may ask, how can blessing change my circumstances? The answer is simple. Blessing shifts the atmosphere of your spirit. Blessing dissolves resistance. Blessing calls forth the hidden potential in everything around you. When you bless your money, you stop insulting it. When you bless your body, you stop fighting against it. When you bless your work, you stop treating it like a burden. And as you bless, you align with divine law. And increase flows where it could not flow before. Think of blessing as opening a window in a closed room. When you bless, you allow divine favor to rush in like fresh air. And once that air enters, stagnation ends, growth begins. Make this your morning practice before you step into the day. Speak blessing, bless your wallet, no matter how light it feels. Bless your job, no matter how heavy it seems. Bless your health, no matter what the doctor has said. Bless your path, no matter how uncertain it looks. Blessing is not denial, it is command. It is the language of divine multiplication. And here is your journaling practice for this law. Each morning, write down 3 things you bless. Write them with conviction, as though your words water them like rain. Write, I bless my money, and it multiplies. I bless my work, and it multiplies. I bless my opportunities, and they multiply. Each word you write carves new grooves into your subconscious, making blessing your default pattern of thought. The law is unwavering. Blessing multiplies, cursing withers, neutrality stagnates, but blessing ignites the divine spark of increase. So let today be the day you choose to water your life with blessing. Let your words become rain on the seed of your destiny. Let your hands rise like sunlight, radiating multiplication. And let your heart speak the eternal command. Everything I touch is blessed and multiplies under divine law. Carry this affirmation with you into your morning. Carry it as a shield against fear, as a magnet for abundance, as a declaration of divine partnership. For when you bless, heaven responds. When you bless, the universe expands. When you bless, the divine multiplies. You now carry all 7 laws, but let us bring it together. The integration, walking into the day, empowered morning, is not just the start of a day. It is the silent gate of destiny opening before you. Each sunrise offers a covenant, a chance to align your steps with divine law. And now, you have been entrusted with 7 living laws. They are not theories, they are not distant teachings, they are the rhythm by which creation itself breathes. The first law taught you command, that words are not idle sounds but keys that unlock doors. When you speak with authority, heaven listens. The second law revealed faith, the vision that holds steady when the outer world trembles. Faith becomes the soil in which your destiny roots itself deep. The third law showed you not resistance, the surrender that is not weakness but divine strength. You learned that when you cease fighting shadows, light has room to enter. The fourth law brought you timing, the patience to trust that God's clock cannot be hurried nor delayed, and that your good comes in perfect sequence. The fifth law was substitution, the sacred art of replacing every fear with truth, every doubt with decree, every weakness with strength. The sixth law uncovered the power of the tongue, reminding you that what you name, you claim, and what you bless, you multiply. The seventh law sealed it all with blessing, the fountain from which multiplication flows. To bless is to water the seed. To bless is to expand the invisible until it takes visible form. Together, these laws are not separate notes. They are a divine orchestra, playing one melody, the melody of your empowered life. You now rise each morning, not as a wanderer in confusion, but as a vessel of order, clarity, and divine favor. Let this rhythm echo in your being. Command, faith, surrender, timing, substitution, word, blessing. 7 steps, 7 pillars, 7 flames burning in the temple of your soul. Speak them aloud if you choose. Let them roll through your spirit until they become your natural breath. Now feel this truth within. Every morning you practice these laws. You are no longer pushed by fear, you are pulled by destiny. You are not reacting to the world, you are creating the world. You are not chasing favor, you are carrying favor. Pause here and envision yourself stepping out of your door. The ground beneath your feet is holy. The air around you hums with unseen power. Light streams from your body as though you are a vessel of sunrise itself. Strangers look upon you and feel peace. Opportunities move toward you as though magnetized. Doors swing open because divine law has already gone before you. This is the integration. This is the living rhythm. You are no longer separate from the laws. They breathe in you. They move in you. They create through you. And so, with a voice that shakes off every chain of limitation, declare, from this morning forward, I command my life into wealth, power, and divine favor. Say it again until your chest feels like a drum echoing eternity. From this morning forward, I command my life into wealth, power, and divine favor. Carry that decree into every step, every meeting, every task. Carry it when you speak to others. Carry it when you speak to yourself. For you are no longer a seeker. You are an embodiment of divine law in motion. And as you walk into this day, know this: what begins in the morning does not end in the morning. These laws follow you, multiply through you, and return to you pressed down, shaken together, and running over. The sunrise has given you its mantle. Now you are clothed in victory. And as we prepare for the final call and blessing, let your spirit be still, yet strong, knowing that your day has already been written in favor. The sacred challenge, 7 days to transform everything. For all the words spoken, for all the laws revealed, the true power only awakens when you dare to practice them. Knowledge without application is like a seed left in the hand. It holds potential, but it will never bloom until it is planted. So here is the moment where your journey moves from listening to living, from hearing to embodying. I give you this challenge, not as a burden but as a doorway. For the next 7 days, you are to practice these 7 morning laws, not some of them, not when you feel like it, all of them, every morning. As the sun touches the earth, you rise and align yourself with divine rhythm. 7 days, that is all it takes for a shift to begin, for the old patterns of doubt and delay to crack open, for the divine current to flow where stagnation once lived, for wealth, power, and favor to locate you, because you have located yourself in God's law. Each morning, breathe and remember, the law of command is not optional. Speak it, declare it. Your tongue is not a tool of chance, it is the rod of authority. Say with force, say with faith, say with fire. This day bends to my divine word. Each morning, remember the law of alignment. When you wake, you are not stepping into chaos, you are stepping into divine order. Set your thoughts like tuning an instrument. If fear tries to rise, you tune higher. If doubt whispers, you answer with faith. This is not denial, this is dominion. Each morning, remember the law of vision. See yourself as God sees you: abundant, equipped, radiant, before the world defines you. Define yourself in spirit. Close your eyes and step into the version of you who already walks in wealth, already commands respect, already knows favor surrounds them. Carry that vision as your armor. Each morning, remember the law of gratitude, not shallow words, but deep recognition. Thank God for the unseen provision already on its way. Thank life for the opportunities already circling your path. Gratitude is the magnet that pulls tomorrow's blessing into today's hands. Each morning, remember the law of non-resistance. Release the struggle. Let go of the tight fists that demand control. Flow like the river. When obstacles appear, say, "This too moves me closer." Non-resistance does not mean weakness. It means you trust the current of divine wisdom to lead you better than force ever could. Each morning, remember the law of substitution. When a thought of lack comes, do not wrestle it, replace it. If the mind says, "I can't," declare, "I can, through the infinite power within me." If the world says, "There isn't enough," affirm, "My supply is endless, flowing from the source of all creation." One thought dies as another lives. Choose the living thought, and each morning, remember the law of divine timing. Stop grasping, stop forcing. Some doors open not because you kick them down, but because you arrive in right alignment. Trust that what is meant for you cannot be lost. Your part is obedience to law. God's part is unfolding at the perfect hour. 7 laws, 7 mornings, 7 days. Do not underestimate this. Heaven's rhythm does not require decades to awaken movement. 1 week of consistent command can dismantle years of delay. 1 week of aligning your mornings can transform the path of your destiny. So I challenge you now, for the next 7 days, rise with intention. Practice these laws as though your future depends on it, because it does. Journal each evening. Ask yourself, what changed when I commanded my mornings? Write what shifts in your spirit. Write what opportunities appear. Write how fear loosens its grip. And when you see the movement, and you will return and share it. Write it in the comments so others may be encouraged by your testimony. Your words may be the proof someone else is waiting for. The sign that gives them courage to begin their own practice. This is no ordinary exercise. It is not a ritual for comfort. It is a decree of transformation. These 7 days are a covenant between you and your future self, between your voice and your destiny, between your willingness and God's overflowing supply. Say this now, as a sacred vow. For the next 7 days, I command my mornings. I align with divine law. I walk in wealth, in power, and in favor. I am a vessel of light, and my life is a testimony of God's abundance. Feel the weight of those words. Feel the gates of possibility begin to shift. Feel how heaven leans closer when a soul declares its obedience to law. Do not wait for the perfect time to begin. The perfect time is this morning. The perfect day is today. And the perfect soul is you, right now, daring to step into divine practice. So take this challenge. Guard it as sacred. Live it as a rhythm. And then watch the miracle unfold before your eyes. And now, let us seal this teaching, beloved soul. We have walked through the gates of these sacred laws together. You have been guided step by step, lifted word by word, and now we arrive at the moment of sealing. This is the benediction, the holy breath that closes everything you have received. In divine permanence, may every morning you rise be filled with wealth, power, and divine favor. May your path be straightened by the hand of divine order. May the whispers of your own soul guide you like a compass pointing to destiny. May the shadows of fear dissolve into the light of certainty. And may every choice you make echo with eternal alignment. The law of divine favor is not partial. It does not visit one and forsake another. It answers to faith, to obedience, and to the language you choose to speak. And today, you have chosen to speak life. You have chosen to command mornings instead of being commanded by them. You have chosen to rise in law, not in chance. So now, let this affirmation take root in you. Do not merely recite it with your lips. Let it become the pulse of your being. Repeat with me. I rise in divine law. I walk in divine power. I live in divine favor. Let it echo in your chest. Let it resound in your mind. Let it spill from your tongue until even the walls of your home vibrate with truth. When you awaken tomorrow, whisper it as the first sound of your day. When doubt seeks to intrude, declare it as your shield. When victory unfolds before your eyes, sing it as your gratitude. This is the rhythm of the awakened soul, not swayed by circumstance, not silenced by fear, but steady, radiant, and anchored in eternal law. Beloved one, I bless you now. May your finances multiply in divine order. May your relationships align with harmony. May your body rest in healing strength. May your mind become a sanctuary of peace. And may your spirit remain awake to every whisper from above. The angels move at the command of divine word. Your words have been trained today to open gates, to summon harvests, and to guard your destiny. The law has no resistance to a soul aligned with divine truth. So you need not strive, you need only command, believe, and receive. This teaching was not given to entertain your mind. It was spoken to transform your atmosphere. If you hold it lightly, it will slip away. But if you grip it with the firmness of faith, it will engrave itself into your reality. That is why I ask you now, walk with this channel daily, not because of me, but because of what is flowing through here. These are not words of man, these are echoes of divine law, reminding you of who you truly are. So subscribe and stay connected to the stream. Do not wander from the well that gives you water. Let each day you return here be another stone added to the temple of your transformation. And if this message has pierced you, if it has healed or awakened even a fragment of your being, then share it. Do not keep this fire locked in your chest. Send it to the one who is weary. Send it to the one who is searching. Send it to the one who has forgotten the sound of their own power. For sometimes the greatest gift you can give another soul is the word that awakens them. So I bless you. I bless your mornings. I bless your nights. I bless the secret longings of your heart that you have never spoken to another soul. I bless the prayers you thought were forgotten, and I bless the future you are already walking into, radiant with favor, secure in law, and clothed in abundance. Beloved, hold this truth. The law is impartial, but favor is personal. When you align with divine order, heaven itself bends toward you. When you walk in obedience, earth yields her treasures to you. When you rise in faith, the unseen moves in your direction. And so I say once more, let this affirmation be sealed within you. I rise in divine law. I walk in divine power. I live in divine favor. Let it be your anthem. Let it be your declaration. Let it be the sound that never leaves your lips until every corner of your life testifies to its truth. And as we close this sacred moment, may the resonance of this blessing linger in your atmosphere like a sacred echo, reminding you that the divine is not afar, but within. This is your law. This is your power. This is your favor, and it is already done. There is one sentence, hidden in plain sight, that carries the authority to make money bow to you, not as a servant of greed, not as a fleeting guest that comes and goes, but as a loyal companion, drawn to the light of your words, anchored by the vibration of your faith. If these words already stir something deep inside of you, know this truth. You did not arrive here by accident. You were guided. Your spirit aligned itself with this very moment, as though the unseen hand of destiny placed you here before this teaching, because there is a divine appointment written for your life. And tonight, that appointment is being fulfilled. Florence Scovel Shinn, the wise voice, who spoke the language of spirit in such clarity, declared that your words are not idle, they are commands. They instruct your subconscious. They ripple outward into the invisible law that governs all substance. They become the bridge between thought and matter, between desire and manifestation, between hunger and satisfaction. The sentence we are about to uncover is not just a collection of words. It is a sacred decree, a master key, a chord that when spoken, resounds like music in the divine orchestra of creation. Every law of the universe recognizes it. Every shadow of lack trembles before it. Every barrier of limitation is forced to bend. But pause here. Do not rush, because to receive this sentence is to stand at the edge of a great unveiling. You are standing before a sacred gate, and beyond this gate lies the treasury of heaven, the storehouse of all supply, waiting for the soul who knows how to command it with love and certainty. This is not for the curious mind alone. This is for the ready spirit, the one who has walked through nights of worry and days of scarcity, the one who has whispered silent prayers into the dark, wondering if heaven still hears, the one who has asked, why does money feel like a stranger to me, when I work so hard, when I give so much? If that question has ever burned in your heart, you are not alone, and more than that, you are not forgotten. You are standing now where the veil is thin, where spirit leans close and whispers, there is a higher law. This video, this very moment, is part of your awakening. By the end, you will not only know the sentence, but you will also understand how to breathe life into it, how to weave it into your days until money obeys you, not as a tyrant, but as a trusted friend, eager to fulfill your true calling. But before we step further into this mystery, let me ask something simple of you. If your soul is stirred by these words, if something within you recognizes that what you are hearing is truth, then subscribe to this channel. Here, every day, we speak wisdom that awakens the wealth already written in your destiny. You are not meant to walk this journey alone. You are meant to be part of a circle of awakened souls who know the divine law and live by it. Now return to the silence within you for a moment. Breathe, listen. Do you feel it? That quiet stirring. It is your spirit recognizing its inheritance. It is the ancient memory that you are not here to chase money. You are here to command it by divine authority, as an instrument that serves your higher work. Think of the sentence, like a seed, hidden, small, yet alive with infinite potential. When spoken with faith, it blossoms into opportunities, doors, connections, and resources. But like every seed, it requires fertile soil. And that soil is your belief. That soil is your willingness to release doubt, to silence fear, to trust the invisible more than the visible. Florence Scovel Shinn often said, your word is your wand. Consider the image. A wand does not push or struggle. It directs, it points, it channels invisible energy into visible creation. So to your words, every syllable is a spark. Every phrase is a current of power. When aligned with divine law, your word becomes unstoppable. This is why most people struggle with money, not because they lack intelligence, not because they lack effort, but because their words betray them. They speak lack into existence. They prophesy fear without realizing it. They say, I can't afford this, and so they can't. They say, money never stays with me, and so it leaves. They say, wealth is for others, not for me, and so the law agrees. But you are different. You are waking up. You are standing before the gate with keys in your hand, and the sentence you will soon receive will show you how to unlock what has always been yours. Let us use a simple affirmation in this moment to prepare your heart. Repeat softly, even if only in your mind. I stand before the treasury of heaven. I am ready to receive divine instruction. I trust that wealth flows through me, for me, and around me. As I align with the law of spirit, feel how your energy shifts, even as those words move through you. The weight on your chest lightens. The fear at the edges of your thoughts dissolves. The atmosphere within you begins to rise. That is the beginning of the awakening. It is not only about money, it is about remembering who you are, a child of the infinite, a co-creator with the divine, a soul clothed in flesh, but never separated from the source of all abundance. And now, let me promise you something. By the time we reach the end of this teaching, you will not only know the sentence, but you will know how to plant it in your mind, how to speak it with authority, and how to watch it draw money into your life as naturally as the river finds its way to the sea. This is not empty theory, this is divine law, and divine law does not fail. Stay close, stay open, the sentence is waiting, and when it enters your spirit, money will no longer resist you. It will serve you, it will move toward you, it will obey you. Why does a single sentence hold the power to move money? Why can a few spoken words alter the rhythm of your entire financial life? It is because words are not casual. Words are laws. Florence Scovel Shinn called it the law of the word, the invisible decree that molds substance into form. Every syllable you speak is a seed dropped into the soil of the unseen, and like a seed, it cannot resist growing. Money is not a master. It is not a tyrant ruling your fate. It is energy, neutral and obedient, waiting for instruction. It is like a river, flowing with unending strength, carving its path exactly where your words have dug the channel. If your words carve channels of lack, the river rushes into emptiness. If your words carve channels of authority, the river pours wealth into your life with unstoppable force. Consider this. There are two kinds of people in the world. Those who bow before money, trembling with fear, speaking as if money has all the power, and those who stand in divine authority, commanding money as a servant of higher law. One group says, I can't afford it, money never stays with me. Times are hard, and their words become chains, binding the flow. The other declares, money obeys my voice. I am a faithful steward of divine supply. My words open gates of abundance, and their words become keys, unlocking the treasure houses of heaven. Have you been speaking about money as if it were your master? Have your sentences carried the vibration of fear, doubt, or resentment? Or have you unknowingly pushed prosperity away with careless talk? Think of the times you have said, this is too expensive, money is always slipping away. I never seem to get ahead. Each statement was not simply a thought. It was a command, and money, ever obedient, followed. It drained, it scattered, it fled. But when you learn the divine law, everything shifts. You no longer plead for money. You no longer chase it like a desperate servant. You rise to your rightful position as a co-creator with God, knowing that money itself is bound to respond, not because you wish it, not because you beg for it, but because you decree it. Affirmation is not wishful thinking. It is spiritual legislation. When you say with faith, money now comes to me, under grace and in perfect ways, you are not hoping. You are writing law upon the unseen. You are engraving truth upon the substance of life, and the universe, in flawless obedience, begins to rearrange itself to match your command. Imagine standing in a great hall of destiny. In your hand is the scepter of the word. Every time you speak, that scepter releases authority. It tells the invisible forces where to move, how to align, what to deliver, and money, that humble servant, waits at the threshold for your instruction. Will you dismiss it with careless words, or will you summon it with the voice of divine certainty? Pause now and listen to your inner dialogue. What are the secret sentences you repeat about money? Do they sing of freedom, or do they echo of fear? Do they affirm wealth, or do they whisper poverty? You must become the guardian of your tongue. For every careless phrase is a decree that either builds your palace of prosperity or crumbles it. As scripture says, life and death are in the power of the tongue, so too are riches and lack. So too is freedom and bondage. From this moment on, refuse to let your words wander. Speak with clarity, speak with command, speak with the knowledge that your voice carries the vibration of creation itself. Here is a simple practice. Each morning, before you step into the world, place your hand upon your heart and declare aloud, Money is my servant. It obeys my words. I am aligned with divine supply, and wealth flows to me now. Do not whisper it like a timid hope. Say it as if heaven itself is listening. Say it as if the ground beneath you is waiting to tremble at your command. Say it until your very cells believe. Because the truth is this: money has no choice but to follow. It does not resist. It does not argue. It simply obeys the channel cut by your decree, and soon, you will hear the exact divine sentence that places money under your command, not tomorrow, not in theory, but in words so clear, so certain, that money itself will rise in response. Prepare yourself. The law has been revealed. The command is about to be spoken. Money has a way of exposing the hidden chambers of the heart. It stirs fears, awakens doubts, and pushes old wounds to the surface. Many who hear these words know this battle well. You have felt the nights when the bills seemed louder than your prayers. You have known mornings when anxiety pressed on your chest before the sun even rose. You have stood in front of your own reflection, asking, will I ever be free from this? The struggle is not just financial, it is spiritual, it is emotional, it touches the very core of your being. Many live as servants to money, chained by worry and sleepless nights. Their lives resemble a barren desert, dry and relentless. Though rivers of abundance flow nearby, they stand thirsty, not because there is no water, but because they have forgotten where to look. Perhaps you too have lived this way, counting coins instead of blessings, measuring your worth by the weight of your wallet, fearing that tomorrow will demand more than you can give. This fear is heavy. It lingers in the body, tightening your chest, clouding your thoughts, silencing your joy. It whispers lies. You are not enough. You will never catch up. You are destined to struggle. But hear this truth: these struggles, as real as they feel, are not the final word. They are symptoms, not destiny. They are signs of being out of alignment with divine law. The soul was never meant to serve money. Money was meant to serve the soul. When you live outside this order, fear fills the vacuum. When you forget that God is the true source, anxiety becomes your constant companion. The law of life is simple. Where your words go, your world follows. If your tongue speaks lack, lack multiplies. If your tongue speaks fear, fear grows roots. Yet when the tongue is aligned with divine truth, rivers begin to move, gates open, and supply finds its way to you. This is why Florence Scovel Shinn taught the power of the word, because your inner dialogue is not just talk, it is law in motion. Pause for a moment and ask yourself, what are the sentences you whisper when no one is listening? Do you say, I can never get ahead? Do you sigh, there is never enough? Or do you murmur, money slips through my fingers? These are not harmless words. They are spiritual contracts, signed with your breath, binding you to the very struggle you long to escape. This is the silent weight most souls carry. Not the absence of money, but the presence of a belief system that resists divine flow. The real prison is not financial debt, but the inner dialogue of lack. And yet, this prison is built on illusions. The bars are made of words you have the power to replace. The walls are made of fears that dissolve the moment you speak divine truth with conviction. Imagine standing at the edge of that barren desert once more. The heat is pressing, the ground is cracked, your lips are dry, but this time, you remember something. You recall that hidden beneath the sand runs a river, ready to rise the moment you call it forth. The desert was never permanent. It was always waiting for you to command the flow. Beloved soul, this is where hope enters. These struggles are not curses. They are invitations. They are signals from the universe, asking you to awaken, to realign, to remember. The weight you carry is not meant to crush you but to push you toward truth. You do not need to chase money. You need to command it by speaking the divine sentence in faith. But before we move forward, take a sacred pause. Pick up a pen, open your journal, write down the top 3 sentences you often speak about money. Be honest, do they echo fear? Do they declare lack? Or do they honor the infinite supply that is already yours? This simple reflection is more powerful than it seems. It reveals the chains you have unknowingly fastened, and once revealed, those chains can be broken. As you write, remember, you are not your past words. You are not bound by yesterday's declarations. You are free to choose again, free to open your mouth and release words that align with divine law, words that shift deserts into gardens, words that turn anxiety into assurance, words that command money to obey its rightful order, to serve you, not enslave you. The struggle of the soul with money is real. But it is not final, it is a shadow, not substance, and as every shadow knows, the moment light appears, it must vanish. In the next step of this journey, we will move beyond the shadow into the divine sentence that unlocks obedience in the realm of money. Stay with me, because what comes next is not theory, it is power. There are moments in life when the soul does not need another strategy, another plan, or another calculation. It needs a word, a single divine sentence that carries the weight of heaven's order, the music of the unseen, the rhythm of destiny. You have been seeking keys to unlock the gates of prosperity, but today, I place in your hands not just a key, but the master key. Listen with the ears of your spirit. Let these words enter you as if they were carved into sacred stone, written before time began. What is mine by divine right now comes to me in perfect ways under grace. Do not rush past them, let them linger in the chambers of your heart. Feel their vibration as though the universe itself is whispering them into your soul. Close your eyes and imagine those words echoing across the corridors of eternity, waiting only for your agreement to bring them alive. Let us break the seal on their meaning. What is mine by divine right? This is not wishful thinking. It is your inheritance. You were not born into lack. You were not sent here to scrape. For survival, divine right means there is a portion of life already assigned to you. Not stolen, not borrowed, not begged for. It belongs to you because you are a child of infinite supply. When you speak these words, you align yourself with what has been yours from the beginning. Though the world may have hidden it from you, now comes to me. Not someday, not in another lifetime, not when conditions are perfect. Now, the law of divine timing does not delay when the soul awakens. To declare now is to place yourself in present alignment, where heaven and earth meet. Fear waits for the future, but faith speaks in the eternal present. As you release this phrase from your lips, the silent gate of destiny swings open, and what has wandered far begins its journey back to you, in perfect ways. This is the shield of harmony. Without this phrase, you could force doors open that were never meant to be yours. You could chase opportunities that glitter, but bring sorrow. But when you affirm in perfect ways, you step into the divine orchestra, where every note is timed, every movement is ordered, and nothing arrives out of balance. It means you receive without chaos, without harm, without regret. It means your blessing will fit your life like a garment tailored by eternity. Under grace, these final words are the crown. Grace is the law above the law. It is the gentle hand of the infinite that moves mountains without violence, that shifts conditions without struggle. Grace guarantees that your prosperity does not cost another their peace, that your rise does not demand another's fall. Under grace, what belongs to you cannot be withheld, and what does not belong to you will never trouble your path. Do you feel the sacred weight of this sentence? It is not a charm, it is not mere repetition, it is a decree. Every word is a seed, and together they form a garden of divine order. When you speak it, you are not begging for wealth, you are commanding alignment with the eternal law that already holds your supply. Pause, breathe, place your hand over your heart and let us speak it together, slowly and with conviction. What is mine by divine right now comes to me in perfect ways, under grace. Again, let your soul awaken as you speak. What is mine by divine right now comes to me in perfect ways, under grace. And once more, with the full authority of your spirit, what is mine by divine right now comes to me in perfect ways, under grace. Feel how the atmosphere around you has shifted, something within you has straightened, the chains of fear loosen, the desert begins to bloom, the sentence has been spoken, and the vibration of those words has entered the fabric of your reality. These are not words to be spoken casually, they are living fire, they are the language of alignment. The more you release them, the more the illusion of lack dissolves before your eyes. Tonight, when you lie in bed, whisper them into the silence as though you are sending a signal to the heavens. In the morning, speak them aloud before you step into the day. And when worry dares to enter your mind, let this sentence rise from your lips like a sword of light. This is your soul's compass. This is the decree that reorders your path. Every repetition is an opening of the gate. Every word a call to the abundance that has always been yours, and as this sentence takes root in you, we will move deeper still, into the practice of making these divine words not just a prayer you recite, but the living reality you embody. There is a hidden rhythm in this universe, and when you speak in alignment with divine law, all creation bends to obey. Your words do not float into silence. They are received by the living substance of spirit, and that spirit responds with precision to show you the power of this obedience. Let us journey through stories where faith turned impossibility into abundance. First, imagine a woman in a city where lack was her constant companion. Every door seemed closed, every effort dissolved before it bore fruit. She had been told by the world that she was unlucky, that wealth was for others, not for her. Yet one day, she encountered the divine sentence, "What is mine by divine right now comes to me in perfect ways under grace." She chose to repeat it, not as a wish, but as a decree. At first, the words felt hollow against the weight of her debts. But she persisted, planting them like seeds in the soil of her subconscious. Days turned to weeks, and then one morning, an opportunity appeared, work aligned with her gifts, compensation far beyond what she had known. It was not forced, not begged for. It came under grace. In time, she looked back at her life of lack and realized it had been overturned by a single act of obedience to divine law, the obedience of her tongue. She spoke the sentence, and the universe obeyed. Do you see the lesson here? Just as the seed does not question whether it will grow once it is placed in fertile ground, your words do not question whether they will manifest once released in faith. The seed obeys the law of growth. The money, the opportunity, the favor. These two obey when spoken under grace. Now let us step into an allegory. The story of a farmer in a dry land. For months, the heavens had withheld rain, and the soil cracked beneath the burning sun. His neighbors despaired, declaring that the season was lost. But this farmer had been taught that nature itself listens to the voice aligned with spirit. Standing in his barren field, he lifted his voice and spoke, "By divine right, what nourishes my land now comes to me in perfect ways, under grace." His words carried no desperation, only authority rooted in faith. Days later, clouds gathered, and rain descended, soaking the thirsty ground. Crops sprang forth in a season where others had nothing. This was not chance. It was obedience. The rain obeyed the decree spoken through the law of faith. This story is not merely about water and soil. It is about your own inner field. Perhaps your finances feel dry, your dreams barren, yet the law has not abandoned you. Speak with faith, and the rain of supply will find you. Speak with conviction, and opportunities you thought were gone will sprout before your eyes. Consider one more story, this time drawn from history. There was once an artist, unknown and unrecognized, who lived in a small room barely lit by a single lamp. He longed to share his gift with the world, but was met with rejection at every turn. One evening, exhausted and nearly ready to give up, he remembered the divine sentence he had heard from a friend. "What is mine by divine right now comes to me in perfect ways, under grace." He repeated it aloud, his voice trembling, then steadier, then firm as a bell. Something shifted within him. Instead of chasing approval, he began to create with freedom, trusting that what was his could not be withheld. Weeks later, a patron discovered his work, drawn as if by unseen hands, and his art began to travel across nations. He often said in later years that the true turning point was not the patron's discovery, but his own moment of obedience when he chose to declare his divine inheritance instead of bowing to despair. The lesson is clear. Prosperity does not unfold through greed or fear. It responds to alignment with purpose, service, and divine law. The woman who affirmed her right supply did not steal or strive. She received with grace. The farmer who called rain did not manipulate the sky. He honored the law of faith. The artist who spoke his inheritance did not beg for fame. He surrendered to divine timing. Each became wealthy in their own measure, not because they forced it, but because they aligned with it. And now, I turn to you. Can you see how your own words may already be working in silence, preparing unseen prosperity to obey your call? Perhaps opportunities are shifting right now. Perhaps people you have not yet met are being positioned to bring what belongs to you. Every sentence you speak in faith travels further than you imagine. Speak with conviction, for heaven and earth are listening. Beloved soul, it is not enough to know the divine sentence. It must become breath, rhythm, and living fire within you. Words without practice drift like smoke in the wind, but words embodied, words spoken with devotion and repetition, carve new rivers in the unseen. So let us step into practice, where the unseen obeys the spoken decree. The first practice is rhythm. Speak the sentence at dawn, before the noise of the world intrudes. Speak it again at midday, when shadows of doubt might try to creep in. Speak it once more at night, just before sleep opens the gates of the subconscious. These 3 moments are sacred hinges of time. Each declaration plants the seed deeper into the soil of your being. When the subconscious hears the same command, in the morning light, under the sun's watch, and in the quiet of the stars, it surrenders, it obeys, and life begins to mirror your command. The second practice is vision. Close your eyes, inhale deeply, and see before you golden rivers of wealth, streaming toward you. See them bending around mountains, crossing deserts, and flowing into the garden of your life. Do not see coins or paper, see living rivers of supply fluid, constant, overflowing. As you speak the divine sentence, imagine those rivers obeying your call, quickening their pace, gathering strength, rushing into your storehouses with joy. The universe is not stingy. The universe is abundant movement, eager to serve. When you visualize supply as rivers, you no longer fear shortage, because rivers are endless in their flow. The third practice is writing. Take a clean page and, at the very top, inscribe the divine sentence as though chiseling it into stone. Beneath it, write down every pathway through which supply could arrive under grace. Do not limit yourself to wages or one stream. Write of unexpected gifts, sudden opportunities, long-forgotten debts repaid, ideas that generate income, resources you already own that blossom in new value. By listing these, you awaken your mind to see what it once ignored. You begin to train your sight to recognize prosperity in forms beyond habit. This journal becomes not a record of scarcity, but a living map of divine channels. The fourth practice is the mirror. Stand before your reflection and look into your own eyes. For many, this is the most difficult step, because the mirror reveals the doubt we carry. Yet it is in that moment of confrontation that power is born. Look yourself in the eye, straighten your posture, and speak the divine sentence as though commanding an army. Feel the authority in your voice. Money is not your master, it is your servant. You do not plead with it, you instruct it under grace. You say the sentence with calm majesty, and you watch your own reflection grow into the commander you were always meant to be. Each morning, the mirror practice strengthens your authority. Each evening, it cleanses your heart of fear. The fifth practice is substitution. Every time a thought of lack, fear, or doubt whispers within, you answer it. You do not wrestle with the shadow, for that gives it strength. Instead, you replace it instantly with the divine sentence. When the mind says, "There is not enough," you say, "Divine money now comes to me under grace." When the mind says, "I do not deserve," you say, "I am aligned with divine right supply." This is the law of substitution in action. Light replaces darkness not by argument, but by shining. So you do not debate lack, you outshine it with divine command. Each time you declare it, you strike a tuning fork in the universe. The vibration ripples outward, unseen yet undeniable, and wealth begins to turn toward you, at first in whispers, then in footsteps, then in great procession. Your words do not fall to the ground empty. They vibrate, they summon, they magnetize. What you speak with faith does not return void. And now, a simple prayer to seal these practices into your being. Close your eyes and breathe softly as I speak. Infinite Spirit, I align my tongue with divine command. I speak not from fear, but from trust. I declare that money is my servant, arriving now under grace. I release struggle and receive supply. I am open to channels I cannot yet see. And I know it is done, beloved soul. These practices are not rituals of superstition, but laws of alignment. When practiced daily, they shift the currents of your inner sea, and the outer world rearranges to reflect it. Your task is not to strain or chase. Your task is to declare, to visualize, to inscribe, to reflect, to substitute. Each practice is a stone placed on the path of your wealth destiny, and as you walk this path, pause for a moment and ask yourself, can you feel the vibration of your words already calling money into order? Can you sense the unseen forces preparing to obey your voice? This is not fantasy, it is divine law, and it has been waiting for your command. There comes a moment when the soul crosses a threshold so sacred, fear can no longer follow. The chains that once whispered lack, the shadows that once threatened you with uncertainty, begin to dissolve like mist in the morning sun. This is the passage into divine mastery. It is the moment when money, once your master, bows before you as your servant. No longer does it dictate your choices. No longer does it shape your identity. No longer does it govern your peace. You are the one who commands. You are the one who directs. You are the one who walks in authority under divine law. Imagine yourself entering the marketplace of life, no longer bent in desperation, no longer waiting for scraps to fall from tables of opportunity. You walk as a master, not a beggar in the shadows. Your head is lifted, your shoulders are free, and your words carry weight because they are aligned with the eternal decree of spirit. Where others feel lack, you see supply. Where others feel pressure, you sense power. You are no longer tossed by the winds of circumstance. You are the one who commands the winds. Hear this affirmation and let it carve itself into the deepest chamber of your being. I command divine money to serve my highest good. I walk in abundance, peace, and freedom. Say it with conviction until it becomes the rhythm of your breath. Each time you declare it, the invisible currents of the universe rearrange themselves. In your favor, money bends, opportunities rise, pathways clear, and the unseen moves with precision to meet your need. The shift is subtle at first, then undeniable. You notice yourself no longer making decisions from fear but from fullness. You do not buy with hesitation. You do not invest with trembling. You do not give with regret. Instead, you move with the calm certainty of one who knows the law is working for them. Just as the sun does not ask permission to shine, your abundance does not ask permission to flow. It is already yours by divine right. It was written into your very being before you took your first breath. Close your eyes for a moment and feel it. See yourself seated on the throne of divine authority within your own life. See money standing before you, ready to serve. It carries no weight of fear. It demands no sacrifice of dignity. It waits for your command. And your command is simple. Serve my highest good. Multiply for the kingdom of light. Flow where love and purpose demand. You are no longer enslaved by it, for you have remembered your place. Money is not your source. God is your source. And money is but one of his messengers. As you step deeper into this truth, decisions begin to shift. You stop asking, can I afford this? And begin asking, is this aligned with my divine assignment? You stop shrinking your dreams to fit your wallet and start expanding your faith to match your vision. You stop bargaining with fear and start partnering with divine certainty. Every choice becomes a declaration that you live already supplied. Every action carries the fragrance of abundance. Listen to the silence around you. Can you hear it? It is the orchestra of divine law, playing in harmony with your command. The strings of provision, the horns of opportunity, the percussion of divine timing, all moving in sync with your spoken decree. This is not imagination. This is law. The universe is designed to obey the voice of spirit within you. When you speak from that place, lack has no authority to remain. You are walking into a new rhythm now, a rhythm where money is no longer a threat but a tool, where it no longer drains you but multiplies through you. You become a vessel through which abundance flows into your family, your work, your community, your world. You are the evidence that God delights in supplying his children with more than enough. And in that abundance, you walk not in pride but in peace, not in arrogance but in assurance. Say it again now. With the strength of one who has remembered their inheritance, I command divine money to serve my highest good. I walk in abundance, peace, and freedom. Feel the resonance of those words in your chest, the vibration in your bones, the echo in your spirit. Let them sink so deeply that doubt cannot uproot them, so firmly that fear cannot silence them, so fully that lack cannot return. This is the mastery you were meant for. This is the freedom that was promised to you before time began. And now it is your turn to embody it. Stand, walk, live, and speak as one who knows they are already supplied. Command from abundance, not from need. Direct with peace, not with panic. Release with joy, not with fear. The old way of living is finished. The new way has begun. Now, I invite you to seal this truth in action. Declare it publicly. Write it in the comments below, as a covenant with yourself and as a witness before heaven and earth. I command divine money to serve my highest good. In doing so, you proclaim your divine inheritance and step fully into the life of mastery that has been waiting for you. The silent gate of destiny has opened, and you are walking through this. You have walked through a sacred passage. You entered carrying struggle. You carried questions, doubts, fears that weighed heavily on your chest. You stood at the gate of uncertainty, wondering if the divine had forgotten your name. But now you have seen the veil torn. You have heard the whisper of truth. You have been given the keys that turn shadows into light. This is no longer a journey of searching. It is the journey of becoming. In the beginning, money felt like a master towering above you, dictating your choices, shrinking your courage, tightening your breath. You measured your worth against its numbers. You bent your dreams to its scarcity. Yet along this path, a great reversal has occurred. The fear dissolved. Peace arose. The chains fell. You remembered who you are, a divine heir, a child of infinite supply, a co-creator with God himself. From revelation came practice. You spoke new words. You shaped new inner dialogues. You replaced the cries of lack with the authority of abundance. You chose thoughts as carefully as a gardener plants seeds. You tended your inner soil with affirmations, prayers, visions, and from those practices, mastery began to emerge. A mastery not born of force, but of alignment. A mastery not built on struggle, but on surrender. Now we arrive at the sacred close, the seal upon your transformation. And here, the divine gives you a sentence that carries the power of law, a sentence that echoes through the chambers of the unseen, and summons the forces of supply. Hear it, hold it, speak it with the rhythm of eternity. I command divine money to serve my highest good. I walk in abundance, peace, and freedom. Say it, slowly, let every syllable ring with authority. This is not wishful thinking. This is command. This is decree. For the tongue is a scepter, and words are the laws you send into motion. The universe stands ready. Angels rejoice. The treasury of heaven opens its gates as you speak. The divine orchestra plays your theme of triumph. This is your sentence. This is your time. Speak it. Live it. Watch as money obeys your command. Walk into the marketplace as a master, not a beggar. Stand in the silent gate of destiny, with no fear in your eyes. Choose with the calm assurance of one who knows supply cannot be exhausted. Move with the certainty of the sun, shining without permission, radiating without apology. I want you to pause here and feel the shift in your very body. Breathe as one who is already wealthy. Think as one who is already free. Decide as one who is already supplied. This is how the spiritual law works. By living as if the miracle is already yours, the law of substitution makes it so. Replace fear with faith. Replace scarcity with sufficiency. Replace despair with joy. And now, a sacred action. I invite you to claim your inheritance publicly. Write these words in the comments. I command divine money to serve my highest good. Let your declaration be seen. Let it echo beyond your private thoughts into the collective field of faith. When you write it, you seal it. When you seal it, you embody it. And if these words awaken something in you, if you felt the stirring of your soul remembering its true name, I invite you to subscribe now. This is more than a channel. This is a journey. Every day we walk deeper together into divine wealth and spiritual freedom. Every word spoken here is designed to realign you with truth, to retrain your inner dialogue, to rebuild your destiny from the inside out. Do not walk alone in shadows anymore. Join the community of those who choose light. Share this message so others may awaken from their sleep of lack. Let us multiply faith together. Let us become an army of divine masters, walking the earth as evidence of God's unfailing supply. The gates are open. The angels rejoice. The treasury of heaven is not far. It is here, pouring through you now. Stand tall. Speak boldly. Command without fear. The sentence is yours. The power is yours. The time is now. Say it again, with the fire of conviction. I command divine money to serve my highest good. I walk in abundance, peace, and freedom. Carry this into every hour. Let it guide your thoughts when doubts attempt to rise. Let it steady your heart when circumstances shake. Let it remind you of the truth when appearances lie. You are the master. Money is the servant, and servants obey. So step forward. Celebrate your inheritance. This is the seal. This is the close. And yet, it is only the beginning of your eternal victory. When life destroys you, it feels as though the ground beneath your feet has opened and swallowed everything you once trusted. The phone call that changes everything, the betrayal you never saw coming, the sudden silence where there was once love, laughter, or stability, in a single moment. What you thought was permanent crumbles into dust, and you are left staring at ruins that once held your identity. Have you felt it? The sudden collapse of the world you built with your own hands, The loss that shakes you so deeply you wonder if you will ever stand again. The breaking that leaves you with questions that echo louder than your prayers. But what if destruction was not your punishment? What if it was your divine initiation? What if the collapse you fear is actually the whisper of destiny, reshaping the ground beneath you for something greater than you could imagine? The truth is, when life shatters everything, a higher law is at work. The divine architect clears away weak foundations so a new structure, stronger and unshakable, can rise. The sacred fire consumes what cannot last, not because you are unworthy, but because your soul is being prepared for something indestructible. Look closely at the ruins around you. Are they the evidence of failure, or are they the evidence of divine reorganization? Have you ever wondered why the universe strips away what you cling to the most? It is because the hands that hold too tightly cannot open to receive what is destined. When the relationship ends, perhaps it was never aligned with your highest good. When the money vanishes, maybe it was tied to an identity too small for your soul's calling. When health falters, perhaps it is your body's way of urging you toward alignment with divine order. Every shattering hides within it the seed of victory. The law of non-resistance teaches us that suffering intensifies when we fight what is already being dismantled by divine intelligence. Resistance says, "This should not have happened." Faith says, "Even in destruction, I am being prepared for victory." One voice keeps you trapped in the ashes, the other invites you to rise. So I ask you, what if the storm that tore through your life was not sent to destroy you, but to clear away what could never sustain you? What if every collapse is secretly an opening? What if the end you fear is really the doorway to a beginning you prayed for in silence? Pause for a moment, place your hand over your heart, feel the rhythm of life still moving within you. That beat is the drum of divine timing. Even now, even in your breaking, you are not abandoned, you are being rebuilt. Close your eyes, if you can. Imagine the walls around you falling. Imagine the floorboards splintering. Imagine everything you once leaned on turning to dust. Then, in the silence of that empty space, see a light breaking through. It stretches across the ruins, painting them gold. It reveals a new foundation, unshakable, eternal, strong enough to carry the dream planted in you before you were born. This is the hidden breakthrough, to recognize that destruction is not the end of your story. It is the unveiling of a greater chapter. Repeat this affirmation after me. Even in destruction, I am being prepared for victory. Say it slowly. Say it until your soul remembers. Even in destruction, I am being prepared for victory. Your life may look broken, but you are not broken. Your dream may look delayed, but it is not denied. What feels like loss is divine substitution, making way for something so aligned, so perfect, so radiant, that you will one day thank the ruins for clearing the path. You are not here by accident. This message has found you because your soul is ready to rise from what fell. You are ready to see beyond the ashes. You are ready to walk through the silent gate of destiny into your divine comeback. And if these words stir something in you, if you feel the truth vibrating through your being, I invite you to join me daily. Subscribe now, not as a casual click, but as a sacred choice to walk in light, faith, and divine victory every single day. Together, we will journey through destruction, into resurrection, through endings, into divine beginnings, because when life destroys you, it is not your ending, it is your sacred preparation, it is your awakening call, and your victory has already been written. There is a hidden law at work when life seems to fall apart. It is not a law of cruelty. It is not a law of punishment. It is the law of divine reorganization. The ancient masters called it the law of non-resistance. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that what you lose is not truly loss at all. It is the universe clearing the path, removing what no longer belongs to the higher design of your life. Suffering does not come from what is taken away. It comes from the grip of resistance, from holding too tightly to what the divine has already released. Have you noticed that when you fight what is collapsing, the pain intensifies? But when you soften, when you let go, when you say, "This too is preparing me," a strange peace enters. This is the power of aligning with the law. Imagine a farmer in the quiet season. Before he can plant the seeds of a new harvest, he must clear the field. The soil that once bore fruit must be broken, turned, and renewed. To the untrained eye, it looks destructive. The land is being cut open, overturned, stripped bare. Yet to the farmer, this breaking is sacred preparation. Without it, no new life could grow. So it is with your soul. The old ground must be turned so the seed of your destiny can take root. Florence said, "What you lose clears the way for something greater." This truth carries a rhythm like the turning of the seasons. When something leaves, it is because a greater arrangement is being orchestrated in the unseen. The divine orchestra never plays a note too early or too late. It strikes at the exact measure that awakens your growth. Think of the moments you have labeled as endings, the job you could not keep, the relationship that slipped away, the opportunity that vanished at the last second. On the surface, they appear as defeat, yet beneath the surface, your subconscious was being rewired. The soil of your inner life was being loosened so that new possibility could be planted. When the subconscious clings to what is familiar, it cannot expand, so life removes the familiar. It tears down the structures that keep you small, and while the conscious mind protests, the deeper mind is being silently prepared for enlargement. That is why destruction is never random. It is precise, intentional, a divine clock striking the hour of transformation. Let me ask you, what if the thing you lost was never meant to sustain you? What if its only purpose was to carry you to this point and then release you into greater ground? The universe does not strip without replacing. It never empties without the intention to refill. The pattern of life is always substitution. When one thing departs, another is on its way. Here is a practice for you. Take your journal and write these words. What in my life is being removed that no longer serves my highest good? Sit in silence. Let the answers rise from the quiet spaces within. Do not force them. Simply notice what comes. You may be surprised at how clearly your soul already knows what is being released. Speak to yourself with gentleness in this process. Instead of saying, I am losing everything, practice saying, everything unnecessary is being cleared for my expansion. This shift in language is a sacred reframe. It retrains the subconscious to see endings not as death, but as divine reordering. Here is an affirmation for you. I do not resist what is leaving. I bless the reorganization of my life. I trust the divine law at work within me. Say it until it becomes the rhythm of your inner dialogue. Say it until your body relaxes and your heart loosens its grip. Say it until you feel the holy timing that governs all change. When you look at your life through this lens, destruction no longer appears as chaos. It appears as choreography. Every collapse is a movement in the divine dance. Every ending is the silent gate of destiny opening. Every loss is a new alignment being written. Can you feel it? The shift from fear to trust, from clinging to surrender. This is the invitation of the law, to release resistance and allow divine reorganization to carry you where your own control never could. So remember, the soil of your life may be breaking, the ground may feel unstable, but it is only being turned so new life can grow. The clock of heaven has struck. It is the hour of transformation. What looks like destruction is the sound of your new beginning calling. You think it is over. You think you have failed. That inner voice whispers in the dark, you are finished. You are abandoned. There is no way back. And because the night feels endless, you believe the lie. Fear has a way of disguising itself as truth. Despair paints your vision with shadows so thick that you cannot see beyond them. And defeat convinces you that the story is already written in ashes. But I tell you now, that voice is not your soul. That voice is the echo of fear, and fear has no authority over your destiny. Every soul walks through a wilderness. Job, stripped of wealth, health, and companionship, sat in the ashes of his life. Yet in his despair, he declared, though he slay me, yet will I trust him. His story was not ruin but restoration. David wandered the wilderness, hunted and alone. Yet that wilderness became his training ground for kingship. Even in loss, even in the silence of unanswered prayers, there is preparation. A seed buried in the soil looks as if it has been discarded, hidden in darkness. It begins to split, to crack, to break apart. To the eye, it seems like death, but in truth, it is the secret beginning of life. Without the breaking, without the pressure of the soil, no root could ever reach downward. No root could ever reach downward. No shoot could ever rise toward the light. So it is with you. What feels like you're breaking is not the end. It is the beginning of something new. You are not abandoned. That is the illusion. You are not defeated. That is the shadow cast by fear. The divine has not left you. Even when every outward sign seems to scream otherwise, the truth is, the universe is still for you, still guiding you, still moving you forward. Your soul's compass never stops pointing toward destiny. Let us speak directly to the fear that binds you. Fear says, you will never recover. Answer it with, "This collapse is the soil of my resurrection." Fear says, "You are finished." Respond, "I am being prepared for greater ground." Fear says, "You are forgotten." Declare, "I am never abandoned." What looks like loss is divine preparation. When despair whispers, it is hopeless. I want you to remember the sacred pattern. Every great life, every great story, carries a chapter of breaking, but no chapter is the whole book. Your wilderness is not your permanent address. It is only the passageway to your promised land. Psychologists tell us that the brain interprets endings as danger. To the mind, losing a job, a home, or a relationship feels like threat to survival. The nervous system tightens, anxiety rises, despair follows. Yet in the spiritual realm, endings are not danger, they are preparation. Your subconscious may scream in fear, but your spirit knows the truth. You are being moved into alignment. The challenge is this: which voice will you believe? The voice of fear or the voice of faith? One drags you into despair, the other lifts you into anticipation. One chains you to the ashes, the other teaches you to see the ashes as the soil of new creation. Here is a practice for this moment. Close your eyes, take a deep breath. Imagine yourself as a seed buried in the dark. Feel the soil press against you. Feel the tightness, the weight, the hiddenness. Then imagine a crack forming, not as destruction, but as opening. From that crack, a root reaches downward, steady and strong. A shoot rises upward, seeking the light. You are that seed. The breaking is not the end. The breaking is the breakthrough. Say this affirmation aloud: I am never abandoned. What looks like loss is divine preparation. Repeat it until your heart begins to loosen its grip on despair. Let each word reprogram the echo of fear inside you. When you feel abandoned, remember Job. When you feel hunted, remember David. When you feel buried, remember the seed. Their stories are mirrors of your own. If they rose, so will you. The illusion of defeat is strong, but it is only an illusion. The truth is rising even now, like dawn breaking across the horizon. You are being shifted from despair into anticipation, from darkness into the edge of light. The universe has already scheduled your restoration. The divine clock is still striking in perfect rhythm, so let your heart release the grip of fear. Let your spirit breathe again. What feels like the end is not the end. It is only the silent prelude to your hidden breakthrough. Destruction does not end your story. It begins the sacred turning of the page, and the path from ruins to resurrection is not random. It follows a divine sequence, a hidden pattern of breakthrough written into the very fabric of your soul. This path unfolds in 3 steps: recognition, realignment, and rebirth. Each step is not merely an idea, but a spiritual law in action. When you honor these steps, you rise not because you force life to obey you, but because you allow divine alignment to carry you where resistance once held you down. The first step is recognition. Here, you awaken to the truth that what fell apart was not punishment but divine reorganization. You begin to see through the illusion of tragedy into the quiet working of the law. Recognition is when your soul whispers, "This too is sacred." It is the moment when the storm reveals itself not as an enemy but as a gardener clearing the field. Imagine the phoenix, its wings scorched, its body consumed in fire. To the untrained eye, it looks like the end, but to those who understand, it is the sacred necessity of renewal. In the flames, the old form dissolves. Recognition is daring to declare, "I am not perishing, I am being prepared." Florence Scovel Shinn often reminded us that nothing is ever lost. What departs makes way for something higher, something more, attuned to the divine blueprint of your destiny. Recognition allows you to stop fighting shadows, and instead, see the light breaking through the cracks of what once imprisoned you. The second step is realignment. Once you see destruction as divine reorganization, you are called to shift your posture. No longer clinging to the ruins, no longer worshiping the memory of what collapsed. You ask a holy question: what wants to be built through me now? This question is not casual, it is commanding. It moves the subconscious out of mourning and into momentum. It places you in harmony with the law of substitution, releasing the lesser so the greater may come forth. Realignment is when your soul's compass heavily brushes, pointing not backward to what has ended, but forward to what is rising. Picture yourself standing among the broken stones of a temple that once defined you. At first, all you see is debris, but then, as you lift your gaze, a shaft of light pours through the gaps. illuminating the shape of something new. That light is divine intention, showing you what is to be constructed on stronger foundations. In realignment, your words become tools of creation. Instead of declaring defeat, you speak possibility. Instead of rehearsing despair, you affirm destiny. Every thought, every phrase, every silent prayer turns the soil of your subconscious into fertile ground. The third step is rebirth. This is where your voice becomes the architect of your new reality. For it is not enough to recognize or even to realign, you must speak the decree of your resurrection. Words are not decoration, words are law. The tongue sets the course, and when spoken in alignment with divine truth, words rebuild worlds. Rebirth is rising through declaration. I cooperate with divine timing. I am aligned with my comeback story. My seeming defeat is my certain victory. These are not mere affirmations, they are divine verdicts. Sentences of power that command life to reorganize itself around your higher good. Feel the energy as you say them, not from the mind alone but from the core of your being. Speak them until your cells vibrate with their truth. Speak them until the ashes beneath your feet feel less like loss and more like the holy ground of new creation. Visualization becomes your ally here. Close your eyes and see yourself standing amid the ruins of what once was. The air is still heavy with the memory of fire, yet as you stand, light begins to stream through the cracks, not gentle, but radiant golden beams that transform the rubble into luminous soil. Watch as out of that soil, new structures rise, not imposed by your will but drawn forth by divine order. See yourself not broken, but reborn, not defeated, but enthroned in a higher chapter. This is the law of resurrection, not reserved for the saints of history but active in you here and now. The phoenix is your reflection, the temple is your story. The ruins are not evidence of abandonment, but of preparation for a greater indwelling of divine purpose. Recognition, realignment, rebirth. These are not theories, they are universal laws of comeback. To resist them is to prolong despair. To align with them is to accelerate destiny. You may feel the tremors of uncertainty even now, but hear this clearly. The same hand that allowed the crumbling is the hand that writes your restoration. Divine timing is never late, divine order never fails, and every collapse conceals a crown. So declare it, I am the phoenix, I rise through divine alignment. Declare it, the ruins are my altar, from them I rise into my true inheritance. Declare it, this is not the end of me, this is the unveiling of who I was always meant to be. When you embrace this path, fear loses its grip, doubt loses its voice, the illusion of defeat dissolves, and the certainty of victory stands tall within you. Recognition awakens your sight, realignment restores your posture, rebirth releases your power, and in this trinity of transformation, you become unstoppable not by human strength, but by divine law. This is not theory, this is law. There comes a moment when recognition and realignment must turn into action. A moment where you no longer wait for destiny to surprise you, but you step into your authority and command it forward. This is where the true tools of power are revealed, the instruments that transform ashes into crowns, defeat into triumph, and silence into song. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that words are not casual, they are creative decrees. When spoken in times of apparent destruction, their force multiplies. Why? Because the subconscious is most impressionable in the valley, not on the mountaintop. When life appears stripped bare, every syllable you speak becomes a seed sown directly into the soil of rebirth. In destruction, the tongue becomes the divine chisel, carving victory out of the stone of despair. This is why you must guard your mouth in seasons of loss. Every word either chains you to the ruins or builds your ladder out of them. So I ask you now, what words will you choose? Will you echo fear, or will you command resurrection? For the next 7 days, I challenge you to take authority with your speech. Each morning before the world interrupts you, declare aloud. They will send new instructions into the divine orchestra of your life, and as you declare, you will notice something shift. The atmosphere inside you will change first, then the atmosphere around you will follow. Repeated declarations carve new grooves into the brain, rewiring it to expect breakthrough instead of disaster, expansion instead of collapse. This is not wishful thinking, it is spiritual law meeting psychological truth. But affirmations alone are not enough, you must also see it. Visualization is the companion of declaration. Close your eyes and imagine yourself holding the broken pieces of your life in your hands. Fragments of relationships, finances, dreams, opportunities. Feel their weight. Then, in your mind, lift them upward and place them in the hands of divine intelligence. Watch as the light of heaven flows over them, transforming jagged shards into streams of pure gold. See the gold flowing back to you, shaping a path brighter than anything you once clung to. This vision imprints victory into your inner world, so that the outer world has no choice but to mirror it. Take this further with the pen. Journaling is not simply writing, it is dialogue with destiny. Ask yourself with honesty, what qualities is my wilderness preparing in me? Is it patience, faith, courage, discernment? The wilderness is never empty. It forges something eternal. When you identify it, you shift from victim to student, from abandoned to anointed. Do not underestimate this process. Words, visions, and written reflections create alignment between the conscious mind, the subconscious mind, and the divine mind. When the three agree, mountains move. So let us seal this teaching with a sacred declaration. Place your hand upon your heart and say, every word I speak now plants the seeds of my comeback. My tongue is my compass, my vision is my map, my faith is my anchor. I will not bow to ruins, I will command my resurrection. Feel the weight of those words. They are not mere encouragement, they are law. And as you walk forward, carry this knowing your comeback is not only certain, it has already begun. There is a moment in every divine journey when the old self can no longer survive. The victim dissolves, the survivor steps forward, and then, in the silence, after destruction, the true victor rises. Understand this clearly, your comeback is not merely about regaining what was lost. A true comeback is not measured in restored possessions, positions, or appearances. It is measured in consciousness. It is the shift from the self who feared collapse to the self who now knows collapse was never defeat, but preparation. You are not who you were before the breaking. You have been reforged in the fire. Think of Joseph, sold into slavery, betrayed by blood, forgotten in prison. Yet, when his moment came, he did not simply return to his family as the boy who once dreamed. He rose as ruler in Egypt, steward of a nation's abundance. His suffering shaped his crown. Think of Moses, driven into exile, stripped of power, wandering in wilderness. Yet from exile he returned not as a fugitive, but as deliverer, leading a people through the sea and into promise. His years in obscurity were the training ground of divine leadership. Think of Paul, once the persecutor, broken by blindness on the Damascus road, yet through that breaking, he became the voice that carried light across empires. His destruction was the doorway to his transformation. The pattern is eternal. You are walking it now. You see, a diamond does not gleam until it has endured both pressure and fire. The stone in its raw form appears ordinary, almost hidden, but under crushing weight, under burning flame, its hidden brilliance is revealed. You are that diamond. Your trials have not destroyed you. They have uncovered the brilliance no one could see until the pressure came. So let this truth anchor in you. You are no longer the victim. You are not even simply a survivor. You are the victor. Say it now and claim it. I am the victor, never the victim. Speak it with power. Speak it until it echoes in the chambers of your soul. And now I invite you into reflection. Ask yourself with courage, how is my soul stronger now than before my destruction? Perhaps you have discovered patience you never knew. Perhaps faith that cannot be shaken. Perhaps courage that roars louder than fear. These are treasures no collapse can steal. They are the gold mined only in valleys, the oil pressed only in crushing. This is the silent gate of destiny, the moment when your soul's compass points forward with unshakable clarity. You no longer ask, why did this happen to me? You declare, this happened for me, to reveal who I truly am. And as you step into this awareness, the energy around you shifts. The divine orchestra begins to play the notes of victory. Doors that once closed will now open with ease. Path that once confused you will now glow with direction. For you no longer carry the vibration of defeat. You carry the resonance of triumph. The transformation is complete. You have crossed the threshold from victim to victor. And this victory is not fragile, it is eternal. Prepare your heart now, for soon we will seal this journey with a sacred declaration. A declaration that will not only affirm your victory, but will anchor it into the very fabric of your destiny. Beloved soul, let this truth echo in the deepest chambers of your being. Destruction was never sent to end you, it was sent to awaken you, to call you into a destiny that could not be born until the old was cleared away. Every collapse has been a divine reorganization, every loss has been a hidden preparation, and every tear has been watering the soil of your breakthrough. This is not the end, this is your rising, this is your sacred comeback. Close your eyes for a moment and breathe. Imagine the divine orchestra tuning within your spirit, the strings of faith, the drums of courage, the soft whisper of release. Everything within you is aligning to a new song, a song of victory that was written for you before the foundations of time. Now, speak with me, not as a wish, but as a decree, not as hope, but as law. Divine intelligence works perfectly through me now. Every seeming loss is my certain gain. My breakthrough is here, and I rise in victory. Let these words not be empty sounds, but sacred contracts. Every syllable plants a seed in the soil of your subconscious, and what you plant in faith, you will harvest in glory. You are no longer defined by what was destroyed, you are defined by what is being built within you. The silent gate of destiny has opened, and you have stepped through. Say it once more with authority. I rise in victory, my soul is unshaken, my path is made perfect. And now I leave you with this charge. If this message has stirred your spirit, if it has reminded you of who you truly are, then join me daily in this journey. Subscribe to this channel for daily words that awaken your inner temple, and declare it publicly, boldly, in the comments. My breakthrough brings my comeback. For your declaration is not only your own, it becomes a light for others still standing in the rubble. It becomes proof that the law works, that spirit is faithful, that no destruction has the final word. Your comeback is not far away. Your comeback is not on the horizon. Your comeback has already begun. Walk in it, speak it, live it, and know with certainty the victory is yours. We have been told a lie so deeply, so persistently, that most people never even question it. The lie is this: money is earned through endless toil, through grinding effort, through the sweat of the brow. But here is the truth that shatters that illusion. Wealth is not earned, wealth is commanded. Wealth responds to the language of your spirit more than the labor of your hands. It is not sweat that creates riches, it is speech. It is the vibration of words that carve the invisible into form. Pause for a moment and let that enter your heart. If wealth is commanded, then whose command is it waiting for? Yours. And if it has been waiting all this time, how many commands have you unknowingly spoken that have pushed it away? How many times have you cursed your own prosperity without realizing it? Every careless sentence about lack, every word of fear, every confession of limitation, these were not harmless remarks. They were decrees written in the unseen, orders placed into the fabric of your reality. So let me ask you now, what if money has always been waiting at the gate of your life, listening for your command? What if every dollar, every opportunity, every open door has been hovering near you like obedient servants, waiting for the word that would release them? What if your words have been the only barrier between you and the abundance that was already appointed to you? This is the hidden formula that few discover, a formula not of mathematics but of metaphysics, not of numbers but of names. Florence Scovel Shinn taught us that words are bridges. They carry energy from the unseen world into the seen. They transport divine supply from the invisible warehouse of God into the visible storehouse of your life. When you speak, you are not simply forming sound. You are drafting blueprints for the divine architect to build upon. You are chiseling unseen stone. You are programming the invisible field that must, by law, obey the command it receives. Imagine this with me. Imagine a divine architect standing with a set of plans for your life. On those plans is every provision, every opportunity, every flow of wealth you could ever need. But the architect will not begin building until the spoken word is issued. The plan is complete, the materials are present. But without the word there is no action. Without the decree there is no movement. This is why some live with poverty while others overflow with supply. It is not the education, not the effort, not even the luck. It is the voice, it is the word. You see, the money formula is hidden in plain sight. It has been encoded into scripture, whispered through mystics, lived out by the truly prosperous. The power of the tongue is the power of life and death. With words you release energy, with words you bind or you loose. With words you declare the atmosphere of your finances. And here is the shocking truth. Whether you know it or not, you have already been using this formula. The question is, have you been using it for wealth or for want? Think back to the last week. How many times did you say, I can't afford it? How many times did you say, money never stays with me? How many times did you mutter, things are always hard? Each of these was a command. Each of these was a seed sown into the invisible field. The harvest must come. The universe does not mock your words. It amplifies them. It brings them back multiplied. And yet, just as the wrong commands bring lack, the right commands bring increase. The right words open vaults. The right affirmations draw streams of gold from the unseen into the seen. This is why I must ask you, are you willing to change your language? Are you ready to command rather than complain? To decree rather than doubt, because the complete money formula is not hidden from you. It is hidden in you. It is waiting to be unlocked by your willingness to speak as a co-creator rather than as a beggar. Today, I will take you on a journey through this formula. I will reveal to you how to align your words with divine law so that wealth becomes not a chase but a calling. You will learn how to reframe every phrase, how to plant every sentence like a seed of gold, how to step into the flow of prosperity that has been prepared for you. You will discover that the mouth is not just for survival, it is the throne of creation. Florence Scovel Shinn once wrote, "Your word is your wand." A wand does not work by accident, it works by intention. Your mouth has been waving the wand of creation every single day, whether you realized it or not. Now is the time to awaken to its sacred power. Now is the time to use it consciously, with authority, with faith. So I invite you, stay with me through this teaching, for what you will uncover here is more than advice. It is alignment. It is the hidden formula that shifts lack into wealth, despair into faith, emptiness into overflow. If you are ready, the journey begins now. And before we go deeper, let me say this. If you want daily motivational and spiritual videos that rewire your mind for prosperity and inner freedom, make sure to subscribe right now. This channel is your sacred space for breakthrough. Now, take a breath, feel the weight of your words, and prepare, because the complete money formula is about to be unlocked in your life. Florence Scovel Shinn spoke a truth that echoes through eternity. Your word is your wand. With it you do not merely describe life, you design it. With it you do not simply echo what has been, you declare what must be. The unseen responds to the spoken decree. As faithfully as a shadow answers to light, every syllable you release carries a vibration that sets invisible forces in motion. Think of words as commands delivered to the divine orchestra. Each statement you make is a note struck on the strings of creation. If your words are heavy with fear, the orchestra plays discord. If your words are charged with faith, the orchestra swells with harmony. And it is this harmony that arranges people, places, and provision in your favor. This is why careless speech is never truly careless. Words are not empty air, they are living seeds. When you say, "I can't afford it," you plant poverty. When you say, "Money never stays," you scatter the seed of loss. When you mutter, "Things are always hard," you instruct the soil of the universe to bear struggle. These phrases may seem harmless, but they are spells cast against your own fortune. You become both the speaker and the saboteur. Yet, there is a sacred law that rescues you from this trap, the law of substitution. It teaches that you cannot fight fear by resisting it, you replace it. You cannot dissolve lack by staring at it, you substitute it with abundance. The human mind cannot hold two opposing pictures at once. If you paint it with poverty, it cannot see wealth. But if you paint it with prosperity, the image of poverty fades. The moment you replace the destructive phrase with a life-giving one, you shift the entire frequency of your financial field. Words are keys that unlock vaults. The vault is already full. The treasures are already stored, but the wrong key will never open the door. When you declare, "I am always broke," you are turning a key that does not fit. The gate remains shut. But when you speak, "Money comes to me freely, richly, endlessly. I am supported by divine supply," you place the right key into the lock, and the vault swings wide. The treasure flows, opportunities align, provision multiplies. Imagine yourself standing in a field of invisible soil. Every sentence you speak drops like a seed into that soil. The earth makes no judgment. It does not reject the thorn or the rose. It simply grows what is planted. If you scatter words of lack, the soil gives you lack. If you scatter words of increase, the soil gives you increase. The question is not whether the harvest will come, it is which harvest you are preparing with your tongue. This is why affirmations are more than hopeful phrases. They are deliberate plantings in the garden of destiny. Speak this daily. Every word I release builds my fortune in the unseen, and it must return multiplied. Feel that declaration take root. Picture golden seeds dropping into the soil, sprouting roots, rising with branches, heavy with fruit. Every time you affirm wealth, you are not begging for money to appear. You are authorizing its arrival. You are commanding the invisible to take visible form. The power of the tongue is not symbolic, it is literal. The tongue is the compass of your destiny. It points the ship of your life toward famine or toward feast. If you allow it to drift with complaint and fear, you set your course toward struggle. But if you grip it with intention and point it toward faith, you sail toward provision. Every command of wealth spoken in faith pulls the winds of supply into your sails. Let us practice together. Whisper with authority. Money is my obedient servant. It comes quickly and easily at my command. Say it again, slowly, with the weight of faith. I am aligned with divine supply. What I speak is established for me now. These are not empty affirmations. They are codes written into the unseen. They are decrees the universe cannot ignore. And so I must ask you again, what words are you releasing each day? Are they words that bind or words that build? Are they commands that open gates or whispers that keep them closed? Your life is the echo of your language, the balance in your account, the flow of opportunities, the level of ease you walk in, all are mirrors of the words you have sown. Here is your practice for today. Become conscious of your speech. Catch every phrase that drips with fear or doubt. When you hear yourself say, I can't, stop, breathe, replace it with, I can and I will. When you hear yourself sigh, it is too hard. Substitute it with, all things are working together in my favor. Train your tongue like a master trains a horse. Do not let it run wild. Guide it with faith, and it will carry you to riches. The truth is this, the problem is not that you lack money. The problem is that you misuse the language of wealth. You command poverty more often than prosperity, but the moment you shift your speech, you shift your world. And when you realize that words are not descriptions but decrees, you awaken the formula that few ever discover. Prepare your heart, because in the next step we will uncover the silent sabotage most people never notice. We will name the hidden patterns of speech that keep the vault closed, and once exposed, you will never fall into them again. You long for abundance, you pray for freedom, you imagine a life where money no longer dictates your choices. And yet, without realizing it, your very own words have been writing a different story. Not a story of wealth, but a story of resistance, delay, and loss. This is the silent sabotage of speech. It is subtle, almost invisible, and yet it has more power over your financial reality than any paycheck, any economy, or any opportunity. Think about it. How often have you whispered to yourself, I'm barely surviving, or sighed, money never stays with me? Each time, the universe hears your confession as a command, and life, being faithful to its laws, echoes it back. You say you are surviving, and life ensures survival, but not abundance. You say money never stays, and like water slipping through fingers, it finds its way out. Picture someone standing before a sacred gate of wealth. Behind the gate lies peace, freedom, divine provision, the ability to bless others without fear. But this gate only opens with a word, the right word, and so many stand there, year after year, repeating the wrong password. I can't afford that. I'll never catch a break. It's always hard for me. With each word, the gate remains sealed, not out of cruelty, but because the law of speech cannot be deceived. Florence Scovel Shinn called it the power of the tongue. Every syllable is a seed planted in the invisible soil of creation. What you scatter in haste will rise in your field tomorrow. And here is the truth most ignore. It is not only your intentional affirmations that create, it is also the casual phrases, the unguarded murmurs, the sighs of defeat, spoken in traffic, in grocery lines, in the quiet of your own mind. This is why so many feel trapped. Their conscious desire cries for wealth, yet their unconscious words weave a net that blocks it. It is as though two voices are speaking within them, one calling for light, and one chanting shadows. The law of non-resistance reveals the hidden wound. Every complaint, every frustrated phrase like nothing ever works for me, is an act of resistance against divine flow. The moment you resist, you choke the very river that longs to carry provision to your door. Resistance hardens the soil. Faith softens it. Resistance closes the hand. Gratitude opens it. Pause for a moment. Feel the weight of the phrases you have spoken about money in just the last week. How many of them opened doors? How many quietly closed them? How many times did you unknowingly lock yourself out of the very abundance you prayed for? Here is a sacred journal prompt for you. What are the phrases I speak daily about money? Do they open doors or close them? Write them down without judgment. See them for what they are: keys or barriers, passwords or locks. This moment of awareness is not here to condemn you, it is here to free you, because once you see the sabotage, you can stop feeding it. Once you hear the tone of your own voice, you can choose a new one. The tragedy is not that people lack money, the tragedy is that they misuse language. They curse their harvest before it has even broken through the soil. They declare lack, and lack faithfully arrives. They name struggle, and struggle obeys like a servant. But there is a deeper truth waiting, and this is the promise I give you. In the next section, you will learn how to speak the words that open the vault of abundance, words that command the universe to deliver wealth freely and richly. No more standing before a locked gate, no more repeating the wrong password. The moment you realign your speech, the gate begins to swing open, and the supply you were meant to carry begins to rush toward you. There comes a moment when wishing is no longer enough, a moment when prayer must move from pleading lips into commanding speech. This is the path to alignment, where your words stop sounding like the cries of a beggar and begin to flow as the decrees of a sovereign soul. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that your word is your wand, but here is the deeper truth. Your wand does not tremble in weakness. It does not beg, it commands. When you speak from faith, you are not asking life to change, you are authorizing the invisible kingdom to obey. Imagine this with me. You are seated upon a throne within your own being. Around you lies an unseen kingdom, vast and responsive. Every word that leaves your mouth is a royal decree. When you speak lack races to fulfill your command. When you speak wealth gathers itself and begins to move toward you. The invisible servants of your words never question, they do not argue, they only obey. This is why alignment is everything, for authority is not in shouting, authority is in certainty. Authority is in speaking from your soul's compass, not your fear. Words born of panic scatter like dust in the wind. Words born of faith become rooted, like seeds planted in the divine orchard. The law of divine timing is always at work. Every decree you release plants itself into invisible soil, and though you may not see the sprout the next day, it is germinating in silence. Just as a farmer does not tear up the ground to check if the seed is working, so must you trust the unseen. You speak it, you water it with faith, you rest in its season, and in the perfect hour, the harvest rises before you. But how do you craft such commands? How do you move beyond careless speech into the discipline of divine language? Let me give you the tools. Begin with a morning ritual upon waking. Before you let the world imprint its noise upon you, sit in stillness, breathe deeply, and declare aloud, "Today, my words are divine instruments. They establish wealth, order, and peace in my life. What I decree cannot be resisted, for it is aligned with divine law." This ritual cleanses the field of yesterday's chatter and plants the first seeds of power. Next, visualization. Close your eyes and see yourself standing in a golden field that stretches beyond the horizon. This field is the infinite supply of God. When you speak, your words are like radiant beams of light entering the soil. With every affirmation, watch as golden sprouts emerge, multiplying, expanding, bending toward you. Feel the certainty that what you command in this field must bear fruit. Then comes the reframe of inner dialogue. No longer may you whisper, "I hope money comes." Hope is a fragile thread that snaps under pressure. Instead, train your mind to say, "Money is commanded and already moving to me. It is my obedient servant, fulfilling its purpose by flowing into my life." This shift transforms begging into authority, uncertainty into alignment. Here are sacred affirmations to anchor this truth. Money is my obedient servant. It comes quickly and easily at my command. I am aligned with divine supply. What I speak is established for me now. I walk as a creator, not a victim. My words are decrees, and life obeys. Repeat them not as empty lines but as royal proclamations. Feel the authority vibrating in your chest. See the unseen kingdom stirring at your command. Let me tell you a story. There was once a woman burdened by endless bills and fear. Each day she muttered, "I never have enough. It's always a struggle," and life, faithful to her decrees, reflected her words. But then she discovered the law of spiritual command. She shifted her speech. She began declaring, "I am supported by divine supply. Money serves me swiftly and without resistance." At first, nothing seemed to change. Yet within weeks, unexpected provision began to appear, a refund she had forgotten, a gift from a friend, opportunities she had never considered. Her language had changed her atmosphere, and her atmosphere shaped her reality. This is not magic, it is law. Just as gravity never fails, the law of the tongue never fails. It does not ask whether you are ready, it only obeys the frequency you release. So I ask you, what decrees are you sending into your invisible kingdom today? Do you speak as one lost in complaint, or as one crowned with authority? Every careless phrase is a seed, every sacred command is a harvest. And here is the beauty of alignment. Once your speech matches the truth of your spirit, struggle begins to dissolve. You no longer resist the flow with words of fear. You no longer beg for scraps at the table of life. You rise, you declare, and you know that what you speak is already accomplished. But there is one more element that completes the formula. Words without belief are hollow. Decrees without conviction fade into echoes. To truly activate the wealth formula, your commands must be infused with unwavering belief, a knowing that cannot be shaken by delay. That is where we go next. Power is not found in a single declaration. Power is born in repetition, in rhythm, in the daily weaving of words, until they become the very fabric of your being. This is the law of consistency. Words spoken once are seeds, but words spoken daily are gardens. A single phrase may plant possibility, but only consistent speech cultivates a harvest. Picture this: your life is a sacred temple of wealth. Each day you step into it, and with every word you speak, you light a candle. Some light faint and flicker because they are born of doubt. Others blaze brightly because they are forged in faith. As the days pass, the candles multiply, and the temple glows with radiance. This is the temple you tend with your tongue. So how do you live the formula? By weaving it into the rhythm of your day until it becomes as natural as breathing. Let me give you the structure. Morning is your opening act. Before the world pours its noise into your mind, declare abundance, place your feet on the floor, breathe deeply, and say aloud, "This day is blessed. Wealth flows toward me in ways seen and unseen. I walk in divine supply." Speak it with conviction, not as a wish, but as an established fact. This morning command sets the tone for the hours ahead. Midday is your checkpoint. Here is where the subtle whispers of fear often creep in. A bill arrives, a worry surfaces, a thought says, "What if there isn't enough?" Pause and reframe. Instead of agreeing with fear, declare, "This too is provided for. Nothing can resist divine flow. I remain supported." By catching these small moments and replacing them, you shift the frequency of your entire day. Evening is your closing ritual. As the sun sets, step into gratitude. Whisper, "Every word I spoke today has returned to me multiplied. I give thanks for the unseen harvest already in motion." Gratitude is the seal on your commands. It tells the universe you trust the process, that you know the invisible is already working in your favor. To deepen your integration, use journaling as your mirror. Each night, ask yourself, how did I command my wealth today? Where did I let fear speak instead of faith? Write honestly. This practice unveils your hidden patterns and gives you the power to redirect them. Over time, you will see the pages of your journal shift from worry to certainty, from doubt to declaration. Understand this. Daily commands do more than shape your outer circumstances, they rewire your subconscious. The mind believes what it hears repeatedly, especially when charged with emotion. Each time you affirm abundance, each time you reframe fear, each time you declare gratitude, you carve new pathways in the mind. Soon wealth is no longer something you are chasing. It becomes the identity you live from. Think of it like music. A single note is beautiful, but a melody only emerges when notes are played in sequence. Your words are the divine orchestra of your life. One phrase may stir hope, but the daily rhythm of declarations composes a symphony of abundance. Let me give you a short prayer to anchor this practice. Spirit of divine supply, guide my tongue daily. Let no careless phrase block my good. May my words light the temple of my wealth, and may my speech align me with the abundance already prepared for me. When you live this formula, consistency transforms into identity. You no longer have to remember to speak wealth. You become the one who naturally speaks it. You no longer force yourself to command abundance. You walk as its rightful owner. This is where transformation deepens. For the one who tends the garden of words daily will inevitably walk into a new financial identity, not a visitor to wealth, but a resident of it. not a seeker of abundance, but an embodiment of it, and that is the bridge we now cross. The formula does not end with words alone. It culminates in the final shift of identity, where you no longer try to attract wealth but awaken to the truth that you already are wealth itself. Close your eyes for a moment, breathe deeply, and let the noise of the world fall away. Imagine yourself standing before a silent gate of destiny. It is tall, radiant, shimmering with golden light, and for so long it has seemed locked. You have knocked, you have waited, you have wondered, but now, in this very moment, you hold the final key. This is not just another teaching. This is the sacred turning point. You have learned that words are not casual, they are creative. You have seen that careless phrases sabotage, while conscious commands construct. You have walked the path of alignment, tended the garden of daily declarations, and now you stand here, ready to step across the threshold into a new identity. See the gate begin to open before you. Hear the whisper of release. Like a divine orchestra tuning before a grand performance, the air shifts, the atmosphere changes. You are no longer the one who begs for money, who fears lack, who hopes for scraps. You are the one who commands. You are the one who calls forth abundance with the authority of divine alignment. Now, repeat after me, not timidly, but with the full force of your spirit. I now command my wealth into being. I am wealthy. I am free. I am aligned with divine abundance. Feel those words reverberate through your chest like a sacred drumbeat. Let them sink into every cell, every corner of your mind, every hidden place where doubt once lived. These words are not empty. They are the royal decree of your soul. They travel into the unseen, and they cannot return void. You have just activated the complete money formula. It is as if you have placed the final key into a divine vault. And with a resounding click, the treasures prepared for you are unlocked. Not someday, not in a distant future. The law is exact, and the shift has already begun. No longer see yourself as a seeker of money. That identity has dissolved. From this day forward, see yourself as a commander of wealth, the one who speaks, and it is established, the one who declares, and the universe obeys. This is not arrogance. This is alignment. This is the design of divine law working perfectly through you. Carry this into your day. Walk as if the unseen forces are already rearranging themselves in your favor, because they are. Speak with the authority of someone who knows that invisible armies of supply march at their command. Think with the calmness of one who no longer wonders if provision will come but knows it is already on the way. You are no longer the same. Something in you has shifted forever. The old words, the old doubts, the old scarcity, they have no power here. You walk in a new vibration, one that attracts, multiplies, and sustains. Let me leave you with this final prayer. Divine Source, I thank you for opening the gates of abundance. I thank you that wealth is no longer outside of me, but alive within me. Guide my words, guard my thoughts, and let my life be a testimony of prosperity, aligned with spirit. And now, beloved soul, if this message has awakened something deep within you, if you are ready to walk this new path of abundance with daily power and divine alignment, I invite you to carry this teaching forward. Like this video, subscribe for more daily spiritual guidance, and share it with someone who needs to hear that they, too, are more powerful than their circumstances. This is not the end of the journey. It is the beginning of your new identity. You are wealthy. You are free. You are aligned. And the formula of money, spoken through spiritual command, is now yours forever. Money is not moved by effort. It is moved by alignment. This truth sounds almost impossible at first, because the world has taught you the opposite. From the moment you were a child, you were told that if you worked harder, longer, and faster, then money would appear. But look around. There are those who sweat endlessly and still remain broke. And then there are those who seem to speak one word, make one movement, and wealth gathers at their feet. The reason is not luck. The reason is law. The invisible law of the spirit is always more powerful than the visible law of labor. Money does not obey exhaustion. It obeys the vibration of the soul. Picture this clearly. A weary person bends over books late into the night, chasing bills, fighting fear, waiting for relief. They collapse into bed drained, only to wake up with the same weight pressing on their chest. Now picture another soul.com, centered. They close their eyes, speak a word of truth, and within days the phone rings, the door opens, an opportunity appears. The difference is not an effort. The difference is in alignment. The world of money is like a locked treasury, but the key is not in your hands. The key is in your words. Every phrase you speak is either a command to open the treasury or to keep it sealed. This is the divine secret money obeys. What if the universe is already holding your wealth, waiting for you to open the gate? What if every dollar you have prayed for is already circling you, waiting for one signal to land? What if money does not need to be chased at all, only called? Florence Scovel Shinn revealed this mystery more than a century ago. She taught that every word you speak is a decree sent into the unseen. The invisible world hears you and responds with exactness. Speak of lack and you will meet lack. Speak of supply and supply will rise to meet you. Your tongue is the scepter of command. With it, you either rule in prosperity or remain chained in poverty. Take a breath and let this sink into your heart. Your words are not small, they are not random, they are not weak. They are the blueprint of your destiny. They are the map the universe follows to deliver your experience. When you say, I never have enough, the treasury hears and closes. When you say, I am divinely supplied, the treasury opens and responds. Do you see it now? The work is not to chase harder, to sweat more, or to beg the world. The work is to align your speech with divine truth. This is why some people's lives change instantly, because they stop fighting the external and begin commanding the invisible. So, I ask you today, what words have you been speaking over your life? What silent decrees are shaping your days? Have you unknowingly been commanding lack by repeating it every morning? Or will you now choose to command wealth by speaking it into being? There is a sacred orchestra playing behind the curtain of your life. Every word you speak is like an instrument tuning in. Some strike the chord of abundance, others strike the chord of struggle. The music that plays in your outer life is nothing more than the echo of the notes you've been striking within. This is why I must invite you, right now, to become intentional with your words, your thoughts, and your inner dialogue. Because money is not resisting you. Money is waiting for you to give it permission to flow, and that permission is spoken, not earned. If these words are awakening something in you, if they are calling you to live above fear and struggle, then I invite you to subscribe to this channel. Every day we dive into teachings like this, unlocking spiritual truths that awaken your divine prosperity. This is not entertainment. This is transformation. And if your soul is ready, this is your place. Imagine this moment as a turning point. You have been running after money, trying to pull it with your hands. But today, you discover that money has ears. It hears, it responds, it moves toward the voice of faith. You will not leave this teaching unchanged. You are beginning to recognize the sacred law at work in your life. The law that does not care about how long you have struggled. The law that does not delay once you align. The law that answers immediately when you call from faith instead of fear. So hear me clearly. In this very moment, one hidden shift can change the course of your finances forever. The second you change your words, you change your world. The second you align with truth, the treasury opens. The second you speak with authority, money shows up fast. Let your heart beat faster with this realization. Let your spirit rise with expectation, because you are about to walk into the secret that changes everything. And as we move forward, I will show you exactly how to use it, so that the invisible becomes visible, and the wealth that belongs to you appears without delay. This is the sacred beginning. Stay with me, because in this moment you are standing at the gate, and what you discover next will make money show up faster than you ever imagined. Here is the truth hidden in plain sight. The second you change your words, you change your world. This is the title speaks of. It is not another hustle, not another desperate chase, not another exhausting sacrifice. It is the conscious replacement of words of lack with words of divine abundance, spoken with faith and authority. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that every phrase you release is a seed dropped into the soil of the subconscious. And the subconscious never argues, it never questions, it only receives and produces in kind. Speak fear and it multiplies fear. Speak wealth and it multiplies wealth. This is the law of substitution and the power of the spoken word. Your words are not casual sounds, they are commands. They are blueprints. They are the invisible sketches that construct your outer life. Think of an architect drawing the lines of a great building. Nothing stands on the earth yet. The structure is still empty air. But on paper, the plan is written. That plan guides the workers. That plan determines the outcome. So it is with your words. Each sentence you speak is another line on the blueprint of your financial life. Each phrase builds the invisible structure of your bank account. When you say I don't have enough, you are drafting a blueprint of limitation. You are carving scarcity into the walls of your subconscious. You are designing a house where lack becomes the permanent tenant. But when you declare, everything I need comes quickly and easily by divine right, the plan changes, the foundation shifts. Suddenly, you have drawn doors where there were none, windows open where the walls were closed, pathways appear where once there were only barriers. This is the power most people ignore. They speak thoughtlessly and then wonder why their lives mirror struggle. The law is exact. Speak lack, receive lack. Speak supply, receive supply. The universe is not cruel, it is precise. It delivers the harvest of the seeds you have sown with your tongue. But here's the secret. Florence knew well, the speed of manifestation is not tied to struggle. It is tied to faith and consistency of command. A king does not beg his servants to obey. He speaks once, with certainty, and the command is carried out in the same way. When you declare with authority, your subconscious and the invisible law of supply move instantly to fulfill your word. The delay only comes when your speech is mixed, when you plant seeds of wealth one day and uproot them with words of fear the next. So I invite you now into a practice of holy substitution. Every time your mind whispers, I can't afford this, replace it with, I am richly supplied, and every need is met in perfect ways. When you feel the urge to say, money never stays with me, substitute it with, money flows to me and multiplies in my hands. With each substitution, you are rewriting the blueprint. With each substitution, you are commanding the treasury to open. Try this with me now. Close your eyes for a moment and repeat softly, I now speak words of wealth. I am aligned with divine abundance. Everything I need comes quickly, easily, and in perfect ways. As you speak, imagine golden lights surrounding you, filling every corner of your life. See doors swinging open. See channels of money rushing in from directions you cannot predict. Hold the vision and let it sink into your heart. This is not fantasy. This is the law. The subconscious obeys the dominant word spoken with conviction, and once the subconscious accepts it, the outer world rearranges itself to reflect it. From this moment forward, you will begin to notice how deeply your old phrases shaped your experience, and you will see how fast things begin to change when you align your words with truth. This is the law that changes everything. It is the law that frees you from the illusion that you must work yourself into the ground. It is the law that proves money shows up fast when called by the right command. So let your mouth become your instrument, let your tongue become your scepter, and let your words become the decree of your new financial life. Because the moment you substitute fear with faith-filled speech, you cross the threshold into a new reality, and what you discover in the next breath will show you how quickly the prison of lack crumbles when the power of your word is finally set free. There is a prison more confining than iron bars, a prison built not of stone, but of words spoken in fear, and thoughts repeated in despair. Most people do not even realize they live behind these invisible walls. They rise in the morning and chain themselves with their own tongue. They whisper sentences like, I can't afford it. They sigh, money never stays with me. They shake their head and mutter, I'll never get ahead. And without knowing, they write the blueprint of their future in the language of lack. Picture this. The bills arrive in a heavy stack. The weight of numbers feels like a mountain pressing against your chest. Your heart quickens, your mind spins, and an old voice begins its chant. There's not enough, there's never enough. You repeat it silently, sometimes aloud, and in that moment, you are rehearsing poverty, you are rehearsing fear, you are rehearsing chains that bind you more tightly than any outer circumstance could. Florence Scovel Shinn warned that every declaration you make is a seed dropped into the soil of your subconscious. The subconscious does not debate with you, it does not weigh truth against falsehood. It records, it accepts, it produces. Speak lack, and it bears lack. Speak shortage, and it multiplies shortage. Every word becomes a law to your own inner world. Think of it like this. Your words are soldiers. Each phrase you release goes marching into the unseen, carrying orders. If you, come on, I cannot afford this, those soldiers go forth and make sure you cannot. If you command, money slips through my hands. Those soldiers will open your hands until nothing remains. But if you command, by divine right, every need is met, and supply flows without delay, then your soldiers return with treasures. They obey without question. They act without pause. This is the silent prison of lack thinking. It does not arrive all at once. It builds itself brick by brick, thought by thought, word by word. One sentence may seem harmless. One sentence may seem harmless. One sigh of defeat may feel like a release. but repeated day after day, it becomes the script of your life. The subconscious reads it back to you as your reality. Bills remain heavy, opportunities remain hidden, doors remain closed, and you begin to believe that this is destiny, when in truth it is only rehearsal turned to performance. Consider the psychology. When you say, I can't, your subconscious hears a command. When you say, I never, your subconscious accepts it as fact. When you say, I'm always broke, your subconscious shapes your actions and filters your vision so that this remains true. It is not punishing you, it is serving you. It is the faithful servant of your word. Like a divine stenographer, it writes down every phrase and ensures it is carried out in the theater of your life. Florence warned that negative declarations are like writing checks from an empty account. Imagine standing in a bank, signing check after check, with nothing behind it. Each one bounces, leaving you deeper in debt. This is what happens when we continually say, there is not enough. Each word is a check that cannot clear, and yet we continue writing, believing somehow that life will honor it. But life cannot honor lack. Life multiplies only what you give it. And here is the hardest truth to face. Your present condition, whether it is struggle or sufficiency, is the harvest of words already spoken. The life you live today is a garden grown from yesterday's declarations. This is not to condemn you. This is to awaken you. For if past words built your present, then new words can build your future. Destiny is not fixed. The prison door is not locked. The key rests on your own tongue. Pause for a moment. Reflect on the sentences you have spoken this very week. Did you tell yourself that money is scarce, that opportunities are rare, that wealth belongs to others but not to you? Or did you declare, even in the face of challenge, that supply is abundant and that the divine source never fails? This is the mirror, now being held before you. Look honestly, look gently, but do not look away. The prison of lack is not eternal. The walls tremble the moment you change the script. What has been rehearsed can be rewritten. What has been declared in fear can be replaced with declarations of faith. And every soldier of your words can be reassigned to bring you treasures instead of chains. This is not wishful thinking. It is divine law. The law is neutral, but its results are precise. Speak lack, and lack appears. Speak supply, and supply comes. Speak delay, and delay persists. Speak speed, and speed obeys. The law does not sleep. The law does not falter. The law fulfills whatever command it receives. Your life is not a sentence written in stone. It is a script performed by the words you give it. And just as words built your prison, words will build your freedom. And so, as we step forward, let this realization sink deeper. Your present is not punishment, it is a reflection. And reflection means possibility. The mirror may show lack today, but the mirror can be turned tomorrow. The tongue that once chained you can now set you free. Now, with this truth awakening inside you, we move into the sacred shift. If words have built your prison, then words will build your palace. If your tongue has drawn the blueprint of lack, it can also draft the blueprint of wealth. The transformation begins when you decide to change your language, when you decide to command supply instead of shortage. There comes a moment in every soul's journey when the weight of the old script becomes unbearable, a moment when repeating, I can't, feels like poison to the tongue, a moment when the echo of lack becomes so loud that the heart cries out for a new sound. That moment is the turning point. That moment is the opening of the sacred gate of wealth. The truth is simple, yet most overlook it. The second you change your words, you change your life. It does not take years. It does not require endless struggle. It begins in a breath, in a sentence, in the courage to declare a new law. Your word is the key, your tongue is the password, and when spoken with faith, it swings open the gate that has always been before you. Imagine standing before a great door carved with symbols of abundance. For years, you have pushed against it with effort, strain, and anxiety, but it never moved. And then you learned the secret. The door does not respond to pushing, it opens to a declaration. The password is not toil, the password is truth spoken with conviction, and the moment you say it, the door glides open without resistance, revealing streams of light and flow rushing toward you. This is the law of the tongue, the divine orchestra that arranges itself according to the notes you sound. Say lack, and the instruments play a discordant tune. Say supply, and the music lifts, harmonizing opportunities, people, and resources in ways you could never engineer. Florence Scovel Shinn called this the power of the spoken word. It is not a metaphor, it is law. Here is where the shift begins. Instead of repeating the chants of lack, you take on a new language, declarations rooted in divine right, words that summon supply, sentences that carry the fragrance of abundance. Begin here. Money comes to me quickly, easily, and in perfect ways. I am aligned with divine supply, and nothing is withheld from me. Every word I speak builds wealth, order, and joy into my life. Pause as you say them. Feel them as more than words. See them as commands written in golden ink upon the scroll of your subconscious. Each affirmation is not begging, it is not wishing, it is the voice of authority, spoken from the throne of your divine identity. Florence often said that one fearless declaration can undo years of negative belief. Like striking a match in a darkened room, the light does not argue with the dark, it simply fills the space. In the same way, one word spoken with power can dissolve the residue of years spent in lack thinking. You do not need to battle the past. You need only choose the word that aligns with the divine law now. Consider a story. A man drowning in debt, buried beneath overdue bills and sleepless nights, discovered this truth. For years he repeated, "I can't afford it, nothing ever works for me." His words had become his shackles. Then one day, in desperation, he chose a different phrase. He declared aloud, "Money comes to me quickly, easily, and in perfect ways." At first, it felt strange, even foolish, but he persisted. He repeated it in the morning, while walking, before bed. Days later, a forgotten client paid him unexpectedly. A week later, a friend offered him a new opportunity. Within months, the tide had turned. His circumstances shifted not because the world suddenly changed, but because he did. He spoke a new law, and the universe rearranged itself in response. This is the sacred gate. You do not need to know how supply will come. You do not need to outline the method. Your only task is to speak the word that carries. Faith, wealth is never delayed by the universe. It is delayed only by the sentences we cling to. Release the chant of fear, and speak the command of faith. The moment you do, the flow begins. Close your eyes for a moment. Picture a river dammed by stones. Each stone is a phrase of lack you have spoken. It's too hard, it never works, I don't deserve it. Now see yourself lifting each stone by speaking a new declaration. Supply is mine now. A stone lifts, divine channels open easily for me. Another stone lifts, I am provided for in overflowing measure, and suddenly the dam breaks, and the river rushes forth, unstoppable, abundant, carrying wealth and relief to every part of your life. This is the law of substitution in action. A negative statement cannot exist in the same space as a positive declaration spoken with authority. The moment you substitute "I lack" with "I receive," the energy shifts. The moment you exchange "I can't" with "by divine right, I can," the door swings wide. So, speak boldly, declare daily. Let your tongue become the architect of your freedom. Do not whisper timidly. Command as one who knows their divine inheritance, for every time you do, the sacred gate responds, and wealth moves quickly into your life. And as this truth settles in your spirit, feel the light breaking through. The storm of lack gives way to the sunlight of supply. The sacred gate opens, and you are no longer standing outside. You are walking through, carried by the current of abundance that has always been waiting for your word. Now that you know the gate is open, the question becomes, how do you walk through it daily without falling back into old habits of lack? That is where we go next. Knowledge becomes power only when it is practiced. The sacred gate of wealth does not remain open through theory alone. It opens wider each time you choose the word, the image, the thought that aligns with divine supply. What I share with you now are not mere techniques. They are living tools, sacred practices that anchor invisible law into daily life. The first is the morning command ritual. When you awaken, your subconscious is open like fertile soil, ready to receive seeds. Most people begin their day with worry, already rehearsing lack, but you will begin differently. Before your feet touch the floor, speak 3 affirmations of supply, aloud with calm authority. Money comes to me quickly, easily, and in perfect ways. I am one with divine abundance, and it manifests now. Every channel of supply is open to me, and nothing is withheld. Let these words be the first sound your day hears. Like a musician striking the opening note of a divine orchestra, they set the tone for everything that follows. Do not whisper them timidly. Speak them as law. Speak them as truth. The second tool is visualization. Close your eyes and imagine the unseen already fulfilled. See envelopes arriving with unexpected checks. See your bank account glowing with new deposits. See yourself receiving with ease, your face calm, your heart steady. Picture money as light, flowing toward you through open doors, through divine channels, through paths you cannot yet see. The mind does not argue with an image, it builds what it beholds. Every time you visualize, you instruct your inner architect to prepare the blueprint for wealth. The third is journaling. Words written become roots in the soil of consciousness. Each morning or evening, write this declaration across the page. Today I receive unexpected money through channels of divine right. Write it with joy, not strain. Write it as fact. Allow your pen to become a wand that carves wealth into the unseen. If fear rises while writing, do not resist it. Acknowledge it, then write again with stronger faith. The fourth tool is reframing inner dialogue. Listen closely to the whispers of your mind. Do you hear, I hope I get money? Replace it with, money flows to me now. Do you catch, I don't know how I'll manage? Transform it into, by divine right, I am supplied. These shifts may seem small, but they are everything. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that every word is a command. When you reframe the inner sentence, you redirect the law. You stop wandering in circles and step onto the straight path of supply. The fifth tool is prayer spoken in Florence's style, short, firm, and rooted in authority. Pray this throughout your day. I speak the word, and my good appears without delay. It is not asking, it is declaring. Say it in the morning, say it at night. Say it when fear rises like a shadow. Each time, feel the words striking the invisible like a hammer on a bell, sending out waves that call supply into form. Now understand this. Timing matters. Repetition is the rhythm of creation. Speak these affirmations in the morning when the soil of your subconscious is soft. Speak them before bed, planting seeds for the night to water, and speak them whenever fear arises. For fear is only a suggestion. Your declaration is the final word. Think of each spoken truth as a brick laid upon an invisible bridge. Every affirmation, every prayer, every reframe adds another brick. With each day of practice, the bridge grows stronger, stretching from the unseen realm of divine supply into the visible world of your life, and soon, money begins to travel across that bridge with ease, arriving quickly, surely, in ways that surprise you. Do not treat these practices as chores, approach them as sacred rituals. Each word is a candle lit in the temple of your soul. Each image is a window opening to divine sunlight. Each prayer is a key turning in the lock of destiny. And as you repeat them daily, something profound shifts. You no longer feel like one begging at the door of life. You realize you are the heir of an infinite kingdom, and your inheritance responds to your command. Begin today. Do not wait for perfect conditions. Speak the affirmations when you rise. Visualize before you leave your home. Write your declaration in your journal. Reframe your inner dialogue as often as needed. And when fear knocks, meet it with a prayer of authority. These are not empty exercises. They are laws in action. And as you practice, you will feel the energy move. You will notice small openings at first, a discount, a gift, an unexpected favor. These are signs that the flow has begun. Rejoice in them and keep practicing. For each brick you lay, each word you speak, brings the bridge closer to completion. And one day, not far from now, you will look up and realize that money flows to you freely, consistently, joyfully, because you built the path through your own spoken word. This is how you activate immediate flow, not tomorrow, not someday, but now. And as you embody these tools, you prepare for the next step, to live not only in moments of flow but in a permanent state of divine supply. That is, the journey ahead. There comes a moment on the soul's journey when the shift is no longer just a thought but a living reality. You step out of the shadow of fear and into the radiant field of divine command. Money, once a symbol of struggle, now becomes the obedient messenger of your spoken word. You are no longer chasing it, no longer pleading for it. You are summoning what was already written for you before time began. Look back for a moment at the old self, the self that whispered doubts in the silence of night, the self that believed it was unworthy of abundance, that prayed with trembling, I hope something comes. That self stood in the dust, hoping for crumbs from life's table. That self lived beneath the power of its own divine inheritance. But today, that shadow dissolves. See now the new self rising, calm, centered, unshaken. This self does not beg, it commands. This self does not chase, it attracts. This self does not live as a victim of circumstance, it lives as the orchestrator of circumstance. You are this self. You are the living magnet of fast supply. Your word is law, and your law is rooted in the divine law that governs all. The deeper truth is revealed. You are not attracting money as if it were separate from you. You are commanding what was already woven into your destiny. You are unlocking the storehouses of heaven with the key of your tongue. When you speak wealth, the doors swing wide. When you affirm supply, angels of provision are dispatched. When you declare, I am divinely supplied now, the universe bends to obey. So speak this with me as a living declaration. I now speak words of wealth. Money shows up for me quickly and in perfect ways. I am divinely supplied now. Let those words sink into the soil of your subconscious. Imagine them as golden seeds carried by the wind of spirit. Every repetition waters the ground, and soon you will walk among the harvest of your own spoken word. This is your transformation. The timid voice has fallen silent. The commanding voice has risen. You no longer wonder when supply will come. You know it comes the moment you speak it. You are the magnet of fast supply, charged by divine energy, glowing with unstoppable radiance. Feel the contrast. Yesterday you lived in hesitation. Today you live in certainty. Yesterday you measured your worth by the balance in your account. Today you measure it by the infinite wealth of God that flows through you. Yesterday you believed in lack. Today you embody abundance. You are a co-creator with the divine architect. You stand not as a servant of money but as its master. The same way the sun calls forth the dawn, your word calls forth provision. The same way rivers carve valleys, your declarations carve pathways where wealth rushes to meet you. You are no longer in waiting, you are in command. Let this truth echo through your spirit. You are not trying to become wealthy, you are remembering that wealth was yours all along. The invisible crown rests on your head. The seal of abundance is already imprinted on your soul. Each time you speak the word, you wear that crown with greater certainty. Each time you choose faith over fear, you shine with the majesty of your divine birthright. Now walk forward in this new authority. Each day, rise and command your supply. Each night, rest, knowing the divine economy never sleeps, and when fear attempts to return, answer it with the voice of power. I live as a magnet of fast supply. All that I require rushes to me in perfect ways. Your journey does not end here, it begins here. This is the awakening of your wealth consciousness, the sacred remembrance of who you are. Never again will you speak words of lack. Never again will you diminish your divine power. From this day forward, you will walk with the stride of one who knows that heaven's storehouse is always open, and your command is always heard. And now, I invite you to anchor this transformation, not just for today, but for every day that follows. Declare it aloud, live it boldly, share it with others, become the radiant example of divine supply in action. If this truth has awakened something deep within you, stay connected here. Subscribe and walk with me daily as we continue to expand your wealth consciousness and build the inner temple of abundance. Together, we rise as living testimonies that lack has no power and supply has no limit. This is your transformation. You are the magnet of fast supply, and the world now rearranges itself to prove it true. What if the one thing keeping your blessings locked away is that you have been speaking when you should have been silent? What if the delay in your miracle is not a lack of faith, not a lack of prayer, not even a lack of effort, but the unguarded release of your sacred words into careless ears? Have you ever noticed how quickly your energy shifts after you share your deepest desire? How suddenly doubt creeps in, not always your own, but borrowed from the fears of those around you. The dream that felt radiant in your heart begins to feel fragile once spoken aloud too soon. There is a law at work here, a law few are taught, but all are governed by. It is the law of sacred secrecy. What is concealed before man is revealed by God. What is hidden in silence grows stronger in the invisible. What is locked away in faith is later displayed in glory. Every hidden seed grows underground before it breaks the surface. The soil is dark, the roots are unseen, yet power gathers there. If you were to dig it up too early, the seed would die in your hands. So too with your written prayers, your visions, your affirmations. They are meant to germinate in silence before they rise into the light. This is why so many struggle without realizing the reason. They broadcast what should remain sealed. They scatter pearls before those not ready to carry them, and then they wonder why their desires dissolve into disappointment. But today you are being handed a different way, a divine key that has been whispered through the ages. When you write in secret, God moves in public. Consider how the great works of creation unfold. The sculptor does not begin by shouting his vision to the crowd. He sketches in silence. The architect does not unveil the building before the foundation is drawn. He drafts the blueprint in private. Even the universe itself was conceived in darkness before the first word. Let there be light. Secrecy is not hiding in fear, it is protecting in faith. Imagine this. You take a blank page, and upon it you write the desire burning in your spirit, not for the approval of others, not for validation, but as a sacred contract with the infinite. Then you close the book, you lock it away, and you walk forward in quiet confidence. No one knows what you wrote, but heaven does. The invisible law has been set in motion. Think of how many times you have opened your heart too quickly. You told someone your vision, they smiled politely, but their doubt clung to you like smoke. They questioned the timing, the possibility, the worth. And even if you shook it off, something inside felt weaker. This is the leaking of spiritual power. Words meant to create are wasted on ears that cannot hold them. But once you master the law of sacred secrecy, your words become untouchable, protected, sealed, untouchable by doubt, unshaken by fear. And here is the beauty. You do not need to fight resistance when you choose silence. This is the law of non-resistance at work. By keeping your desire guarded, you no longer push against the doubts of others. You no longer resist their fears. You simply remove their power to interfere. Your energy remains pure. Your faith remains intact. Your desire grows in peace. Unseen yet unstoppable. Every soul listening right now has desires that feel delayed. Dreams that have been prayed for but not yet answered. What if the delay is not denial? What if it is simply protection? Protection until you learn the power of silence, until you learn to write your words in secret and allow them to ripen. God is not punishing you. God is protecting you. The seed is not dead. It is growing underground where no eye can see. Let me speak directly to your spirit. Your silence is not emptiness. It is a womb. Your journal is not a notebook. It is a sacred temple. Every sentence you write in secret is a prayer carved into eternity. Every word sealed away is a covenant between you and the infinite. And when the time is right, those words will break open doors no man can shut. Now, if you are ready to journey deeper into these sacred mysteries, I invite you to walk with me daily. Subscribe to this channel for spiritual teachings that awaken hidden power. Every day, we unlock another law of the unseen that has been quietly shaping your destiny. Do not let another day pass where you miss the truth that could set your miracle in motion. And now, stay with me, because in the next part of this journey, I will reveal why the simple act of writing in silence is not just a habit, but an unbreakable covenant with divine intelligence. A covenant that once made, cannot be erased. A covenant that transforms hidden ink into visible miracles. The law is waiting to be discovered, and the doors are waiting to be opened. There is a law written into the very fabric of the universe. It is quiet, yet unbreakable. It is invisible, yet it governs the rise and fall of every dream. It is the law of sacred secrecy. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that your words are forces of creation. Spoken aloud, they carry vibration. Written in silence, they carry permanence. When you speak too soon, you open the door to resistance. When you write in secret, you build a covenant no human hand can touch. Think of your journal not as paper and ink, but as a sealed covenant. Every word inscribed there is a divine contract. Every sentence is a prayer, recorded in the unseen. Your notebook is not ordinary. It is a secret temple where the invisible takes form. The spoken word is powerful, but it is vulnerable. When you release it into the air before its time, it can be bent by doubt, weakened by envy, or tangled in the fears of others. But the written word, locked away in silence, is preserved in purity. It is like gold stored in a vault, untouched, protected, waiting for its appointed hour to shine. This is why silence multiplies power, not because you are hiding in fear, but because you are protecting in faith. A mother does not place her child on the battlefield the moment it is born. She protects it, nurtures it, strengthens it until it can stand. So must you protect your dreams. Your silence is not weakness. Your silence is wisdom. The struggle many face is not a lack of vision, but the hunger for validation. They long to be seen, to be affirmed, to be encouraged, so they speak their dream too quickly, exposing it to voices that cannot carry its weight, and the dream begins to fade. But what if validation was never the goal? What if divine confirmation was waiting to replace human approval? Here is your reframe. Every time you feel the urge to tell someone your vision, pause, breathe, and instead, write it. Write it where no eyes will see, no ears will hear, no hands will interfere, and then seal it in faith. This is the divine discipline of secrecy. Let these affirmations become your shield. What I write in secret, God reveals in perfect timing. My words, sealed in silence, return to me as miracles. Repeat them until they carve new pathways in your mind. Say them when you feel restless to announce your dream. Say them when you feel doubt trying to creep in. Let them remind you that what you hold in silence is never lost, it is multiplying in power. Visualization practice. Picture yourself writing your desire on sacred parchment. You fold the page, place it into a golden vault, and lock it with a key only God possesses. You walk away knowing it is safe. You no longer carry the burden, you no longer seek approval. You trust the vault of heaven to reveal it in perfect time. This is the law of sacred secrecy. To speak prematurely is to expose the seed to harsh winds. To write in silence is to bury it in fertile soil. The difference is everything. And now, remember this. Secrecy is not silence for silence's sake. It is not about fear, it is about faith. When you lock your words away, you are not withholding, you are entrusting. You are placing them into God's vault, where no thief can enter, no doubt can reach, and no force can destroy. Stay close. Because in the next part we will uncover the sacred mechanics of writing itself. Why ink on paper becomes an unbreakable covenant with divine intelligence. And why every line you write in silence is the beginning of a visible miracle. Stay close, because in the next part we will uncover the sacred mechanics of writing itself. Why ink on paper becomes an unbreakable covenant with divine intelligence. And why every line you write in silence is the beginning of a visible miracle. But before we enter that revelation, allow this truth to root deeper. Your hidden words are not forgotten. They are not buried in vain. They are planted in the soil of eternity, guarded by divine intelligence. Every page you close is like a prayer sealed in the chambers of heaven. Every line you write without audience becomes a decree signed in spirit. Think of the divine orchestra. The instruments do not begin in chaos. They tune in silence before the music rises. So too must your dreams be tuned in secrecy before their melody is released into the world. The silent gate of destiny does not swing open with noise, but with patience. You do not need the applause of man when you are carried by the approval of God. Let this become your healing dialogue. Instead of saying, I must share so others can believe in me, declare, I withhold so my faith can remain unshaken. Instead of asking, what if no one understands? Whisper, the one who matters already understands. Every shift in your inner language restores the purity of your desire. Every sacred reframe unlocks greater strength within you. Offer this short prayer when you feel the urge to reveal what is not ready to be spoken. Divine Spirit, keep my words sealed in your keeping. Guard what I cannot guard. Multiply what I cannot see. And when the hour is right, reveal what you have written through me. This is the essence of the law of sacred secrecy. It is not silence for silence's sake. It is silence as surrender. It is the art of trusting that what you protect in private, heaven, will multiply in public. So when you take up your pen and close your journal, do not feel as though you have hidden your dream away. Feel instead that you have placed it in God's vault, and what is placed there can never be lost. It can only grow, it can only strengthen, it can only return as visible doors flung wide open. How many times have you told someone your dream, only to feel their doubt invade your faith? How many times have you shared a vision too early, only to watch it wither under the shadow of another's fear? You did not lose faith because your dream was weak. You lost faith because you handed your seed to soil that could not nurture it. This is the hidden struggle of the soul. We crave reassurance. We long for someone to tell us, yes, you are right. Yes, you are capable. Yes, your dream is holy. But here lies the danger. The reassurance you seek often comes wrapped in another's wounds, their fears, their insecurities, their failures. They lace their words without even knowing it. And when you invite their voice into your sacred vision, it becomes harder to hear the whisper of spirit within you. Think of a seed planted in the earth. Its power is not in what you see above the surface, but in the silent work beneath. The roots deepen in darkness before the stem reaches the light. But if you dig it up daily to prove that it is growing, you kill the very miracle you hoped to witness. So it is with your desires. The dream must remain in its secret soil until the moment of divine unveiling. Florence Scovel Shinn called this the law of non-resistance. When you announce your vision before its appointed hour, You are resisting divine timing by forcing validation. You are pressing the seed instead of letting the seed press upward on its own. You are substituting the strength of God for the approval of man, and every time you do, the energy leaks. Your miracle is delayed not because it was denied but because it was unveiled too soon. Notice how this plays out in your self-talk. You say, "I hope this happens," and in that phrase alone, you confess uncertainty. You expose your dream to winds that can scatter it. Instead, write in secret, "This is already unfolding for me." That shift changes the vibration. It transforms hope into certainty, wish into decree, waiting into becoming. Let this affirmation anchor your spirit. My silence protects my seed. My secrecy shields my miracle. Every time you feel the urge to announce your dream before its season, return to that truth. Your silence is not emptiness, it is armor. Your secrecy is not fear, it is faith. You are not withholding from the world, you are preserving for the world. And here is the piercing reality. Leaking energy is the single reason many prayers never materialize. The divine blueprint is written, the supply is prepared, the way is made clear, but the constant exposure of words drains the life force of creation. It is like pouring water into a broken vessel. No matter how much you fill it, it will never hold until the cracks are sealed. Do not mistake silence for weakness. Do not confuse secrecy with hiding. You are not hiding your dream, you are honoring it. You are not silencing your voice, you are tuning it until the right note is ready to be sung. Ask yourself with holy honesty, how many miracles have slipped from your grasp? Not because God said no, but because you spoke too soon. How many doors closed because you knocked in noise instead of waiting in trust? The shift begins now. From this moment, your silence becomes your strength. Your discretion becomes your discipline. Your restraint becomes your release. And when the hour arrives, your words will no longer leak power. They will wield power. They will not scatter. They will strike with the precision of a sword. In the next part, you will see how secrecy itself transforms into a spiritual weapon, one that not only protects your dream but propels it into visible form. Silence is not the absence of power. Silence is the womb of power. It is the unseen chamber where spirit prepares its miracles before the world ever beholds them. When you learn to walk in silence, not as one hiding, but as one guarding you, discover a path of inner alignment that turns quiet into strength. This is not passive. This is not withdrawal. This is conscious mastery, and it begins with the sacred tools you carry into your secret place. Take your journal, open its pages as though you were opening the doors of a private temple. Do not rush. Do not treat it as paper and ink. Treat it as covenant and flame. Write with intention. Write as one who is recording decrees in the language of heaven. Let the words come from a place deeper than your mind, for your mind will waver, but your spirit will always know. Begin with this journaling prompt. In secret, I write. In silence, I believe. Let the words spill from you without judgment. Let them form sentences that might not make sense to the rational mind, but ring true to the soul. In these moments, you are not writing for human eyes. You are inscribing in the archives of eternity. Now, close your eyes. Picture your words placed inside a golden chest. This chest rests within God's temple, sealed and untouchable by human hands. See the chest glowing with light, guarded by angels of timing and truth. Every line you write, every decree you whisper inwardly, is locked there, safe, untouchable, preserved in its original purity until the divine hour strikes. This is your silent covenant, and your part is simple trust that what is locked in God's temple does not need your defense. It only needs your faith. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that divine timing is not delay, it is orchestration. It is the invisible law arranging all conditions so the dream is not just fulfilled but fulfilled perfectly. When you write in silence, you are not forcing your prayer into the world. You are aligning with God's clock, allowing the divine orchestra to play every note in its right sequence. You are no longer trying to conduct the symphony with human impatience, you are letting the composer direct the score. Think of the divine architect. No architect reveals unfinished blueprints to the crowd. They are drawn in quiet, refined in secret, adjusted with precision until they hold the complete vision. Only then does the building begin, and even then, the foundation is poured long before anyone sees walls rise. So must you be with your own desires. Your secret writing is the blueprint. Your silence is the foundation. Your patience is the alignment. And when the moment arrives, the world will witness a structure so strong that no doubt, no fear, no opposition can topple it. To embody this principle, I invite you into a practice of threefold writing. Write once with the hand, letting the body participate. Write once with the heart, pouring feeling into every word. And write once with the spirit, not with ink but with inner decree. Close your eyes and inscribe it upon the canvas of the unseen. Hand, heart, and spirit become one alignment, sealing your desire in 3 layers of truth. Let these affirmations guide your path. I trust God's unseen hand arranging every detail. My hidden words bloom at the appointed hour. Say them slowly, not as empty lines but as living breaths of power. Each time you declare them, imagine a divine clock ticking closer to your fulfillment. Not a clock of delay but a clock of orchestration. Every tick rearranges a condition. Every tick moves unseen pieces into perfect alignment, and while you wait, your silence becomes strength. Your secrecy becomes sanctuary. Your faith becomes fuel. Make this a daily practice. Each morning or evening, write one desire in private. Do not announce it. Do not post it. Do not dilute it with conversation. Write it, seal it, and reread it only in silence. Each rereading is not a reminder, it is an activation. It reawakens the vibration and sends it upward like incense before God's throne. In time, you will feel a shift. You will notice that secrecy does not feel like withholding anymore. It feels like empowerment. You will notice that silence no longer feels like emptiness. It feels like fullness, and you will begin to understand why the greatest miracles are always prepared in hidden places before they shine in public light. So walk this path of inner alignment with confidence. Let silence be your strength. Let secrecy be your shield. Let divine timing be your compass. And trust that what you have, locked away in faith, cannot be lost, cannot be stolen, cannot be delayed, for it is written in the eternal. It is stored in the divine vault, and it will rise at the appointed hour. Now that you know how to protect your desire, let's step into the place where secrecy itself becomes sacred power, for it is written in the eternal. It is stored in the divine vault, and it will rise at the appointed hour. Yet remember, alignment is not a single act. It is a rhythm, a devotion, a sacred repetition. Each day that you honor your silence, you are polishing the vessel of your spirit. Each time you resist the urge to speak prematurely, you are proving to yourself that faith is stronger than fear. Every line you write in secret adds another stone to the foundation of your destiny. So ask yourself daily, am I building in silence, or scattering in noise? Am I nurturing the roots unseen, or digging them up for proof? Am I waiting in trust or forcing in fear? Let these questions be your compass. Let them remind you that inner alignment is not about perfection, but about direction. Even if you falter, return to the practice. Write again, seal it again, trust again. And when discouragement whispers, remember this prayer. Spirit, anchor me in silence. Guard the seed I have planted. Keep me in alignment with the hour of unveiling. Hold this prayer close. Speak it in moments of temptation to reveal too soon. Speak it when doubt presses heavy. Speak it when you feel unseen, for in truth, you are never unseen. The divine orchestra is playing your song even now. The silent gate of destiny is already turning its hinges, and the moment will arrive when what was hidden bursts forth in glory. Now that you know how to protect your desire, let us go deeper. Let us step into the place where secrecy does not merely guard your dream but transforms into sacred power that propels it forward. There comes a moment in every soul's journey when the silence ends, not because you break it, but because heaven itself breaks it on your behalf. The seed you wrote in secret, the desire you guarded in stillness, the decree you sealed in silence, suddenly it stands before you as living proof. What is whispered in secret chambers is shouted from the rooftops. By divine law, what you carried in your hidden temple is now carried into the world by the hands of spirit. This is the mystery of manifestation. You sow in silence, but you reap in revelation. The Bible declares, "Thy Father which seeth in secret himself shall reward thee openly." This is not poetry, it is law. It is the divine pattern that ensures what you entrusted to God's vault returns to you as visible blessing. Every quiet word written in faith is a contract signed in eternity, and contracts written in eternity cannot be broken by time. Imagine invisible ink. At first glance, the page appears blank. No one can see the words, no one knows the message, but hold it under the flame of light, and suddenly every hidden line appears. So it is with your secret writings. When the appointed light of divine timing shines upon them, the invisible becomes undeniable. The world that once doubted will marvel. The people who questioned will wonder, and you will stand in awe at the perfection of God's unfolding. Consider the story of a woman who wrote her dream in secret. For years, she carried a vision of starting her own business, yet she never spoke of it aloud. Instead, she filled journals with declarations. My work blesses many, my supply is abundant, my doors are opened. She locked those journals away, never seeking applause, never begging approval. Years later, the business stood in full bloom, clients at her door, abundance flowing, opportunities opening wider than she had imagined. And when asked, how did this happen, she only smiled, knowing the truth. Her miracle was written long before it was seen. This is the reward of sacred secrecy. The gate that once looked closed now swings open. The chains that bound your way now fall like broken cords. The opportunities that seemed impossible now arrive effortlessly, because they were arranged long before you arrived at the moment. But hear me with clarity. The open gate is not random. It is the harvest of every hidden word you wrote in faith. It is the evidence that God never forgets what is placed in his keeping. The world may have doubted, you may have even wavered, but the law remains unshaken. And when doubt creeps in, you are not powerless. Florence Scovel Shinn taught the law of substitution. You cannot fight doubt directly, but you can replace it. Every time a thought whispers, what if it never happens? Substitute it with, it is already unfolding for me. When fear says, you are not ready, replace it with, God prepares me in silence for the day of unveiling. When delay mocks you with impatience, answer with, divine timing is never late. This is how you keep the ink invisible until the light arrives. This is how you protect the covenant until the reward is revealed. And when the light does shine, it will not be dim, it will be radiant. It will be undeniable. It will be public proof of a private faith. So close your eyes for a moment. See yourself standing before a row of great doors, each one carved with gold, each one marked with opportunity, each one sealed until the right moment. Now watch as the words you wrote in secret rise from your spirit like keys. They fit the locks, one by one. The doors swing wide, not by force, not by struggle, but by divine alignment. You step through, not as one begging to enter, but as one who belongs. You walk as a child of God, moving through gates prepared in advance. Let this affirmation be your guide. God reveals openly what I write in secret. Doors swing wide before me. Say it with reverence. Say it with expectancy. Say it until you feel the chains fall and the gates open. Because this is the truth. The gate is not against you. It has always been waiting for you. The silence was not punishment. The secrecy was not delay. It was preparation, it was alignment, it was the divine orchestra tuning every instrument so that when the music begins, the sound will be flawless. And when that sound plays, your life will not whisper. It will resound. It will echo with answered prayer. It will sing with fulfilled vision. It will declare before all that what you entrusted in secret has been honored in full view. So rejoice, even now. Celebrate not only the doors that will open, but the silence that prepared them. Give thanks for the hidden season, for without it, the gates could not have been unlocked. And as you stand at this threshold, know this: secrecy is not the end of your journey, it is the beginning of sacred power. For what you wrote in silence is now rising in glory, and what you protected in faith is now proclaimed in light. The sacred gate has opened, the divine reward has arrived, and your next step is to seal this journey with a vow of the soul, a declaration that ensures your life continues in alignment with eternal law. This is the sacred moment, the moment where everything we have walked through together converges into one radiant truth. You began this journey surrounded by the noise of careless speaking, the drain of scattered energy, the weight of doubt disguised as conversation, but you have traveled inward. You have discovered the secret chamber, the hidden vault of God, where your words no longer scatter into the winds of fear, but rest in silence until heaven breathes upon them. You now know that every careless word leaks power, but every consecrated word written in silence gathers power. You now know that what is concealed in faith becomes revealed in glory. The journey has been one of transformation, moving from the outer clamor of desperation into the inner sanctuary of divine certainty. From the fear of being unseen, to the assurance that God Himself sees in secret and rewards in His perfect timing. So let us seal this revelation, not with ordinary words, but with a declaration that holds the weight of eternity. A declaration that anchors your soul in faith and opens the gates of destiny before you. Say this aloud with me now: my secret writings are sealed with divine power. Do not whisper it timidly. Speak it as one who has touched the eternal. My secret writings are sealed with divine power. Again, let the words move deeper into your spirit. God rewards my hidden faith with visible blessings. Feel the chains of fear break as you say it. God rewards my hidden faith with visible blessings. And one more time, let us declare the full circle of this law. What I write in secret, heaven reveals in abundance. Say it until it is no longer just sound, but substance. What I write in secret, heaven reveals in abundance. Now pause, breathe. Let the rhythm of these affirmations become the pulse of your spirit. Let them echo within you as if heaven itself were speaking back. Close your eyes if you can. See yourself holding a key of light. Before you stands the silent gate of destiny. You insert the key, the words you have written in faith, and slowly the gate begins to open. On the other side, light pours out. Not a dim flicker, but a flood. Through the opening flow, opportunities prepared for you. Job offers, divine partnerships, unexpected provision, doors you once thought were sealed forever. You step forward and they step toward you. They were waiting for this moment, waiting for your hidden faith to call them forth. This is not imagination alone. It is the alignment of inner law with outer reality. What you seal in silence, God multiplies in manifestation. What you consecrate in hidden faith, God crowns with public glory. And in this stillness, let us offer a closing prayer together. Infinite intelligence, I lock away my words in silence and receive the miracle of perfect timing. I release the need to force or explain. I rest in the divine orchestration that cannot fail. My words are seeds, my silence is soil, and my faith is the sunlight that ensures their harvest. I give thanks now for every door that swings wide, for every blessing revealed, for every miracle prepared. So it is, and so it shall be. Now, beloved soul, your part is simple but sacred. Continue this practice daily. Write in faith, seal in silence, affirm in confidence, and trust the law that never fails. What is hidden in God is revealed in glory. As a final act of sealing this teaching, I invite you to anchor your faith publicly. In the comments below, write these words: I have locked my words in God's vault. Do this not as a casual statement, but as a sacred vow. It is your act of planting the seed into collective agreement. Your testimony that you understand the power of sacred secrecy. From this day forward, your private words are no longer wasted whispers. They are living decrees, guarded by heaven, carried by spirit, manifested in due season. And when the gates swing open and the miracles pour forth, you will know that nothing was lost. Not a single prayer, not a single line written in faith, not a single word spoken in silence. Your life will become the proof. Your testimony will be the evidence. Your story will be the rooftop proclamation of what was once whispered in secret chambers. So walk now with majesty, speak with reverence, write with certainty, and trust that the God who sees in secret will reward you openly. This is your sacred declaration. This is your soul's vow. Money is not controlled by banks or markets. It is controlled by laws older than time. 7 hidden spiritual laws that decide whether you struggle or prosper. Have you ever wondered why some people attract wealth as if the universe itself bends in their favor, while others work tirelessly, yet find themselves always behind? Have you ever felt the sting of doing everything right, following the world's advice, only to be met with closed doors and empty accounts? What if I told you the difference is not luck but law? The world has taught you that money is about strategy, hard work, cleverness, and risk. But beneath all of that is a deeper foundation, an invisible framework, a set of sacred principles that govern the movement of money just as surely as gravity governs the fall of a stone. These laws do not bend to opinion. They do not favor the educated over the uneducated, the privileged over the forgotten, the loud over the silent. They are impartial, eternal, silent in their operation, but absolute in their outcome. Florence Scovel Shinn, a woman of deep metaphysical wisdom, declared that money is not the master of man but the servant of spirit. She knew that when spirit is rightly aligned, money cannot help but flow. It becomes a tool, not a tyrant, a river, not a prison. Imagine money as a river. The river does not ask who you are. It does not question whether you are worthy. It simply flows, and yet, most people build dams against it with their own fear, doubt, and careless words. They fight against the current. They stand knee-deep in the water, trying to catch it with their hands, wondering why it slips away. But those who understand the hidden laws do something different. They learn how to redirect the current. They step aside and let the water move freely. They build channels so the river pours directly into their lives. The truth is, you are not meant to live in endless struggle. You are not designed to beg the worlds for scraps. You are meant to live in alignment with these sacred laws that have governed wealth since the beginning of creation. And once you know them, once you understand them, your relationship with money transforms forever. But let me ask you something deep within. Do you believe money avoids you? Do you carry the silent fear that no matter what you do, wealth belongs to someone else? If so, you have been living under a lie that has blinded millions to their divine inheritance. The veil has been heavy, but today it begins to lift, because what you are about to hear is not opinion, it is not wishful thinking, it is divine law. Each of these 7 hidden principles is like a key that unlocks a door you have been standing before for years without realizing it. Perhaps you have knocked and heard no answer, perhaps you have pushed and felt resistance, but once the key is in your hand, the door opens without effort. One by one, we will walk through them together, and as we do, you will begin to see that money has never been against you. The laws have only been waiting for you to align. Pause for a moment, place your hand over your heart, breathe slowly, say softly within yourself, I am ready to learn, I am ready to receive, I am ready to walk through the hidden gates of divine prosperity. Let those words settle, because even as you speak them, the laws begin to shift in your favor. I know what some of you feel right now, a mixture of hope and doubt, a whisper that says, what if this is true? And another whisper that says, but what if it fails me again? Let me assure you, this is not another fleeting promise of wealth. This is not about tricks, shortcuts, or empty affirmations. This is about aligning yourself with principles that existed before you were born and will continue long after you are gone. Think of a divine orchestra, every instrument in perfect harmony. Money is only one instrument in that orchestra. If you focus only on it, you will miss the greater music. But when you listen to the conductor, when you follow the rhythm of divine law, the entire composition begins to play for you. Prosperity is the music, you are the listener, and now you are being invited to take your seat in the front row. So, let me extend this invitation to you now. If you are ready to step into the flow of divine prosperity, subscribe to this channel. Each day, I share teachings that awaken your inner wealth and guide you closer to the life God intended for you. This is not a journey you should walk alone. Join a community of souls who are learning, practicing, and living these truths daily. Together, we rise into alignment with the invisible current of abundance. Today marks the beginning of a new chapter. A chapter where struggle is replaced with flow, where confusion is replaced with clarity, where fear is replaced with faith. The old story is done. The new story is about to be written, and it begins with the first of 7 hidden laws. These laws are not just teachings, they are gateways, sacred gates that lead you from lack into supply, from anxiety into peace, from limitation into expansion. Behind each gate is a truth that once known cannot be forgotten. Behind each truth is a freedom that once experienced cannot be denied. The first key waits just beyond this moment. The first gate is about to open, and when it does, you will never see money the same way again. Florence Scovel Shinn once declared with unshakable certainty, your word is your wand. She understood what so many miss, that every sentence you release shapes the very fabric of your reality. Your speech is not idle, it is the architect's tool, the sculptor's chisel, the brushstroke on the canvas of your life. Imagine a sculptor before a block of marble. With every strike of the chisel, the formless takes form. So it is with your words. Each phrase you speak carves out your financial destiny. Words of lack carve out limitation. Words of faith carve out abundance. The marble does not resist. It simply yields to the tool, and your subconscious, the great silent stone of your life, yields in the same way. Consider the phrases people casually release. I can't afford this. Money never stays with me. Every time I get ahead, something goes wrong. These are not harmless complaints, they are commands. The subconscious does not argue, it obeys. It takes every word as instruction and arranges circumstances to fulfill it. The more these words are spoken, the deeper the groove is cut, until poverty becomes not just circumstance but identity. Now imagine the shift. New words, words aligned with divine law. Money comes to me by right of divine law. I walk in abundance. I live under grace, and every day is prosperous. At first, these words may feel strange, even untrue, but as the sculptor continues, the stone begins to reveal the figure within. The form hidden inside emerges. The subconscious, once carved by lack, begins to take the shape of prosperity. This is not imagination alone. This is vibrational law. Every word carries frequency. When you say, "I can't afford this," your body tightens, your energy contracts, your spirit withdraws. When you declare, "All that is mine by divine right now," appears. Your chest expands, your nervous system calms, your field opens. The words you speak alter the state of your entire being, and that state broadcasts into the world. The law responds, echoing back exactly what you declared. So I ask you, what words have you been sculpting your life with? Are they words of fear or faith? Words of lack or wealth? Words of bondage or freedom? Here is a sacred practice. Begin each morning with a journal reserved only for your affirmations. Write, in your own hand, declarations that align with divine supply, not hollow statements, but living commands. Then stand before a mirror and speak them aloud. Watch your eyes as you say, "I am aligned with divine prosperity. I speak wealth into my life. Money serves me because I serve spirit." At first, your mind may resist. It will whisper, "This is not true. Look at your bank account." But persist, because the subconscious does not need proof, it only needs repetition. And every time you declare these words, the groove of lack begins to fade, and the groove of abundance deepens. I remember a story of a man drowning in debt. Every day, he spoke of his struggle. He told his friends, "I'll never get out. It's always the same." And life gave him exactly that. Then he came across this law. He decided, almost in desperation, to change his speech every morning. No matter how impossible it seemed, he declared, "God is my instant and everlasting supply. I am free. I am prosperous." Within weeks, opportunities he had never seen began to appear. Clients called, debts were forgiven. His life shifted, not because the external world suddenly softened, but because his internal world began to command a new outcome. Words are the soul's compass. They point you either toward famine or feast. They guide you either to scarcity or sufficiency. And once your compass is set, your entire life follows. So, take a moment now, close your eyes, breathe deeply, whisper softly, "My words create, my words command, my words align me with divine wealth." Let those words rest in your chest. Feel the shift. That is not imagination, that is law responding to the new signal you have released. There will be moments of temptation. You will feel the urge to complain when bills arrive. You will want to speak fear when unexpected expenses appear. Stop, breathe, and substitute. Replace the phrase, "This will ruin me," with "This is already handled by divine supply." Replace, "I can't afford this," with the money, "For this comes easily and on time." Each substitution is a redirection of your words are not small. They are keys. They open doors or close them. They invite rivers of supply or deserts of drought. And the law is always listening. But words are only the beginning. They are the first law, the first strike of the sculptor's chisel. There is another law, just as vital, that reveals why resistance to money keeps it away. Because even if you speak abundance, if you resist the flow, the current cannot reach you. And that is where we go next. What if every time you worried about money, you were silently pushing it away? This is a truth most people never see. They believe that by clinging tighter, by stressing harder, by trying to force life to deliver, they will gain control. But Florence Scovel Shinn revealed the opposite. She taught that resistance is the great block, that the more you tighten, the more you drive supply away, that when you let go, when you soften into trust, the divine current begins to carry resources toward you. Think of water in your hand. When you clutch it tightly, it slips between your fingers. When you open your palm, the water rests there easily. So it is with money. The harder you grip, the faster it vanishes, the softer you release, the more it settles into your life. Non-resistance is not weakness. It is not passivity. It is spiritual alignment. It is the decision to no longer fight the flow of life, but to be carried by it. How often have you woken in the night, your mind racing over bills, your heart pounding with fear? That anxiety feels justified, but spiritually, it is an act of resistance. It says to the universe, "I do not trust. I must hold everything myself," and the law mirrors that. You find yourself blocked, exhausted, and empty. But something shifts when you release. When you take a deep breath and whisper, "I do not chase money. I rest in divine supply. All that belongs to me flows to me freely." At that moment, the chains around your chest loosen. the grip relaxes, the energy field around you opens, and life begins to deliver what was waiting all along. Here is a practice. Sit quietly. Place your hand over your heart. Inhale deeply as if you are drawing in rivers of abundance. Exhale as if you are releasing fear, struggle, and strain. With each breath, see yourself floating on a great divine river. The water carries you effortlessly. You do not thrash. You do not grasp. You simply rest. And the current moves you exactly where you need to go. This breathing meditation is not small. It retrains your nervous system to stop resisting. It signals to your subconscious, I am safe, I am provided for. And when the subconscious accepts this truth, outer conditions rearrange. Opportunities that once seemed blocked now appear without effort. There is a story of a woman drowning in unpaid bills every day. She resisted. She called friends in panic. She begged life to change. The harder she pushed, the worse it became. One night, in tears, she remembered Florence's words, I do not resist. I put my situation in divine hands, and it is resolved. For the first time, she surrendered. She prayed, not with begging, but with release. The next day, unexpected help arrived. A debt was forgiven. A new job was offered. Nothing had changed outside until she let go inside. Non-resistance is like opening a locked gate. It is the whisper of release, the soul's quiet surrender. It is not giving up, it is giving over. Giving over to the law that knows more than you. Giving over to the rhythm of supply that has always been flowing toward you, but could not enter until you stopped blocking the door. Say this aloud now. Say it as a command to your soul. I do not chase money. I rest in divine supply. All that belongs to me flows to me freely. Let it echo in your chest. Let it settle into your bones. That is the voice of freedom. That is the power of non-resistance. Release is not laziness, it is wisdom. When you resist, you burn energy and attract struggle. When you release, you conserve power and attract grace. So if you find yourself tense, rushing, or panicking about money, pause, place your hand on your heart. Inhale supply, exhale resistance, whisper, I trust the current, and then act when the door opens. That is the balance, trust and action, not tension and force. Release opens the way. But release alone is not enough, because there is also timing. There is a divine clock that decides the hour when wealth arrives. You may trust the river, but you must also trust the hour it carries you to the shore. And that is the next law we must uncover. Have you ever asked, why hasn't it happened yet? That question has echoed in the hearts of countless souls. You pray, you affirm, you believe, and yet the thing you desire does not appear when you think it should. In those moments, impatience whispers, doubt creeps in, fear begins to rise. But Florence Scovel Shinn taught us a deeper law. Every answered prayer has its appointed hour. The seed does not sprout before its season. The fruit does not ripen before the sun has done its work. To demand it early is to fight against the divine clock. Imagine a farmer who plants his seeds. He waters them faithfully. He tends the soil. But if he digs them up every day to check their growth, he kills what he has planted. He must trust the invisible work beneath the soil. He must believe that the harvest will arrive in its perfect season. This is divine timing. It is not delay, it is orchestration. It is the sacred rhythm of the universe, aligning all things so that when your blessing comes, it does not harm you but uplift you. How often have you received something too soon and found it slipped away? A job gained in haste that crumbled, a relationship forced that could not last. Money rushed into your hands only to vanish because the foundation was not ready. Timing is not punishment, it is protection, it is preparation. There is a divine orchestra at work. Every note of your life must be in harmony before the song of your blessing can be played. When you grow impatient, you step out of rhythm, but when you trust, you become part of the music. Here is a practice to anchor this law. Begin a divine date journal. Write your desires clearly, then release them into the hands of Spirit. Right beside them, appointed in divine time. Each time you feel anxiety, open that journal, see the words, and remind yourself that the calendar of heaven cannot be rushed and cannot be late. Say this affirmation with me. I rest in perfect timing. What is mine will come, and it cannot be delayed. Let those words sink deep into your spirit. They free you from the torment of hurry. They anchor you in faith. Waiting is not wasted time. Waiting transforms you. It trains your nervous system to rest in trust rather than burn in fear. It purifies your desire so that when your blessing comes, you can hold it without trembling. Impatience shouts, "I do not believe." Patience whispers, "I trust the law," and the law responds to trust like a seed responds to sunlight. Think of divine timing as the silent gate of destiny. You may press against it with all your might, but it will not open until the appointed moment. Yet when that moment arrives, the gate swings wide without effort. That is why Florence declared, "Infinite Spirit opens the way for my great good. It comes in perfect timing." There was once a man who longed for financial freedom. He prayed daily. He affirmed abundance, but nothing seemed to change. One night, in despair, he released the timeline. He said, "God, I trust your hour more than my own. Deliver it when I am ready." Weeks later, an opportunity appeared. It was larger than what he had asked, perfectly suited to his gifts. Had it come earlier, he would have ruined it, but in divine time, he prospered. So I ask you now, can you rest in the rhythm? Can you surrender your anxious question, "Why not yet?" and instead breathe? When it is ready, it will come. This shift does more than calm the mind. It rewires your inner dialogue. It trains your subconscious to live in expectancy rather than panic, and expectancy is the vibration that attracts. Close your eyes for a moment. Picture a great clock tower in the heavens. Each hand moves with flawless precision. Your desire is already on its way, carried by that divine mechanism. You cannot rush the hour, but you can align with it, and when the bell strikes, your blessing will arrive without delay. Say it again with power. I rest in perfect timing. What is mine will come, and it cannot be delayed. Divine timing is the law of peace. It teaches you that you are not late, you are not forgotten. You are simply being prepared for the exact moment when heaven and earth align for your good. And yet, timing without vision is wasted, for when the hour strikes, you must have an inner image strong enough to receive what comes. That leads us into the next law, the sacred architect of your money, the divine instrument of creation, your imagination. There are foundations that hold a building, and there are blueprints that give it form. Without foundations, the house collapses. Without blueprints, it has no shape. Your wealth is the same. It is not a scattered accident of circumstances, nor a random scattering of coins. It is an architecture, an inner temple built by law. Florence Scovel Shinn declared that imagination, substitution, and gratitude are sacred instruments, pillars of the invisible cathedral of prosperity. And if you master these three, you will hold the keys to shaping financial reality with certainty and peace. Law 4. The law of imagination. Let us begin where every creation begins within. Florence said, "A person can only receive what he sees himself." His hands move not because of the stone, but because of the vision. Your imagination is the same. Before money enters your account, before opportunity knocks, before the check arrives, your soul must have seen it. Most people misuse imagination. They rehearse failure. They picture unpaid bills stacking like a storm cloud. They see rejection, loss, collapse, and because their inner temple is filled with such pictures, life obliges by carving them into experience. But you are called to a higher law. You are invited to step into the silent gate of destiny where imagination becomes your sacred architect's table. Close your eyes and draw the blueprint. See yourself opening an envelope. Inside is a check with your name. Feel the paper in your hand. Feel your chest expand as relief turns to gratitude. Now imagine how you use it for food, for family, for freedom. The more vivid the picture, the more magnetic its pull. This is not daydreaming, it is divine rehearsal. It is wealth rehearsing its arrival through you. And every time you practice this, your subconscious mind accepts the vision as fact. Like a seed, it roots itself, calling resources, opportunities, and circumstances to clothe it in matter. Begin each morning with the architect's meditation. Close your eyes for 5 minutes. Picture yourself already living in the answer to your prayer. See not the lack, but the result. Feel it as real. Whisper to yourself, what I imagine with God is already mine. I am the architect of divine wealth. My imagination shapes my prosperity. What I see within, I soon hold without. Imagination builds. This is the first pillar of your inner architecture. Law 5. The law of substitution. But what happens when fear knocks? When the bill arrives and the old thought rises, I don't have enough. This is where the second law protects the structure. Florence taught the law of substitution. You cannot erase a thought, but you can replace it. You cannot stop the mind from speaking, but you can give it a higher script. Imagine standing in a garden, a weed appears. You do not curse the weed or stare at it helplessly. You pull it out and plant a flower in its place. The garden of the mind works the same way. Negative thoughts are weeds, fear thoughts are thorns, and the only way to protect the soil of imagination is substitution, replacing the lower with the higher. When fear whispers, "I fear debt," answer with faith, "I celebrate provision." When lack says, "I cannot afford this," answer with abundance. "Everything I need comes by divine right." When doubt cries, "It will never work," answer with certainty, "God is making a way even now." This is not denial, this is redesign. This is the spiritual law that refuses to let weeds choke the harvest. The Reframe Journal. Each evening, write down 3 fear thoughts you noticed during the day. Next to each one, write a substitution, a higher truth that carries divine vibration. Train your mind to default to faith, not fear. Neuroscience confirms what Florence knew. The brain does not forget, it rewires. When you substitute faith for fear long enough, the neural pathways of doubt wither, and new highways of confidence are built. What you repeat becomes automatic. What you rehearse becomes reality. I do not allow fear to speak the last word. I substitute every thought of lack with divine abundance. My inner dialogue is wealth, and my life reflects it. Substitution protects. It guards the blueprints of imagination, ensuring no crack forms in the foundation. Law 6. The law of gratitude. The third pillar multiplies what imagination builds, and substitution protects. Gratitude. Florence taught that gratitude is a spiritual magnet. It multiplies everything it touches. A grateful heart cannot live in poverty, for gratitude shifts the eyes from what is missing to what is present, and what is present expands. Think of gratitude as light. A room filled with shadows changes instantly when a lamp is lit. Gratitude is that lamp. When you say, "Thank you, God, for this dollar," that dollar glows with energy. When you bless the smallest coin, you open the door for greater sums. When you give thanks for what you already have, you harmonize with the divine current of increase. Gratitude is the divine orchestra tuning its instruments. Each thank you is a note, each blessing a melody, and as your gratitude rises, heaven itself joins in, creating a symphony that calls more wealth into your life. Spiritual practice. Begin a gratitude ledger. Each night, write down 10 things, financial or not, that you are thankful for. Thank God for the unexpected discount, the meal, the smile, the opportunity, the breath in your lungs. Over time, you will see how gratitude transforms not only money but your entire vibration of living. Gratitude rewires the scarcity-focused brain. It trains the nervous system to expect blessings instead of danger. Science shows that a daily gratitude practice changes perception, emotion, and behavior. Spirit shows that it also changes reality itself. I am grateful for every blessing, seen and unseen. Gratitude multiplies my wealth. I thank God now, and increase flows to me in divine order. Gratitude multiplies. It takes the seed planted by imagination and guarded by substitution, and it brings forth the harvest in abundance. The unified teaching now. See how these 3 laws dance together. Imagination builds, substitution protects, gratitude multiplies. Together, they form the inner architecture of wealth. Without imagination, there is no design. Without substitution, the design is corrupted. Without gratitude, the design bears no fruit. But with all 3, your financial reality becomes a temple of divine order. Picture it. You imagine receiving. You substitute every fear with faith. You thank God for even the smallest coin. This trinity of practice builds a momentum so strong that no outer circumstance can stop it. You are not at the mercy of the world. You are aligned with the laws that govern it. And when you live this way, you no longer chase money. Money becomes a servant of vision. You no longer fear bills. Bills become reminders of the divine provision already set aside for you. You no longer resent delays. You trust that the orchestra is tuning, the harvest is growing, the blessings are multiplying. Sacred prayer. Infinite Spirit, I bless the blueprint of my prosperity. I guard it with truth. I multiply it with thanks. May my life be a testimony that divine wealth is real, available, and flowing to all who align with your law. But even as you build this inner temple, one crown law remains. It is the law that places God, not money, at the center. It is the law that reveals the true source of supply beyond every check, job, or investment. It is the final key that completes the circle. Law 7, the divine source of supply. Every law we have explored has prepared you for this one. Words shape, non-resistance frees, timing aligns, imagination builds, substitution protects, gratitude multiplies. Yet all these laws rest upon one eternal foundation. God is your source. Without this, the structure of wealth crumbles. With this, nothing can be taken from you. Florence Scovel Shinn declared that money is never the source. It is only a channel. Jobs, clients, investments, even strangers who bless you. These are streams. But God is the ocean. And if one stream dries up, the ocean remains. When you know this truth, fear dissolves. Think of a lamp. The lamp is not the power. The lamp does not create light. It is only the vessel, the channel through which electricity flows. You may move the lamp, you may change the bulb, you may replace the wire, but the current remains steady and eternal. Your life is the lamp. Your income, your business, your opportunities are the bulbs. They may change, but the divine current of supply never ceases. God is the current. When you cling to channels, fear takes root. You say, if I lose this job, I will be ruined. If this client leaves, I will collapse. If the market shifts, I will be destroyed. But when you anchor to the source, confidence rises. You declare, even if this channel closes, the infinite opens another. My good cannot be lost. My supply cannot be cut off. God is the well that never runs dry. This is the inner shift that ends financial slavery. When you see money as God, you worship a false idol. But when you see God as the source, you live in freedom. Each time you receive money, whether a paycheck, a gift, or even a single coin, pause and whisper, "Thank you, God, the source of my supply." Each time you face an expense, declare, "This money comes from the infinite. Channels may change, but my source is eternal." Train your mind to look beyond the vessel to the current. God is my supply. Channels may change, but the source is eternal. I do not fear loss, for the infinite provides in every season. Picture yourself standing before a great fountain. Water pours through many spouts, each representing a channel salary. Business, investments, blessings, but your eyes are not fixed on the spouts. Your eyes are fixed on the reservoir, the hidden spring feeding it all. The spouts may shift, but the spring never empties. Do you feel the release in that? Do you feel the fear unclenching? That is the power of anchoring to God as source. The anxiety of what if no longer rules you. The chains of dependency fall away. You walk with a new rhythm, steady, fearless, triumphant, sacred declaration. You are no longer bound by fear of money. You are no longer a servant of channels. You are the child of infinite supply. The laws are yours. The doors are open. Walk in abundance, and let divine prosperity be your new normal. And so, we close. 7 laws, 1 truth. The truth that God is your source. Everything else is the flow of that one current. Hold this truth in your spirit. Guard it like treasure, and live it boldly, for heaven's supply cannot fail. Thank you for walking this journey with me. If these teachings have stirred your soul, subscribe, share, and return each day for more divine wisdom. You are not walking alone. This path is lit, this truth is alive, and it is carrying you forward. 7 laws, 1 truth. God is your source.